A warm and friendly hello, welcome to lovely Las Vegas for Coast to Coast Hoops with myself, Greg Hoops Peterson, now part of the VSiN Family Podcast. We've got an excellent podcast for you. We're going to be skipping over the recap of the slim games that we had on Friday. We are not going to be having a guest interview because, well, we've got over 140 games on the betting board for this college basketball Saturday. I counted 145. I might be off by one or two, but we've got over 140 games. This is going to be a podcast where I just give you picks and analysis on every single one of them, as it's bank shots all day on this podcast. If you do have a question, comment, segment idea, what have you for this podcast, you do have one or two ways to be able to fire those in and answer those on days in which we don't have over 140 games. First one is my Twitter/X timeline at @GUnit_D1. Keep in mind, letters EM. The name does not matter, so as per usual, please do send these into the timeline. And the other way is via an Apple Podcast review. If you rate this podcast 5 stars, it is very much appreciated. From there, you're able to fire in whatever you'd like to hear on this podcast via that 5-star review. And I did not get in any today, so that means that there's going to be no holdups here. Way that this is going to work is that the games on the normal Las Vegas betting board, the bigger conference games, we're going to be doing those up front. And then in the final two segments, as I'm going to take 2 breaks during this podcast, which that means that you're going to be getting about 5 minutes of breaks and over 5 hours of podcast. So I would say that that's a very good deal. But in those final 2 segments, we're going to be doing the extra games. That's where we break down the games in smaller conferences, the Patriot League, the MEAC, the SWAC, the America East, the Southland, the Big South, the Northeast Conference. I think I have hit every single one of them. If I didn't say the Atlantic Sun, the Atlantic Sun. So that is going to be able to keep us all squared, all nice, clean, and easy, and pretty much everything with regards to the breakdown of the normal games and the extra games, that is in time order. So how about if we waste no more time? We've got so many games to break down, picks and analysis on all these games for Saturday as we hit some main shots. Starts right about now.
Most financial establishments close at a certain time, but not here. It is time for a side and total on every game on today's betting board bank shots.
601, 602 on the card. It is Virginia. They're going to be on the road against SMU, and SMU, a home underdog of 1 to 1.5 points, 152.5 to 153.5 is the total. I did set SMU as the 1-point favorite. I do like them here on the money line. Now, you've got a Virginia team that's been so good in terms of hitting the boards, a top 15 team in terms of percentage of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound, and for this Virginia team, it's been all about the international men of mystery. Thaddeus Ritter has been able to do a really nice job giving this team about 16 points, 6 boards, and a little bit of versatility, shooting 38.5% from 3. They've been dealing with the injury to Jakari White, but he should be good to go in this game as he's been able to shoot 49% from 3 points for a team that overall, they're in the top 45 with their 3-point shooting percentage at 37%. And to the credit of Virginia, this has been a really good shooting percentage defense. They're in the top 25 in terms of both opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage. They do allow some second and third chances, though. If you look at Virginia, they are currently outside the top 100 in terms of their defensive rebound percentage, even though they do such a great job in terms of grabbing the second and third chances themselves. And SMU is going to give you some opportunities as well. Currently 151st in the country in terms of their defensive rebound percentage, but Kevin Miller, I refuse to call him Boopy. He is going to be the top scorer in this game. He's been able to do a nice job supplying this team with over 20 points per contest, and the guys around him have really been able to step up. You've got someone like a BJ Edwards, who's just a little bit of a mixer and shaker, 13.5 points, 5.5 boards, 5 assists, and with Miller, he gives you over 7 assists per contest while shooting 40% from 3. Corey Washington, shooting 40% from 3. SMU, top 45 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. They become a top 125 team in terms of generating turnovers. They're a little bit weak down low outside the top 175 in terms of their opponent's 2-point shooting percentage, but I do think that at home, it's being a little bit of an earlier game, and with Virginia having the guard play that they do and a 7'2" big man and Samai Yedoglu, they do find a way to be able to persevere here in a game that I think is going to be involving some late game fouling, and you do have an SMU team that's very much looking to push tempo, 23rd in the country in terms of total possessions per game, so set a total of 155 like the over, and SMU as a money line underdog. 603, 604 on the card. Kentucky is on the road against Tennessee. Tennessee 5.5 to 6.5 point favorites. 145.5 is the total. Some line at a 146.5. So I'm going to be willing to take a shot on the over. This is a Kentucky team that slowed themselves down quite a bit from a season ago. Currently, in terms of total possessions per game, they are clocking in right around about 177th, and that's pretty close to where Tennessee is. Tennessee if you look at possessions per 40 minutes, because they played that harebrainy multiple overtime game against Texas A&M, but before that, they were about a country average team with regards to their possessions per game, and this is still a Tennessee team that's been very rock solid with regards to their defense. See, just overall final score a few days ago wouldn't indicate that, but if you look at them in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, they still check in 18th in all of college basketball. And for Kentucky, I do think that they're still going to be rock solid down low. They're dealing with the injury to Jaden Quantins once again, but they've been playing without him throughout much of the season. Malachi Moreno is a true 7-footer that's able to give you 5+ rebounds per game. It is a case where the backcourt, just as underachieved Ortega Owe, seems to be getting online. He's been able to give the team 16 points per contest, shoots 38% from three, but I mean, for Kentucky, they do find themselves outside the top 145 with regards to their three-point shooting percentage, not allowing a lot of second and third chances, and that's going to be very key in this game. As Tennessee, they currently are the number one team in all of college basketball in terms of percentage of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound. Meanwhile, for Kentucky, they allow opponents to grab only about 23.8% of their missed shots as an offensive rebound. That is in the top 30 in all of college basketball, and Denzel Aberdeen as well for Kentucky has been able to do a nice job getting the team double figures, and for Tennessee, all about cutting down on the turnovers. They've been outside the top 235 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, with Jacoby Gillespie having to take over for Kai Ziegler, and he's been rock solid, 18.5 points, 5.5 assists, but he and Nate Ament do combine for about 5.2 turnovers per game. But if you look Sapporo down low, is able to give you a block, 5.5 rebounds per game. You've got someone like an Amari Abraham, who I expected a little bit more than 4.5 points per contest, but he's been a mid-30s three-point shooter. It is a Tennessee team that I think is going to be able to generate those second and third chances to be able to get it done here, and it is a Kentucky team that, even though they played without Jaden Quantins, they've been without Jalen Lowe for much of the season, those injuries do really linger here, and it's a Kentucky team outside the top 225 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. So I total at a 146.5, 146 or less, like the over, and I'm willing to lay up to 6 here with Tennessee. 6-5, 6-6 on the card. Butler is on the road against Seton, and Seton is a favorite of 6.5 points. 142.5 is the total, and with Seton, I made them a 6.5 point favorite, so going to be waiting upon a little bit of line movement here. If we could get down to a 6 or less, I'd be willing to lay it with Seton 7 or more. That does become my buy point on Butler. As for Butler, they've done a really nice job in terms of giving themselves second and third chances. It's a Butler group that's got Michael Ajayi, who's been incredible, 16 plus points, 11.5 plus rebounds per game, but now they do have to go up against a Seton team that has just been able to do a really good job of being able to control games with the way that you're just not able to get good looks in general, because with the Seton team, they cut down the amount of possessions that you get in a game, 302nd in the country with this regard, and it's a Butler team that's been able to do a relatively solid job all season long in terms of taking care of the ball, and that's going to be put to the test. So Seton, they currently find themselves in the top 10 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis in their home games. Seton not like a flamethrower from three-point range, but their top two scorers have been very rock solid, with AJ Stan McRae along with TJ Simpkins combined for about 22.5 points per contest. Simpkins shoots 41.5% from three, Stan McRae 36% three-point shooter. Then you get Adam Clark to be able to give you about 10.5 points, 4.8 assists, 2 steals per contest. He doesn't necessarily shoot it well from three. And Seton as a whole, they're only shooting about 31.5% from three-point range. That does rank outside the top 250 in all of college basketball. Finley Bizjack has seen a little bit of regression with his three-point shooting, but he's still been supplying the team with over 14.5 points per contest. Butler as a whole, they shoot about 34.5% from three-point. It does go down to about 32% in a road/court venue, and for this Butler team, not necessarily a team that's going to put you under too much stress. They do find themselves outside the top 200 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. That said, they've been able to do a pretty rock solid job in terms of being able to win the offensive rebound battle. Top 40 team in terms of percentage of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound, and with the injury to Jalen Jackson, they've been looking more down low to someone like Drayton Jones, who gives you about 7.5 boards, who Andre Ore is able to give you about 8 points, 3 rebounds per game. And even though this Seton team has been pretty rock solid down low, you've got Stephon Payne as the lone guy that really gives you over 5.5 rebounds per game. And if this is a little bit of a tight spot, you do have a Butler team that's been a little bit suspect at the free throw line, shooting 70.5% at the free throw line. Seton about 74%. So 6 or less, I'd be willing to lay it here with Seton 7 or more. That's my buy point on Butler. And then I did set a total of a 144.5, even though Seton very slow and controlled. They've been a little bit more rock solid with their offense, and you got a Butler team that's now about 40th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. So like the over, and 7+ with Butler. 6 or less, I'm willing to lay it with Seton. 607, 608 on the card. Notre Dame is on the road against Virginia Tech. Virginia Tech, 4.5 point favorite. So on this game, 140.5, and I made a total here of a 143.5. I'm going to be in on the over. Now you do have a Notre Dame team that's not looking to push a lot of tempo, 316th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Virginia Tech, they're looking to push a little bit more tempo, not warp speed, but 91st in the country in terms of total possessions per game. The big thing for this Notre Dame team team they've done an amazing job not allowing second and third chances. A top 20 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage, and they do shoot as a whole 36.8% from three. Unfortunately, that's 40.6% from three-point range at home. Away from home, that goes below 31%, so you do have some issues there. Now, it's a Virginia Tech team that hasn't been strong down low, but now you're getting back Toby Luell. He's been back for the last few games, averaging darn near a double-double, 13-plus points, 9-plus rebounds per game, and for Notre Dame, they've been dealing with an injury to their top scorer, Marcus Burton, who's been supplying the team with 18.5 points, 3.5 assists per contest. Notre Dame has been doing a very good job in terms of limiting sort of the possessions in a game, but they also don't put you under duress. They're also outside the top 330 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Now you do have Cole Kurta, who's been able to give you 9 points, shoots 39.5% from three. Brendan Shrewsbury, 44.5% three-point shooter, 11.5 points per game, but with burnout Jalen Harrelson, who really doesn't shoot a lot of threes, he's had to take ownership of the offense. 15 points, 2.5 assists, but it is a Notre Dame team that's about country average in terms of turnovers per possession on offense, so they've been a little bit sloppier than they have been in past seasons. Meanwhile, for Virginia Tech, Nicolas Avadeas has been able to do a really good job giving you about 14 points, 5 assists. Doesn't necessarily shoot it well from three, and this Virginia Tech team as a whole, they shoot 34.5% from three, with each of their top four scorers shooting less than 34.5% from the outside. The ancillary guys like Jaden Shuett, Tyler Johnson, these two guys combined for about 19.5 points per contest. They've really been the guys that have been able to light it up from three-point range, and it is a Virginia Tech team that does rank in the top 45 in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. They've been getting lambasted on the glass, but they also are a top 35 team in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage at 29%. I think that Toby Luell coming back does put them over the top. So I did set a line of a 5.5, willing to lay up to 5 with Virginia Tech. Think that you get this game to be close enough for late game following somebody total 143.5. I'm also in on that over. 609, 610 on the card. It is UConn. They're going to be on the road against Georgetown. Georgetown, home underdogs of 12.5 points, 140.5 to 141.5 is the total. Set my line at 12.5. So we're going to be waiting upon a little bit of line movement here. I was seeing an 11.5 a little bit earlier. If we can get back to that 11.5, I'm going to be willing to lay with UConn. UConn continues to be just one of the top defenses in all of college basketball, a top 30 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. And for this UConn team, away from home, they actually shoot 39.5% from three-point range. In our roadside shoot-to-court venue, that is a top 20 mark in all of college basketball. And to the credit of Georgetown, the one thing that this team does is they take care of the ball. They are currently a top 10 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, but it is just a little bit disjointed. Good news for them, Vincent Ayuchukwu, a true 7-footer. He's back in the fold for this team after he was missing for darn near 10 games. And when Ayuchukwu has been out there, he's giving you about 10 points, 4 boards, and he also gives you a little bit of a steal per contest as well. This for a Georgetown team that has been outside the top 200 in terms of generating turnovers. Georgetown very good at getting to the free throw line. Top 30 team in terms of free throw attempts on a per possession basis, and they need it because they shoot about 31.2% from three-point range. They are outside the top 275 with that regard, and it's a Georgetown team that's been relatively okay with regards to their interior defense, top 75 team in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage, but this is also a Georgetown team that they are outside the top 125 in terms of their rebound percentage, and they have been outside the top 250 in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. I do think that UConn is going to be able to utilize that to their advantage. Solo Ball hasn't even shot it well from three yet. He's only shooting 29% for three, but still giving the team 14.5 points per contest. Alex Caravan, he's been shooting 44% for three, 14 points per contest. Braylon Mullins, who dealt with a little bit of injury, he's back, giving you 11.5 points per contest. And Silas Emery, stat sheet suffer, 10 points, 6 assists. You can have Malachi Smith give you a little bit of facilitation as well. It's a UConn team that has been a top 100 team in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis, top 25 in terms of both opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage. I think Georgetown's going to be able to keep it clean. I just don't know how many clean possessions they get in this game. So I did set a total here of a 140.5. Right now, seeing a 141.5 in on the under. I'm willing to lay up to 12 with UConn. 6-11, 6-12 on the card. It is Elon. They are on the road against Hofstra. Hofstra's a favorite of 5.5 points. Total on this game, it is 151.5 to a 152, and I'm going to be in on this total over. I did set my total at a 156, as Elon has been absolutely incredible in terms of their offense, and they have been, well, incredibly not good in terms of their defense. For Elon, they're getting killed down low. They're about 267th in the country in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. Well, this is a Hofstra team that, by the way, has been really good with that interior defense. How about number 13 in the country in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage? And it's a big reason why I'm going to be willing to lay with Hofstra. I did set them as a 6-point favorite. For Elon, overall 298th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. We'll say they're actually allowing 7 points fewer per 100 possessions away from home rather than at home. And for Hofstra, solid 112th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. That's good for a mid-major, but I do think that Elon is still going to be able to get theirs in terms of scoring, as you've been able to have this team just really excel, especially away from home. Overall 49th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, ascends into the top 30 away from home, and you've got two 20-point per game scores in this game. On the the side of Hofstra, you've got Cruz Davis giving you 21.5 points per contest with James Boogie Patterson helping him out with about 10 points per contest. You've been able to get good production down low out of Silas Sunday, who gives you 5 boards as a true 7-footer, and that's going to be hard for Elon to match up with, even though Elon has been good on the offensive glass. They're a top 65 team in terms of percentage of their missed shots to become an offensive rebound. As Elon, for as good as they are on offense, they don't necessarily have one main forte. They're just good all the way around. They're in the top 75 in terms of offensive rebound percentage, 3-point shooting percentage, and 2-point shooting percentage, with Chandler Cuthrell give you 21 points per contest, 6.5 boards, and then you've got a pair of 42+% 3-point shooters in Kepper Klonzich and Randall Pettis, who have been able to do a good job supplying a combined about 27 points per contest. Judge Juan Carr, he's been a nice mixer and shaker with about 4.5 assists, only about a turn and a half per contest, and for the Elon team, top 80 team in terms of protecting the ball. But I do think that for Hofstra, they do find a way here. They've been able to get some really good production of one of the most underrated freshmen, in my opinion, mid-major basketball, Preston Edman, who's been able to give you about 15.5 points per contest, and Hofstra, they themselves top 50 team with regards to their 3-point shooting percentage. So made a total of 156. I like the over, and I'm willing to lay up to 5.5 with Hofstra. 6-13, 6-14 on the card. It is Minnesota, and they're going to be on the road against Illinois, and Illinois is a sizable favorite here. 15.5 points, 138.5 to 139.5 is the total. I did set a total of 143. I do like the over. Now for Minnesota, this has been one of the slowest teams in all of college basketball, 330th in terms of total possessions per game. Illinois much slower than they have been in past seasons. They have slowed themselves down to being 284th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. They are a little bit faster at home though, and in Illinois games, you're going to get very clean possessions, as this Illinois team is currently number 2 in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and number 2 specifically at home. And this is not a team that's going to put you under any sort of duress whatsoever in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. This Illinois team, 363rd in all of college basketball, and at home, they're a bottom 5 team with that regard as well. Minnesota, meanwhile, they're a team that is okay at generating turnovers, but away from home, they're outside the top 250 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and we're starting to see some positivity for this Minnesota 3-point shooting percentage, and it's a big reason why I'm willing to take the points. I saw my line at 15, so 15.5 is the minimum buy point, but you've had Kate Tyson supply 21 points, shoot 39.5% for 3, Jailer Crocker Johnson, good versatility, a block, 13.5 points, 6.5 rebounds per game, and the Robert Viola being out with an injury that's hurt this team a little bit more down low, so it's allowed for some second and third chances for opponents, but they've still been a top 75 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage. That's really going to meet its match, though, as Tomislav Ivisic has been banged up all season long for Illinois. That's why he's only averaging about 10.5 points, 4.5 rebounds per game, but he had a nice 21-point performance against Northwestern. Looks like he's getting back to full force. You've got Keaton Wagler along Kellen Boswell doing a nice job of the backcourt, combining for about 30.7 points per contest, and Wagler shooting 41.5% from 3. Illinois has ascended back in the top 150 in terms of their 3-point shooting percentage, and for Illinois, in a tight spot, they do shoot 80.2% free throw line, top 5 mark in the country, but this is a 13-point game with a minute remaining. You're not going to be getting those late fouls needed for the cover, so there's that aspect of things. I do think that even though it's going to be a lower possession game, I think that's going to be a very efficient game, and even though Illinois has been very good in terms of being a top 30 team with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, I think that Minnesota's starting to find their footing from 3, so we'll take 15.5 plus here with Minnesota. I like the over. I saw my total at a 143, 6-15, 6-16 on the card. It's Georgia Tech. They are on the road against NC State, and NC State a favorite of 15 to 15.5 points, 155.5 to 157 is the total, and I do like the under. Set my total out of 149.5. You have a Georgia Tech team that struggled with regards to their offense. They're 242nd in terms of points per possession, and right around about 274th in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis as well. Now, Georgia Tech is looking to gun at 54th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and NC State is 19th in terms of points per possession, but that actually falls outside the top 70 when they are at home, and they're a mid-tempo team, about 144th in terms of total possessions per game. We've seen Darion Williams have a little bit of regression here recently, so I'll give you 14.5 points, 5.5 boards, shoots 42% from 3, and NC State as a whole, they shoot 40.1% from 3. That is a top 10 mark in all of college basketball. That said, I think that Georgia Tech is going to be able to hold up here. Teams are shooting less than 30% from 3-point against them. That's 33rd in all of college basketball. You've got good versatility with this NC State team. You've been able to have Matt Abel give you about 8.5 points, 3 rebounds, steal and per contest. Trey Allman, I know that he's out with a little bit of injury, and he's probably going to be out of the fold once again. That hurts this team, and I did have to dock them a little bit because if you take a look at Trey Allman and the impact that he's been able to make on this team, it's been very interesting. They did have that nice outburst against Florida State without him, so that was a good sign, but they had a little bit of struggle against Boston College. They really struggled without him in that Virginia game as well, and for Georgia Tech, the guy that I think could be able to keep them relatively lively in this game is Kawasi Reeves, as Reeves has been able to do a nice job supplying this team with about 16 points per contest from 3-point range, shoots 38.5% for 3, and in a road/neutral venue, Georgia Tech is a top 30 team with their 3-point shooting percentage, but they're just so sloppy with the ball. I do think that those turnovers are going to be very costly. It's outside the top 250 in terms terms of their own 2-point shooting percentage, and I do think that NC State, with having someone like a Kadir Copeland, going to be able to eat them alive. And even though Trey Holloman has been out of the fold, I feel like they adjusted without him, with that Florida State game being the main sort of example of that. And I do think that Georgia Tech is going to continue to start to see a little bit of regression with their rebounding, even with having Bate and Ndongo along with Mohamed Siala give you about 15.3 rebounds per game. I think that NC State, just with their collective, getting Darion Williams back online, they find a way to cover the Summer semi-line at 17.5. I'm willing to lay with NC State, and I do like the under semi-total at a 149.5. 6:17, 6:18 on the card. It's Mount St. Mary's on the road against Canisius, and Canisius is a home underdog. You're catching with them 2.5 to 3 points. 134.5 to 135 is the total. Did make a total of a 138. I do like the over. Now, Canisius is one of the slowest teams here you're going to find in all of college basketball. Out of 365 Division I teams, 361st in terms of total possessions per game. Mount St. Mary's much more of a mid-tempo team, 167th in terms of total possessions per game, and Mount St. Mary's is just losing the turnover battle. They are currently 286th in the country in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis. Bottom 5 team in terms of taking care of the ball in terms of turnovers per possession on offense. Good news is they face off against Canisius team that's 278th in terms of generating turnovers on a per possession basis on defense. So I do think that helps out the Mount here, but I can only set Mount St. Mary's as a 2-point favorite. I do like the points with Canisius, as you've got Brian Nadanja along with Khalil Singleton combining for 25.5 points per contest. Singleton is shooting 40% from 3-point range, and the team is much better down low. Miles Wilmoth has come over, giving you a block, 5 rebounds per game. You've been able to get some pretty sturdy play as well out of a guy that I like, Michael Everbrow, 8.5 points, 6.5 rebounds per game. Canisius country average team shooting about 33.5% from 3-point range, and this is a unit that has become a top 250 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage, getting bludgeoned inside. They're outside the top 300 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, but they've been a top 150 team in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage as well. And for this Mount St. Mary's team, again, even though they're not the world's worst team at executing on offense, when you're turning the ball over as much as you are and you're outside the top 200 in terms of free throw shooting percentage, 2-point shooting percentage, and 3-point shooting percentage, it makes it very difficult to win games. Now, they've been a top 125 team in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, but for this Mount St. Mary's team, they're outside the top 125 in terms of their rebound percentage. In a nip and tuck spot, they shoot 66.7% of the free throw line. That's outside the top 300 in all of college basketball. Holds greater than the sum of its parts, with having 4 different guys who give you 10.3 to 11.3 points per contest. Trey DeVue, Xavier Lipscomb, Arlonda Skis, and Luke McKeldin. McKeldin gives you 6 rebounds per contest, and Lipscomb very versatile. 10.5 points, 5 boards, 4 assists, 0.5 per contest. So like what he brings to the table, but not necessarily a great 3-point shooting team. Now, Canisius not going to put you under too much rest. That should lead to some more clean possessions for Mount St. Mary's, and I do think that you get late game fouling for the over. So I set a total of 138. I like the over, but hard to trust Mount St. Mary's in a tight game like this with their free throw shooting and their turnovers. So I set my line at 2. I'm going to take 2.5 plus here with Canisius, and I'm going to be in on that total on over as well. 619, 620 on the card. Duquesne is going to be on the road against Fordham. Fordham is a home underdog of 1.5 points. 147.5 is the total, and I made Fordham the 5-point favorite. I like them outright on the money line. Fordham just continues to do a great job on the glass. Currently, they rank 19th in the country in terms of a rebound percentage, 93rd in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They can give up a little bit from 3-point range, and Duquesne is a good but not great team with their 3-point shooting percentage. They're shooting about 34.9% as a collective, and they're not a bad offensive team. Right now, about 103rd in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, averaging 10 points fewer per 100 possessions away from home rather than at home, but it's just the turnovers that kill this team. For Duquesne, they're outside the top 300 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. You do have Jimmy Williams and Terrence Gunyard in the backcourt combining for about 31.5 points per contest. You got Gunyard shooting 40% from 3, and Jacob Nisis shoots 48% from 3-point range. Has been absolutely incredible there, and for this Duquesne bunch, they've been able to do a solid job in terms of not allowing a ton of second and third chances, but having to go up against a bunch of Fordham that does such a great job of slowing the game down, I think is really going to affect this Duquesne team, as Duquesne is looking to run 32nd in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Fordham 363rd in the nation, and for Fordham, the offense has left a little bit of something to be desired in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Right now, they're checking in about 178th in the country, and they just have really struggled with their 3-point shooting. But you've had DeJour Reeves, who, when he was over at Iona, he was a pretty solid 3-point shooter. He's shooting just hair above 30% for 3, has been able to give the team 16 points per contest. I just feel like this Fordham team that is shooting 28.8% from 3-point range, good to see a little bit of positivity there, and it's a Duquesne team that has been dealing with a little bit of injury, with John Hughley being in and out of the lineup. They finally got him back against Dayton a few days ago, but he only played 10 minutes in that game, so he's very unlikely to be 100%, so while I have him in, I don't think that he's going to be able to make a big impact on a Fordham team that I think owns things down low. Rikas Schulte has been able to give you 11.5 points, 9.5 rebounds per game. This is a Fordham team that keeps you off the free throw line as well. They're a top 20 team in terms of fewest free throw attempts allowed on a per possession basis. They've been a top 55 team in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage as well. Akira Jacobs is able to give you 7 points, 5 rebounds per contest. They've dealt with the injury to Jack Whitborn down low, but I do think that Christian Henry gives you about 5.5 assists per game. And though this is a Fordham team that, again, they haven't necessarily been the world's greatest team with regards to their 3-point shooting, this is a team that they're pretty solid in terms of taking care of the ball. Unlike Duquesne, they're a top 175 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, that they do find a way to be able to get the job done. And if it's a tight spot, you do have a Fordham team that only shoots about 69% of the free throw line. Meanwhile, this is a Duquesne team that they shoot about 71%. So both teams a little bit shotty there. So I did set my line here at a 143 with the total. I'm in on the under end. I like Fordham on the money line. Set them as a 5-point favorite. 621, 622. Buffalo is on the road against Miami of Ohio, and Miami of Ohio is a 9.5-point favorite. It's all its game 159 to 159.5, and set my line at 8.5. I've backed Miami of Ohio a ton this year, but I think that Buffalo is going to be efficient enough to be able to hold in there. Both of these teams are really efficient offenses. Buffalo is just happened to playing quite a bit more slowly. They're about 303rd in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Miami of Ohio, they are 95th. So going to be interesting to see that tempo war there, as you want a Miami of Ohio team that's just shooting the snot out of the ball. 13th in the country in terms of 3-point shooting percentage. Actually goes down to 35.7% at home compared to over 42% away from home. Meanwhile, you've got a Buffalo team that's 18th. They shoot 38.6% from 3 down to about 37.5% away from home. And Buffalo has actually been a really good perimeter shooting defense, and that's a big reason why I'm in on them. Right now for Buffalo, they allow teams at a roadside shoot score venue to shoot 28.2% from 3-point range. That's actually a top 10 mark in all of college basketball. I think that that's going to see some regression as you go up against a Miami of Ohio team that, even though they're not going to give themselves a whole heck of a lot of second and third chances, they don't need to, because they just hit their first attempt. Antoine Woolfolk down low along with Ian Elmore. They've been able to combine for about 11 rebounds per game. Noah Bachelor on the flip side for Buffalo, more around about 4.5 rebounds per game. Brent Byers, 15.5 points, shoots 43.5% from 3-point range. And for this Miami of Ohio team, it just continues to stun me. Each out of your top 8 scorers are shooting at least 37.5% from 3-point range. Like, my goodness, everyone on the roster that attempts at least 1 3 per game is right now shooting at least 37.5% from 3-point range. So that shows you just how much versatility you got there. Peter Suter giving you about 12 points. He shoots over 44% from 3-point range with 4 assists per contest. It's Miami of Ohio team that has also been solid in terms of the turnover battle. They're a top 125 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but Buffalo is doing a good job in terms of taking care of the ball. This Buffalo team does rank in the top 70 in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. Even if you take away the threes from Buffalo, they've been a top 125 team with their 2-point shooting percentage. Daniel Freitag, 20.5 points, 4.5 boards. He shoots 40% for 3. Ryan Sable, 40.5% 3-point shooter, 17 points per contest. And for Buffalo, your top 3 scorers in Freitag, Sable, and Angelo Breezy, who gives you 11 points. He shoots 38.5% for 3. All do shoot at least 80% of the free throw line. So I do think that Buffalo has a good hold in there. It's a Buffalo team that's really given it up on the inside. They're outside the top 275 in terms of opponent's 2-point shooting percentage. And even though Buffalo has been pretty good in terms of guarding the perimeter, this is a team that is going to give up some points in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They are well outside the top 10 with that regard. Meanwhile, you've got a Miami of Ohio team that they give up a few points as well. It's not quite as bad, but in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, they check in right around about 71st. I do think they get a nice scoring expose. Set my total 164.5. Like the over, and at 9+, won't take the points here with Buffalo. 623, 624. Eastern Michigan is on the road against Bowling Green, and Bowling Green, pretty good size favorite here. You're laying 8.5 points. 142.5 to 143.5 is the total, and I did set my total at a 142. So at the 142.5, 143, I'm going to be in on the under, as you've got a Bowling Green team that has really been able to ascend with their defense, and Eastern Michigan, who has been awful on defense over the last few seasons, top 135 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Now, you do need to keep in mind that for Eastern Michigan, they actually are impacted by the gambling scandal, because one of their main guys in Carlos Harder was giving the team 13 points, 5 boards, 2.5 assists per game. He was one of their main 3 guys. He was involved in that. That's not great, to say the least. So Mohamed Habab, along with Edison Patterson, who combined for about 27 points per contest. Between the two of them, they shoot less than 30% from 3, but you've got Habab giving you about 8 rebounds, 3 assists per contest, 5.5 boards, 2.5 assists per contest out of Edison Patterson. They are going to need to play even bigger, and that means that your ancillary guards, Mac Mansell, John Sanders, these 2 guys combined for about 13 points per game. And I mean, with Mansell, he shoots 41% for 3, 35.5% out of Sanders. They really need to pick up the slack for them, and that's going to be very big for an Eastern Michigan team that they don't necessarily play fast, they don't necessarily play slow. They've slowed themselves down this year to about 233rd in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and Todd Simon's teams typically like to play fast. And right now for Bowling Green, they're 71st in the country country in terms of total possessions per game, but about 63rd in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and this Bowling Green team is in the top 10 nationally in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. And where I think Hart is really going to be missed is that he was able to give the team a little bit of facilitation for an Eastern Michigan team that, to start with, was outside the top 225 in terms of points per possession. They were about 200th in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. And for Bowling Green, I think that Javante Campbell as a result is going to have himself a day. Last year he was in the top 5 in terms of turnovers and steals on a per game basis, and right now he's been absolutely magnificent. 18 points, 3.5 steals, nearly 5 assists. Doesn't shoot it well from 3, but that's why you've got Meyer Wool shooting 45% from 3-point range. Bowling Green has been really good on the inside as well, ranking in the top 80 in terms of 2-point shooting percentage, 71st in the country in terms of defensive rebound percentage. Now, Eastern Michigan wasn't grabbing a lot of second and third chances themselves, and they have been a little bit decimated on the glass. So they're a top 125 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage as well. So I do think that this total is a little bit too high. I think that Hart is very much going to be a miss here for Eastern Michigan. And I think that Bowling Green does a great job with their defense getting the job done. Set Bowling Green is a 10-point favorite. One will lay up to 9.5 with them. Like the under, set by total 142, 625, 626. UCLA is going to be on the road against Ohio State. The Ohio State University finds themselves as 3.5 to 4.5 point favorites. 147.5 is the total. Set by line of 5. So 4.5 is my max lay with Ohio State. Ohio State has just been a really good team in terms of being able to win from within, a top 25 team with regards to their own 2-point shooting percentage. Now, Ohio State is not going to grab a lot of second and third chances, and they'll allow you to be able to pull in there some second and third chances as well. They are 134th in terms of defensive rebound percentage, but if you look at their home games, they've got a nice home court advantage. They've been a top 45 team with regards to defensive rebound percentage at home, and they do face off against a UCLA team that's looking to slow things down. UCLA now about 272nd in terms of total possessions per game, and this UCLA team, they've been having a little bit of a rough go of it as well on the defensive glass. They're outside the top 130 in terms of defensive rebound percentage away from home, but this UCLA team, very good in terms of generating turnovers, top 50 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and for UCLA, they've actually been a very good 3-point shooting team as a collective. They are right now shooting about 36.7% from 3-point. Tyler Bilodeau has been your main man. He's been able to shoot over 40% from 3. He's given the team over 17 points per contest, and Sky Clark continues to shoot over 46% from 3-point. I think we'll see a little bit of regression there. That said, you still have some relatively good guard play. Donovan Dent has not really even shot any threes this year whatsoever, but 12.5 points, 6.5 assists. He really doesn't turn the ball over a ton. For a UCLA team, that's good in terms of taking care of it. Top 75 team in terms of his turnovers on a per possession basis. They do get blasted a little bit on the inside, though, and I mentioned it with Ohio State, top 25 team with regards to their 2-point shooting percentage. UCLA outside the top 180 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, which means that for Ohio State, Christoph Tilley has been able to give you 12.5 points, 5.5 boards, 7 Royal, 14.6 boards. These guys should be rock solid. And then you got Bruce Thornton, John Mobley in the backcourt. These two guys have been able to combine for about 34.5 points per contest. Thornton shoots 44% from 3-point range. You got a Ohio State team that in a tight spot, they shoot 78.7% at the free throw line. That is a top 10 mark in all of college basketball. Not a team that's going to put you under duress. Ohio State outside the top 225 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but with how good their 3-point shooting defense is, teams are shooting less than 30% from 3 against them. Ohio State is a top 25 team in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. I think that holds up, and that leads to a little bit of a lower scoring game. Maybe my total 145. I like the under, and with Ohio State willing to lay up to 4.5 with them. 627, 628. Old Dominion is going to be on the road against Appalachian St. Appalachian St is a favorite of 5.5 points throughout this game. 139.5 to a 140, and I said a total year of 132.5. I like the under. Now, Old Dominion has sped themselves up from past years, about 133rd in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and for Old Dominion, it is a team that's much better with their 3-point shooting percentage than they were a season ago. They're up to 134th, and if you look at them away from home, they're actually shooting 35.7% from 3-point range. That is a top 80 mark in all of college basketball. That said, Appalachian State just really good at being masters of slowing things down outside the top 350 in terms of total possessions per game. Appalachian State, not a team that's going to go into flamethrower mode from 3 at 31.9%. They're outside the top 250. Appalachian State has always built themselves on good, strong defense. Right now, they're about 160th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and Old Dominion is a pretty rough 266th. But for Appalachian State, even though they are outside the top 150 in terms of the points per possession metric, this is a team that they're not allowing a lot of good looks from 3 at home. They're allowing teams to shoot just 29.8% from the outside. That is a top 75 mark in all of college basketball. They really don't allow a lot easy down low, despite the fact that their rebounding is a little bit down from the season ago. But want to talk about down rebounding, Old Dominion, they're right now outside the top 300 in terms of offensive rebound percentage, even though they were a top 25 team in this metric last year, and they do bring back the 7-footer and Caleb Swanton-Rogers, 7.5 rebounds per game. I mean, right now, Jordan Battle with 4.9 boards, 12.5 points per game. He and Swanton-Rogers lead the way in terms of rebounding. That's not great. Robert Davis has been able to give you about 12 points per contest, but he's been a little bit shaky from the past. You've been able to have Jared Turner down for shoot 40% from 3, and Battle does shoot 38.5% from the outside. outside, so that's been very helpful. And for Appalachian State, they're not going to be under duress. You've got an Old Dominion team that is currently outside the top 345 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but for Appalachian State, they've been very good in terms of taking care of the ball. Top 55 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. Now, in a tight spot, this Appalachian State team shoots 61.1% of the free throw line. That is said to take it last in all of college basketball. I did make this line a 4.5, so I have 5+. I'm willing to take the points with Old Dominion because I do think that could reign very, very supreme in this game. Kassan Jennings, 14.5 points. He shoots 38.5% from three. Alonzo Dodd, the Dodfather, 13 points, 5 rebounds per game. And then Luke Wilson, I mentioned before, up to about 7 rebounds per game. Michael Marcus, he's been able to give you about 6 boards per contest. And I do think that this is an Appalachian State team that's going to slow things down, do a nice job controlling the tenor of this game. But again, I just can't trust them to cover with that bad free throw shooting percentage. Both teams are going to be able to get clean possessions, but I do think that Appalachian State very much going to slow things down. So set my line at a 4.5. I'm going to take 5+ here with Old Dominion, like the under, set by total 132.5. 629, 630 on the card. Chattanooga is going to be on the road against Western Carolina. Western Carolina does find themselves as 2.5 point favorites. 149.5 is the total. I made Chattanooga the 3-point favorite. I do like them on the money line. Now, this Chattanooga defense has been pretty awful this far this season. They are currently checking in 306th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. What has Western Carolina done on defense themselves? They're 324th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. This Western Carolina team, they shoot about 31.3% from 3 points, 278th in the country. Chattanooga is not necessarily the 3-point shooting team that they've been in the past, but they're still country average 33.5% from the outside, and they really do like to take their threes. They're a top 15 team in terms of percentage of their shots that come from 3-point range, and I think that they find a lot of open looks against a Western Carolina team that's 349th in all of college basketball in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, and Chattanooga continue to do a great job in terms of taking care of the ball. Western Carolina outside the top 300 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis on offense. Chattanooga, right now, they turn the ball over 9.4 times per contest. If you include games against non-D1 teams, top 35 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. Now for Chattanooga, lone double-figure scorer is Jordan Frinson, 15 points per game, shoots 44% from 3, and then Tate Darner and Brandon Watkins both shoot above 34% from 3. They've been able to give you combined about 17 points per game. No rebounding on this team whatsoever. Right now, the lone guy that gives you over 4.2 rebounds per game is Sebastian Hartman, and he's been dealing with injury, so that's not great to say the least, but it's not like this Western Carolina team is not necessarily monsters of the Midway. Recognize that they are a top 150 team in terms of their offensive rebound percentage, so they've been relatively okay there. You've gotten good production out of Samuel Dada, 6.5 points, 7 rebounds per contest, and then Abdul Fantakeba is able to give you about 6 points, 7 rebounds, nearly a block per contest, but again, very shaky team from the outside. They don't take care of the ball. They're outside the top 275 in terms of their own 3-point shooting percentage. They're outside the top 200 in terms of their 2-point shooting percentage as well, and with the way that they give it up from 3-point range, I do think that Chattanooga has been very slow and controlled. Unlike in past years, Chattanooga right now, in terms of total possessions per game, they're right around about 295th in the country. Western Carolina, they are looking to push tempo, 66th in terms of total possessions per game. I think that Chattanooga finds a way to be able to get the job done in a slow but efficient game. Set by total 151. I like the over, and Chattanooga on the money line made them the 3-point favorite. 631, 632 on the card. Alabama is going to be on the road against Oklahoma. Boomer Sooner, a home underdog of 5.5 points, 171 after 172.5 is the total. Said Alabama's a 4.5 point favorite, so at 5+, that does become my buy point on Oklahoma. Now, Oklahoma just got completely curb stomped a few days ago. That was not great to say the least against Florida, but that's a Florida team that I think is on the come up, and I think that you get some really efficient offense in this game. This is an Alabama bunch that's 15th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis in a roadside shoot score venue. That ascends to number 10, and for this Oklahoma team, overall, they've been right around about 30th in the country in terms of points per possession, but in their home games, despite the disaster that we saw a few days ago, they're still Mambo number 5 with that regard, so I do think that both of these teams are going to be able to excel there, as you've got a Alabama team that's not going to put you under duress outside the top 330 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Oklahoma's hovering right around about 300th as well, so good clean possessions to be had by both, but I do think that Oklahoma's backcourt play keeps them lively. Nigel Pack still packing it in at 45% from 3-point range, 15.5 points per contest. Xavier Brown, 15.5 points. He shoots about 35% from 3-point range, and for Oklahoma, they're the team that does a better job of grabbing offensive rebounds with Muhammad Wagiu, 7 points, 7 boards, but 3.2 offensive rebounds per game. Tay Davis gives you 3 offensive boards, 6.6 rebounds overall per game, and this is an Alabama team that they're going to give up some second and third chances. Now, I do think that bringing in Kenton Bariso, who was missing for the first few games of the season, he's been able to give you about 4.5 or so rebounds per game. Helps in LeBaron Filan, 22 points, 5 assists per contest. He has been one of the better overall scorers in all of college basketball right now. Shoots about 37.5% from 3-point range. Jaden Holloway shoots 47% from 3. It's an Alabama team that should be able to find some good looks from 3 against an Oklahoma team that's really taken a step back with their 3-point shooting defense, or outside the top 225 in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. So I do think that there's going to be a big giant expose of scoring. But again, with this Oklahoma team, even though they do give it up a little bit from three-point range, they're a bit of a better defense in this spot. 158th is Oklahoma in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Alabama's 190th, so they get plenty of points up on the board. Set by total 174.5, like the over. And with Alabama, I set them as 4.5 point favorites, so 5+1. Take those points with Oklahoma. 633, 634. It is Belmont. They are going to be on the road against Southern Illinois, and Southern Illinois does find themselves as a underdog here of 2.5 to 3.5 points. 155.5 is the total. So by line of 4. So I'm going to be willing to lay with Belmont. This is a Belmont team that's had a tough time taking care of the ball. They're outside the top 300 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, but this is one of the most improved defenses in all of college basketball. Belmont is now up to 49th in the country in terms of points per possession allowed. If you look at them in a road/neutral venue, they're actually 5th in the country in terms of fewest points allowed on a per possession basis. Now, I do think that there's going to be a little bit of a fall off there, and you're going to have a very up-tempo game for Belmont. They're about 114th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Year number 2 under Scott Nagy. They're starting to play that Scott Nagy style for Southern Illinois. They're 45th in the country with this regard, and for Southern Illinois, they're a top 30 team in terms of percentage of their shots that come from 2-point range, mainly because they're shooting less than 30.5% from 3-point range as a collective. So that means that a Belmont team has been able to do a really good job in terms of guarding the outside. And same for Southern Illinois. At home, teams are only shooting 26.3% from 3-point range against them. It's a Belmont team that away from home, teams are only shooting about 30.5% from 3-point range. That they're going to be a little bit more exposed. And when it comes to the Southern Illinois team, you've got Rollins and Prince Alajibi Square, who have been able to combine for about 12 rebounds per game. It's a Southern Illinois team that is a top 100 team with regards to their 2-point shooting percentage. And you've only got one double-figure scorer on the team, but Calvin House has been able to provide the team with about 13.5 points per game, and then Davion Sykes is a guy that likes 7.5 points, right around about 4.5 rebounds per game. Not a guy that's going to light you up from 3. Sammy Mayo Jr. is like the only guy in the roster that shoots above 30% from 3-point range, but you just have so many guys that are good contributors for Southern Illinois. 8 different guys right now that give you at least 7.3 points per contest, but in the end, I do think that lack of 3-point shooting is going to be costly, because even though Southern Illinois has been able to do such a good job of being able to guard the perimeter in their home game, so you've got for Belmont 2 guys that can take over a game. Sam Mormay is able to give you about 13 points, 6 boards, and he shoots about 36.5% per 3, and Tyler Lundblade is just unstoppable. 41% 3-point shooter, 93% at the free throw line, and that's big because he's like the only guy for Belmont out of their top 7 scorers that shoots above 70% free throw line. In a tight spot, Belmont actually only shoots 67.7% at the free throw line. That said, I do think, though, that Belmont, having Nick McClain give you about 6 assists per contest and 8 points per contest to be the main stabilizer for the team, and Belmont now becoming a top 125 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and them just stonewalling teams down low. They're a top 40 team in terms of opponent's 2-point shooting percentage, and even though you got sort of a strength on weakness sort of situation, I do think that Belmont is going to be able to get the job done, and I do think that even though Southern Illinois has done such a great job on guarding the arc, I think that Belmont knocks down some threes to help you out with this over. So set my line at 4. I'm going to be willing to lay with Belmont, and I'm in on the over. I set my total at a 156. 635, 636 on the card. Iowa State, they hit the road. They're facing off against Cincinnati. And yes, we're on to Cincinnati. It was on to being a home underdog of 6.5 points. 139.5 to 141.5 is the total. I do like this total over. I did set my total at a 141.5, and I'm going to lay with Iowa State. I set Iowa State as a favorite here of 11.5 points. You've got a Cincinnati team that just has been very disjointed with their offense. They're still outside the top 240 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, outside the top 200 in terms of turnovers per possession, and I know that Iowa State took it on the chin a few days ago against Kansas, but they remain 5th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, 3rd in the country in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis, and for Cincinnati, you actually have a really nice 3-point shooter in Day Thomas, who's been able to shoot 45% from 3, 12.5 points per contest. He is pretty much the only guy other than Jalen Celestine who averages 5.5 points per game that shoots above 33% from 3. Chisel James has been able to give the team a shot in the arm, 10.5 points, so he's been able to help out a little bit there, 3.5 assists per game, and ever since he's gotten in there, they've been cutting down on the turnovers a little bit, but for the Cincinnati team, they're also 352nd in the country in terms of their free throw shooting percentage, so that's been all sorts of grody. Now, Cincinnati continues to be a great defense, top 10 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Bob Miller is able to give you 13 plus points, 7 plus rebounds per game. Joshua Jefferson matches up so well with them, 17.5 points, 5 assists, 8 rebounds. I mean, he shoots 36.5% for 3, and Milan Mimosilovic, 54% 3-point shooter, and for Iowa State, this team continues to shoot 40.3% from 3-point range. That is a top 5 mark in all of college basketball. And for Cincinnati, their forte on defense is really being able to guard on the inside, and for Cincinnati, their forte on offense is being about 145th in the country with regards to their own 2-point shooting percentage, which I would say could be a little bit more shaky with regards to their interior defense. But that said, this is also a Cincinnati team that, while they're about 44th in the country in terms of opponent's 2-point shooting percentage, and they do a solid job themselves in terms of generating turnovers, they can be had a little bit more from the outside. Right now, they're allowing teams to shoot in that neighborhood about 32% from 3-point range, hovering right around 99th in the country. Do think that Iowa State, with Timon Lipsby doing a nice job throwing it out, they find a way to persevere here, and it's a Cincinnati team that's really sped themselves up for past seasons. Right now, for Cincinnati, 108th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Iowa State very much more of a mid-tempo team at 168th, and Iowa State in the top 10 in terms of points per possession. I do think that they do enough for the over. So my total 141.5, like the over, and with Iowa State, we'll lay up to 11 with them. 637, 638, Columbia is going to be on the road against Brown. And what can Brown do for you? Well, they hold in this game. They'll make you some money. They're 3 to 3.5 point underdogs, 138 to 138.5 is the total, and I make Columbia the 7.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Got a Columbia team that is pretty mid-tempo. They're about 176th or so in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Meanwhile, you've got a Brown team that is playing quite slowly. Brown right now 262nd in terms of total possessions per game, and Brown is not allowing good looks from 3-point range. A lot of teams that shoot only about 30.4% from 3. That goes down to about 26.5% at home. In terms of home 3-point shooting percentage, they are a top 25 team in all of college basketball, and one of the fortes of this Columbia team has been stroking it from 3-point range, 22nd in the country with their 3-point shooting percentage. But what this Columbia team also does a really good job of, they are so dominant on the glass, and I recognize that Landon Lewis for this Brown team is very rock solid. Missed the first few games of the season, 13.5 points, 5.5 rebounds per game, has been off and on injured throughout the season, but outside of him, Adrian Ochadino has been able to give you about 11 points per game, shoots in the mid-30s from 3-point range, and other than Lewis, you've got one guy that gives you over 4.5 rebounds per game. That would be Mr. Nafara Dabo, who's been solid, 8.5 points, 7 boards, 2 blocks per contest, and this Brown interior defense has been very good. They're a top 125 team in terms of opponent's 2-point shooting percentage. They've been good in terms of guarding the 3-point line. Brown at home, though, is also outside the top 285 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and now you go up against Columbia team that's 13th in the country in terms of overall rebound percentage. Brown, meanwhile, is 240th, so even though they are pretty strong on the interior and they've got Lewis back, they still are going to get bludgeoned there. As for Columbia, they're still dealing with a few injuries of their own, as the international man of mystery and Zanu Eddie Bedry has been out, but the way that Blair Thompson at 6'7" has been able to give you 11 points, 5 boards, shoots 44% from 3, has been rock solid. You've had Kenny Nolan step up, shoot about 96% from free throw line, 39% from 3, 68.5 points per game. The big kryptonite for this team has been turnovers for Columbia. They are outside the top 3 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, and this is a Brown team that maybe keeps it a little bit cleaner with the ball, but they themselves have had their turnover issues at home. They're outside the top 325 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis on offense, and defensively, this is a Columbia team that's really not going to press the issue in terms of defensive turnovers generated, and Brown, they're top 100 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but way that this Columbia team is able to clean up, and I do think that they're going to be a little bit more hampered from 3-point range, but I still think that they find some open looks. I think that Columbia gets the job done in a bit of a sloppier game. So by total of 135.5, I like the under, and I'm willing to lay up to 7 here with Columbia. 639, 640 on the card. Cornell is on the road against Yale. Yale is an 8.5 to a 9-point favorite. 177.5 is the total. I set my total at a 177.5. I'm right now seeing a 178, 178.5. That does become my buy point on the under, and I recognize that you're playing a dangerous game playing unders in Cornell games. They're 12th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and you've got 2 really efficient offenses, but you've also got a super slow Yale team. Yale is 301st overall in the country in terms of total possessions per game. If you look at their home games and their home games alone, they're outside the top 320 in terms of total possessions per game. So, this is a Yale team that is going to be looking to really play very slow and controlled. Top 10 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, with Nick Townsend give you between about 15.5 to 16 points per contest. He shoots 50+% from 3-point range. Yale as a whole shoots 40.3% from 3-point range, and both of these teams have just been absolute flamethrowers from 3-point range as far this season. Yale, they shoot 40% from 3. That goes up to 44% at home. Cornell, 40.5% 3-point shooting team away from home. They're number 7 in all of college basketball, but I do think that you're going to see a little bit of regression with both of these percentages. Yale right now is allowing teams to shoot 42% from 3-point range at home. That's less than tremendous. Cornell away from home is allowing teams to shoot 41.2% from 3-point range. Again, I do think that there's a little bit of positivity that's doing for both of them. And for this Cornell team, they are a team that turns the ball over a little bit more than what you'd like in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. They do rank outside the top 225 in all of college basketball. You've got Cooper Norwood, who's done a nice job, give you 20 points, shoots 38.5% per 3, and then your number 2 and number 3 guys, Jake Feigin, Adam saying hitting. They combined to shoot about 44% from 3, 16 points per contest out of 5, again 13.5 points out of hitting. And this team has been a little bit better on the glass with bringing in Casper Sepp from Valparaiso. Not a guy that shoots threes, but he's able to give you about 5 rebounds per game. He's been a nice stabilizer there. Both of these teams have been outside the top 225 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but I do think that in the end you're going to get a nice scoring expose, but I do think that things get a little bit slowed down. I do think that the turnovers for this Cornell team are going to be a little bit costly. I did say Yale, though, as a 7.5 point favorite because they have been a little bit lackadaisical on defense, and in a game where things are very similar around both sides, I feel like 8+ is too big of a number, so won't take the points here with Cornell, and at a 178 or higher, I'm in on the under. 641, 642 on the card. Sam Houston State is on the road against Florida National. Florida National between a pick-up to a 1.5 point underdog, 168.5 is the total, and I did set a total here of a 164.5. I do like the under. Florida National and Sam Houston State both looking to push tempo. Sam Houston is 72nd. There's the total possessions frame. Florida National is 50th, but Florida National also 50th in the country in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and Sam Houston relatively country average in terms of taking care of the ball, 12.3 turnovers per game with their relatively up-tempo style, and Sam Houston, a very good three-point shooting team. Away from home, they shoot 37.7% for 3. That's 35th in all of college basketball, and it's really just a collective here for Sam Houston State as you've got 8 different guys give between 7.4 and 12.5 points per contest. It's been a case where you've been able to get a lot out of the man. That comes on over from NC Central in Po Boy King. He's been able to shoot in the mid-30s from three-point range. He generates a little bit over his steal per contest. I really like his game. And then you've got Mr. Manning, who comes over from TCU, and Isaiah Manning. He's done a nice job supplying this team with about 10 points, 4 boards. So great switchability there. This has also been a Sam Houston State team that has been a top 100 team on the glass, or a top 50 team in terms of their offensive rebound percentage as well. But even with that, Florida National, I think is going to be able to do a solid job in terms of knifing the ball down low against a Sam Houston State team that is right now 308th in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. Florida National 72nd in terms of percentage of their shots that come from inside the 3-point line, and Corey Stevenson has been really good with about 17.5 points, 6.5 boards, shoots 43% from 3 points. Florida National as a whole, they shoot a hair above 35% from 3. That goes up to 37.4% in their home games now. Florida National in a tight spot, they do shoot just 68% the free throw line. A little bit of a worry there, but with the way that this team is able to generate turnovers, I do think that they find a way to get the job done. I think they get a high-scoring game, but I do think that the turnovers that Florida National generates keeps you under, so semi-total 164.5, like the under, and with Florida National, made them the 4.5 point favorite. I like them outright on the money line, 643, 644 on the betting board. You've got South Dakota, and they're going to be on the road against North Dakota. North Dakota, a 1 to 1.5 point home underdog. Total on this game, 161.5 to 164.5. For North Dakota, I did make them the favorite in this ordeal of 5 points. I'm going to be willing to lay it. With South Dakota, this team has just taken such a step back in terms of taking care of the ball. Last year, they were a top 5 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, outside the top 225 this season. And for South Dakota, they've been relatively okay in terms of guarding the arc. They do allow teams to shoot 33.8% from 3 overall, but a massive home and road divide. They allow teams to shoot 27.8% from 3-point range at home, 39.4% away from them, and North Dakota just got completely blitzed from 3-point range in their last game against St. Thomas. They allowed St. Thomas to shoot 16 out of 24 from 3-point range. I think we see that iron out a little bit more for North Dakota. Prior to that, they were a below average offensive team overall for the season. They're clocking in 296th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but in the South Dakota team, even with Cameron Fentz being able to give you 6+ rebounds per game, being a true 7-footer, I am there even worse. They're 312th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and if you look at them specifically in a roadside shoot score venue, they go well outside the top 340 with this regard as well. Now for South Dakota, they've got the Bruns burner and Isaac Bruns, who's done a nice job in terms of 20.5 points, 5 boards from 3-point range, shoots 38.5% from 3, and for the South Dakota team, they do shoot about 35% from 3-point range if you include their games against non-D1 teams, but just getting absolutely blasted on the inside, outside the top 340 in terms of opponent's 2-point shooting percentage, and this is a North Dakota team that just doesn't do the world's greatest job in terms of being able to hit their threes overall for the season. They only shoot about 32% from 3, so they are going to be looking to knife the ball down low a little bit more. You've got Grayson Ullman and Eli King in the backcourt, combined for about 24.5 points per contest. Garrett Anderson shoots 34% from 3, and for as bad as this North Dakota team is on defense, they've done one thing well. They've been a top 35 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, with a South Dakota team that's going to be looking to play play, very up-tempo in terms of total possessions per game, 22nd, and with them being as sloppy as they are with the ball, I think that means lots of points for this North Dakota team. Did set my line at 5. I like North Dakota on the money line. Made my total 165 as well, so I'm also waiting on the over. 645, 646, New Mexico State on the road against Delaware. Delaware is a 4.5 to a 5.5 point home underdog. 135.5 to 136 is the total, and with Delaware, I did set them as a underdog here of 6 points, so 5.5 is my max lay here with New Mexico State. It's a Delaware team that's actually been a top 225 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and we have seen this New Mexico State team really regress with their defense from a season ago. Last year, they were one of the top mid-major defenses in all of college basketball, down to about 142nd in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but they do not have to worry at all about Delaware getting second chances. They are outside the top 355 in terms of their offensive rebound percentage, and for Delaware, even though overall they're 182nd in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, that actually goes well outside the top 250 when they are at home as well, so that's been a little bit of a problem for them with this Delaware team. They've been a good three-point shooting team overall for the season. From three-point range, you're shooting a hair above 37% from three-point range. That does go down to about 36.3% at home. And New Mexico State, they're now a country average team with their three-point shooting. After last year, they were so rough with that, and a big reason why is the Meet Roadrunners transfer, as you've been able to get about 15.5 points, 4.5 boards out of Jamel Jones. He's been the main headline scorer, and then you've got down low Julius Mims, who's able to give you about 10 points, 6.5 rebounds per game. It's a New Mexico State team that is a top 125 team in terms of offensive rebound percentage, and they've still been good with their interior defense. They're still a top 125 team in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage. We just have really seen them give it up a little bit more from three-point range, but it's a Delaware team that has a tough time being able to put together good, clean possessions, and it's a Delaware team that has really looked to slow themselves down as well. New Mexico State, relatively slow at 271st in the country in terms of total possessions per game, but it's a Delaware team that's even slower. Right now, they're checking in 344th in all of college basketball, and at home, that actually goes outside the top 350, as you've got Christian Bliss, who's been able to give you 15 points, 6.5 assists, 5.5 rebounds, do it all sort of guy, and then you've had Justin Fernandez shoot about 44.5% for 3, 14.5 points per contest, McComb Embry, Tyler Hauser, they combine for about 25 points per game, but it's a very top-heavy team with having Jameel Brown currently missing due to injury. Just have not been able to get a lot out of Jaden Taylor either, so that's been a big, giant issue. And with this Delaware team, with them being outside the top 240 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, and just not generating any as well on defense. On defense, outside the top 300 in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis, I do think that New Mexico State, in a slog of a game, finds a way to pull it out and get the job done. So my total at a 132.5, so I'm going to be in on the under, and with New Mexico State, willing to lay up to 5.5 with them. 647, 648, it's a trade, and they're going to be on the road against IU-Indy. IU-Indy is between a pick-up to a 1-point underdog. Totals between 169 to a 170. So my total 168.5. So 169 plus, I'm going to be in on the under. Detroit is fast, but not necessarily warp speed fast. 112th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and it is a Detroit team just has not shot it well from three-point range right now. 293rd in the country. They shoot 31.1% from three. That goes down to about 30% away from home, and it's not like this IU-Indy team is lighting the world on fire either. IU-Indy likes to shoot threes, and they're 294, shooting 31.1% from three-point range. IU-Indy, a top 50 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but they're a team that gambles for turnovers, as they're outside the top 350 with regards to their overall rebound percentage, and that's a big reason why I did have to set Detroit here as a 4.5 point favorite. I'm going to be one taking a shot here on Detroit as a pick'em slash a very, very slim favorite slash underdog, as for Detroit, in terms of their overall offensive rebound percentage, they own there about 33% of their misses as an offensive rebound. That is 69th in all of college basketball. For IU-Indy, you've been able to get about 16 to 17 points per contest out of Kyler DeAgostino. He's been solid, shooting about 38.5% from three-point range, but he is the only out of their top 7 scorers right now that shoots above 35% from three-point range, and they take a whole bunch of threes. And then you've got 5.5 assists, 5 boards out of Finley Woodyard, which is really nice, but he and Jackson Edwards are the lone 2 guys on the roster, despite IU-Indy being in the top 10 in terms of total possessions per game that give you over 3.4 rebounds per game. That is absolutely ghastly. And then on the flip side for Detroit, you don't necessarily have that one-star rebounder. It's just a whole is greater than some of its parts sort of collective, as Legend Geeter, he's been able to give you 6.5 points, 5.3 rebounds per game, so he is able to Geeter done. And you've had Aiden Carter, been dealing with a little bit of injury. He's been their number 2 rebounder, probably going to be out of the fold once again in this game, but even with him being out, you've got, outside of a Legend Geeter, pretty much like 4 different guys that give you between 3.2 to 3.8 rebounds per game. Your top scorer, TJ Needoo, who's been able to give you 13 points, shoots 45.5% from three-point range. Pretty much nobody else on the roster shoots it really well from three-point range, but for this Detroit team, they've been able to do a pretty rock-solid job in terms of being able to force things to the outside. They allow opponents to shoot about 34% from three-point range, neither here nor there, and with this IU-Indy team, they've been much more ghastly with regards to their defense, and with IU-Indy in conference conference play, they've been slowed down by more than 5 possessions per game ever since it has began, and I do think that that's going to be just enough for you to say under in this spot. Did some by total 168.5, so I like the under, and with Detroit, I'm willing to take them as a pick-em, money line underdog / lay a small number, set them as a favorite of 4.5 points. 649, 650 on the card. It is Florida on the road against Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt finds themselves as 2.5 to 3 point favorites on this game, 160.5 to 162. Now I'm seeing a 1.5 out there as well, and I'm willing to lay a Vanderbilt. I did set them as a 6-point favorite. Now this Florida team is number 1 in all of college basketball in terms of their rebound percentage, and it's a Florida team that it does feel like they're starting to straighten out a little bit more with regards to their offense, but this is still a team that is outside the top 190 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis on offense, and they just have not been able to shoot it very well. Boogie Flan has not been a good fit for the team. Just a hair over 10 points per contest, shooting less than 25% from three-point range out of your 365 Division I teams. Florida is right now 353rd in the country in terms of their three-point shooting percentage, and this is a Vanderbilt team that I think is going to do a great job in terms of winning the turnover battle, because not only is Vanderbilt number 2 in the country in terms of taking care of the ball at home only 10.9% of their possessions end in a turnover, but in terms of turnovers induced on a per possession basis, they're 81st in the country on the defensive side of things, and this is a Vanderbilt team that is a top 40 team in terms of their points allowed on a per possession basis. Recognize that they got blasted on the glass a little bit a few days ago against Texas, but you still have been able to have a pair of guys in Devin McLaughlin along with Jalen Washington do a solid job down low. They're combining for about 12.5 rebounds per game, 20 points between the two of them, and they have to deal with the injury to Frankie Collins, who does a nice job generating turnovers, but then you got Duke Miles, Tyler Tanner. These two guys combine for 34.7 points per game. They combine to shoot about 38% from three-point range. Tyler Nickel, 46% three-point shooter. I do think that you're going to be able to get a nice high-scoring game in this one, as you got a pair of teams that are very much looking to push tempo. Vanderbilt is 30th in the country. There's a total possessions per game. This Florida team, right now, they are checking in about 49th in the country, and I do think that Florida is going to continue to ascend a little bit more with their offense. You've got Ruben Chinier, who will give you 10 points, 10 plus rebounds per game. Thomas Haw has been able to give you 6 plus boards, and he's like one of the few guys on the roster that shoots above 31% from three-point range. And for Florida, if you look at them in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, they're still about 32nd in the country with this regard, but they are giving up in that neighborhood about 15.5 points more per 100 possessions away from home rather than at home. You've had Xavier Lee do a nice job with his overall versatility, as he's been able to give you 10 plus points, 4 plus assists per contest, but again, has had a tough time shooting it from three. As Urban Klavzar has actually been your top three-point shooter, and I do think that Vanderbilt having that home court advantage where it's just very funky where the benches are and everything like that, I do think that Vanderbilt going to be able to get up off the mat and in a tight spot. Vanderbilt, they do shoot about 76% the free throw line. That's a top 55 mark in all of college basketball. And I do think that they rebound from that loss. I set my line at 6. I'm willing to lay the number, and I'm in on the over. I set my total at a 164. 651, 652 on the card. Syracuse, they're going to be on the road against Boston College. Boston College, a home underdog of 6.5 points, 136.5 is the total. So Syracuse is a 4.5 point favorite. I'm actually going to be willing to take the points with Boston College. Now, for Boston College, offense is absolutely awful. They're well outside the top 250 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, 50th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. So on Syracuse, they continue to be rock solid on defense, 21st in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. You got a pair of teams that aren't really going to be looking to gun it. For Syracuse, they're about to turn 12th in terms of total possessions per game, though Donnie Freeman says he's come back. He's been able to give you 16 plus points per contest. He's been able to give this team a little bit more three-point shooting. They have been much more proficient with regards to their offense, but then you also have a Boston College team that's about 261st in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and with this Boston College group, you've had Donald Hand be able to give you 15 plus points per contest, but he just does not really shoot it well from three-point range, and the entire team just does not shoot. I wish I could put it any other way, but this team is outside the top 290 in terms of both their 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage, along with their free throw shooting percentage, so that's been a little bit less than amazing to say the least. The car alarm is going off because they're that bad, but for this Boston College team, they're not really going to put you under duress on defense either. Outside the top 3 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but they're a top 75 team in terms of opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage. We got a guy in Broden Kapke, comes over from Butler, 9 points, 5.5 boards, shoots 29% from 3, which is right around average for the team. Luka Tooth has been able to shoot 44% from 3, but he's the only other top 7 scorers other than Fred Payne that shoots above 29% from 3-point range. Bain Train has been able to give you double figures as well, but for Syracuse, as I was alluding to, Donnie Freeman, he really uplifts this team, has given them a little bit more offensive pop, and this is a Syracuse team that is a top 75 unit in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. J.J. Starlin and Nathan George been solid in the backcourt. George is able to give you 6 assists, steal and per contest, 10.5 points per game, and then Starlin now up to 34% 3-point shooting, much better than he has been towards the beginning part of his career. In the end, though, I just don't trust Syracuse to be able to cover of the summer at the free throw line. They shoot 62.8% of the free throw line. That's a bottom 10 mark in all of college basketball. Think that you get a low scoring slog, semi-total 134.5. I like the under end with Boston College. Won't take 5+ with them. 653, 654. It is St. Thomas, and they're on the road against North Dakota State. The Bison find themselves as a favorite here of 1.5 points. 150.5 is the total. And for St. Thomas, I did set them as a 2.5 point favorite, so I'm going to be willing to take them as a money line underdog. For St. Thomas, it's been a little bit hit or miss for them on defense. Overall, about 175th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but this has been a team that has really been able to do a good job away from home. Away from home, they do become more of a top 125 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and after a rough 3-point shooting start to the season, St. Thomas goes out there and they go 16-24 from 3 against North Dakota. Certainly, I don't think that that's going to be a mainstay, but now they're back into the top 110 in terms of their 3-point shooting percentage. St. Thomas not going to grab any sort of second and third chances. Bottom 5 team in the country in terms of offensive rebound percentage, but even with that, they're 62nd in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and North Dakota last year was one of the most efficient offenses in all of college basketball. Let's take that step back to about 112th. They're more of a country average team with their 3-point shooting percentage. They've been much better on the glass, though, as they're a top 50 team in terms of offensive rebound percentage. They're grabbing about 34% of their missed shots as an offensive rebound, and well, this is a St. Thomas team that they're not going to grab for themselves any sort of second and third chances. They're not allowing you to grab second chances. They're a top 50 team with regards to their defensive rebound percentage. Now, I do think that you're going to be able to get in over here. You've got a St. Thomas team that's about 155th of the country in terms of total possessions per game. North Dakota State, they're up to about 165th. So both of these teams looking to play quite a bit more quickly. And for North Dakota State, the lifeblood of this defense has been generating turnovers. Top 75 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. But St. Thomas, top 25 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. For the North Dakota State team, you've got Damari Wheeler-Thomas, Makai Strickland combining for about 28 points per game. And Strickland does not pop it from 3. Wheeler-Thomas shoots about 37.5% from 3-point and gives out about 3 assists per contest. Andy Stefanovic, he's been able to give you about 4 assists. He's been able to shoot in the mid-30s from 3-point. So I do like what these guys are able to bring to the table. And on the flip side, you've got a St. Thomas team that has been able to get really good production on Noah Minsale. About 20.5 points per contest, 4.5 assists. Does not shoot it really well from 3, but Parker Bajerke shoots 41% from 3-point. Nick Jankowski's up to 35% 3-point shooting. If you look at conference play and conference play only, it's a St. Thomas team right now shooting 44% from 3-point range. They do a great job knifing the ball inside. They take great care of the ball, and with them not giving up a lot of second and third chances, I think that St. Thomas is able to control the tenor of the game, get the job done, and in a tight spot, St. Thomas does only shoot about 69% of the free throw line. Need to have a little bit of caution there, but I think even with that, they do find a way to be able to persevere in this ordeal. Set St. Thomas as a favorite 2.5 points, like them on the money line. So my total 152.5, so also on the over at 655, 656. Youngstown State is on the road against Cleveland State, and Cleveland State finds themselves as a home underdog here as you're catching between 6.5 to 7 points. 157 to 159 is the total, and I did set a total of a 154.5. I do like the under for this Youngstown State team. They've been a solid but not amazing defense. They are going to give up some second and third chances. Youngstown State is just 308th in the country in terms of defensive rebound percentage, but this is a Cleveland State team that has been just getting killed in the turnover battle outside the top 275 in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis on defense. They're outside the top 3 in terms of taking care of the ball themselves, and they don't grab a lot of second and third chances themselves at home. They're outside the top 3 with regards to their offensive rebound percentage, and Cleveland State, they're about 200th in the country in terms of points per possession. They've been a top 75 team with their 3-point shooting percentage, and top 140 team in terms of their overall points per possession away from home. More of a mid-tempo team, while Cleveland State is in the top 60 in terms of total possessions per game. But Youngstown State, I think, is going to be able to do a relatively solid job here on the inside, as they've got a true 7-footer in Aman Zulgalov, who's been able to come in, give you about 6.5 points, 1.8 blocks per contest. This team has also had Chris caroling all the way to 16.5 points. He shoots 43% from 3. Youngstown State starting to ascend with that 3-point shooting, as they've been able to shoot about 35.5% from 3-point. That's the top 125 mark in all of college basketball. And just like this Cleveland State team, the main kryptonite for Youngstown State on offense has been the turnovers. They are 321st in the country in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. So I do think that the amount of dead possessions in this game is going to be able to keep you under, even though Cleveland State has been a wreck with regards to their defense, to say the least. But for Cleveland State, you also have Trey Beard, the bearded man, who's been able to shoot it really well from 3-point range. Right now, he supplies the team with about 13.5 points per contest, shoots 43.5% from 3-point range. And then outside of that, Jaden Lipscomb, Ice Emery, these two guys combined to shoot about 38% from 3-point range, and combined about 23 points per contest. Hassan Nasai has been able to give you 14 points per game as well. And much of the team has been banged up throughout the season, but getting back Josiah Harris, who's able to give you 7 rebounds per game, that should help out this Cleveland State team down low. And if you do find yourself in a late game foul situation where Youngstown State needs to hit some free throws to be able to cover the number, 71.5% of the free throw line, outside the top 175 with that regard. Did somehow line at 6.5, so at 7+, I'm going to be willing to take those those points with Cleveland State, and on the other side, I total 154.5, 657, 658. Princeton is going to be on the road against Harvard, and Harvard does find themselves as a mid-tier favorite here, as you're going to be laying between 4 to 4.5 points. 129.5 to 130.5 is a total. Set a total of 133. I like the over. Now, Princeton has been outside the top 225 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and Princeton playing pretty stinking slow, 312th in the country. In terms of total possessions per game, Harvard is even slower. Harvard 349th in the country with this regard, but for Harvard, they're not going to put you under any sort of duress whatsoever, and Harvard has been a country average team in terms of taking care of the ball. Really, neither of these teams are above the top 250 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, so these two teams have had a little bit of a more difficult time than normal in terms of taking care of the ball, should be able to keep it clean, and for Princeton, I do think that it's very big that you get Dalen Davis back, as he was missing for about 10 games earlier in the season. When he's been out there, he's been their top scorer, 17 points per contest on 37.5% three-point shooting, and as a whole, Princeton is shooting 34% from three-point range, and they've been a good perimeter defense. They're a top 100 team in terms of opponent's three-point shooting percentage, but this is a Harvard team that I think is going to be able to look to win from within. Princeton has been able to do a pretty good job, much like a season ago, in terms of not allowing a lot of second and third chances. Now, for Princeton, they do rank 200th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, giving up about 17 points more per 100 possessions away from home rather than at home, but 26th in the country in terms of defensive rebound percentage away from home. Teams are only grabbing about 22.3% of their misses as an offensive rebound, and that's a top 20 mark in all of college basketball. But for Harvard, after like your main quartet of guys, Tay Barber, Robert Hitton, Chandler Piggy, Elon, Thomas Beatties, they all give between 11.6 and 16 points per contest, all between 3.9 and 5.5 rebounds per game as well. So a really good collective. They don't necessarily have the world's greatest amount of depth, but Austin Hunt, he's back to being healthy after he was missing for some time. He shoots about 44% from three, supplies the team with 7.5 points per game. Harvard as a whole may become a top 75 team with their three-point shooting percentage right around about 36.5% there, and with this Harvard team in a tight spot, they shoot 79.5% the free throw line. That is a top 5 mark in the country, and I think that that's just enough for them to slip by in this game, where I do think that's going to be close enough for late game falling. I set my line at a 5, so I had a 4.5, 1 to 8, and on the over, so my total 133, 659, 660 on the card. It's Bradley on the road against Illinois State. Illinois State is a favorite here, 5.5 to 6.5 points, 147.5 is the total. I set Illinois State as a favorite here of 5.5 points. 6 plus does become my buy point on Bradley. Now for Illinois State, they've actually been a top 25 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis in their own games. They go up against a Bradley team that's been really good at generating turnovers, top 50 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Then for Bradley, they can count on not getting a lot of second and third chances. Illinois State at home is allowing teams to grab 19% of their missed shots as an offensive rebound. That is currently number 7 in all of college basketball, but I do think that for Illinois State, a team that's been rather pedestrian in terms of their three-point shooting percentage, I do think that that's going to be going a little bit northward. Chase Walker has been your main man with about 13.5 points, 5.5 rebounds per game, but now you've got Terry Coleman shooting 46% from three with about 11 points per contest. Stipends, he shoots about 39% from three. Bowden Scumberg, he shoots 40% from three. So these ancillary guys outside Johnny Kinzinger have seen a bit of a dip down to 31% three-point shooting. They've all been able to step up in a big way, and I think that Kinzinger is going to be able to find it a little bit more, but this is also a Bradley team that they were a top 5 team with regards to their three-point shooting percentage a season ago. That is dove a little bit to about 34.5% from three-point range, but they're still doing a great job valuing the ball. They're a top 30 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, and while Illinois State is doing a lot of things well, they're not going to put you under duress. They're outside the top 10 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and got an Illinois State team that's looking to play a little bit more slowly, 226th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Bradley a little bit more quick, 119th in the country there, but for this Bradley bunch, even though they don't necessarily grab a lot of second and third chances, they themselves have been a top 55 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage. Alex Begarce, 11.5 points. He's been able to give you about 4 boards per contest. They've had AJ Smith along with Matt Jonovic combined for about 10.5 rebounds per game. I like what these guys bring to the table, but Jaquan Johnson, he's your main guy. 18 points, 3.5 assists, 4.5 boards, 3.3 steals, shoots 38% from three, with Hugh Begarce being able to shoot 40% from 3 points. I do think that Bradley is going to be able to do just enough to remain lively. Bradley also outside the top 3 in terms of opponent's 3-point shooting percentage, but I do think that you get a game that's going to have some sloppiness. Illinois State continues to be rock solid with their defense at home, so I did set a total here of a 145.5. I like the under end with Bradley at a 6+. I'm going to be willing to take those points as Illinois State. If you find them in a nip and tuck spot, this is a team that at the free throw line currently is shooting a nice hearty 67.6% the free throw line outside the top 3. So taking the points with Bradley, and I'm going to be in on this total under 661, 662. Iowa is on the road against Indiana. Indiana is finding themselves as 1.5 to 2-point favorites. Tallest game, it is between 142.5 to 144.5, and I said Indiana as a 4.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. You got two teams that are very rock solid with regards to their defense, and have an Iowa team that's outside the top 350 in terms of total possessions per game. So certainly a team that They like to play very slow. They like to play very controlled. But that said, for this Iowa team, they do experience quite a bit of a drop-off in terms of their overall production when they're away from home, as this is a team that is in the top 15 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. So they truly do a great job in terms of making every possession count. But if you take a look at what they've been able to do when they've been away from home, it is a case where they've been averaging about 28.8 points fewer per 100 possessions when they are in a road/shoot-score venue. And it's an Indiana team that's seen a little bit of slippage with their offense, but they're still 34th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. And this is an Indiana team that's done a great job in terms of locking down in terms of their defense. They're overall 39th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Meanwhile, Iowa's actually been quite a bit better at 26th. But again, for this Iowa team, they do give up about 12.8 points more per 100 possessions when they're away from home. And for Indiana, I absolutely love what you've been able to get out of your main man, as you've been having the Sam UC State transfer and Lamar Wilkerson supply 20 points per contest. Right now, he's shooting about 42.5% from three, and then Tucker DeVries just does it all. 14.5 points, 5 rebounds, 3 assists per contest. Reed Bailey has good versatility, 10 points, 4.5 boards, not shooting the same way from three as he did over at Davidson, but Indiana does a great job valuing the ball. Top 100 team. There's a few turnovers on a per possession basis, and name of the game for this Iowa defense is being a top 25 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and this is an Iowa team that's been able to excel with their three-point shooting, but now they face off against an Indiana team that's allowing teams to shoot only about 27.8% from three-point range. That's a top 35 mark in all of college basketball for Iowa. You really only have one double-figure scorer. That'd be Bennett Sturts, Mr. Do-It-All, 5 assists, 17.5 points per contest, shoots 38% from three, but Davion Banks shoots 53% from three with 9.5 points per contest. It's always greater than some of its parts collective on the glass, with having Banks, Alvaro Fogurius, Cam Maniwu all give between 3.9 and 4.6 rebounds per game. Cooper Cock has been able to give you about 3.5 boards, 7.5 points per contest. I do think that Iowa is going to do a nice job in terms of holding in there, but I do think that in the end, Indiana just has a little bit too much down low. It is an Iowa team that they just aren't playing the same way when they're away from home, and I do think that Indiana, with some late game fouling, they do find a way to be able to get the job done, and if Indiana does find themselves in a late game foul situation, this is a team that at the free throw line shoots 78%, top 25 mark in the country. So some online at a 4.5, willing to lay with Indiana, and I do like the over. So I total 144.5, 663, 664 at CCU on the road against Utah. Utah does find themselves as a home underdog here, 4.5 to 5.5 points, 154.5 is the total. Me by total 152. I'm going to be in on the under. TCU has just been so good with their defense away from home. Going into that game against BYU, a top 25 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis in a road/shoot-score venue, and a top 15 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis away from home. TCU has been able to do a pretty rock-solid job on the glass as well. They're a top 75 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage, with David Punch give you that punch down low, 13.5 points, 8 boards. It's a TCU team that could be a little bit hit or miss from three-point range at about 34% from the outside, and this is a Utah team that just has not been great with their defense. Currently checking in 280th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They do get James Okonkwo back. He's been able to give you 5+ rebounds per game, but Keanu Dawes is right now the lone guy that's able to give you double figures, and for TCU, they're just able to keep things cleaner with their offense because they've been able to have a good backcourt with having Mr. Brock Harding be able to give you about 6 assists, so less than 2 turnovers per game, 9 points per contest. He really doesn't shoot it well from three, but Xavier Edmonds, 45% three-point shooter with about 10.5 points per contest. James Pierre shoots over 42% for three, 10.5 points out of him as well. And then for this Utah team, you've had Terrence Brown be able to give you about 21.5 points per game, but he only shoots about 28.5% from three. The ancillary guys have been solid, and Utah as a whole, they shoot about 36% from three-point range. That is a top 75 mark in all of college basketball, but with the way that TCU is really able to shut down all of those opportunities, I think that that's big, and this is a Utah team that they're just not necessarily the world's greatest down low. In terms of their own two-point shooting percentage, they're about 141st in all of college basketball, albeit they've got a really nice home court environment, and they have been much more efficient at home. Dominic Henry is able to give you 18.5 points, does shoot over 80% the free throw line, and out of your top 4 scorers for Utah, 3 of them do shoot at least 80% at the free throw line. Then you got Keno Dawes give you about 9 rebounds per game, but Kunku, the lone two guys who give you over 3.6 rebounds per game. I think that TCU is able to dominate them down low, and TCU has been one of the best teams at traveling all season long, with Utah not putting them under duress. Utah outside the top 10 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Do you think that TCU controls the center of the game, gets the job done in a little bit of a lower scoring game? So I told 152, so like the under, and with TCU, want to lay up to 5.5 with them. 665, 666 at Siena. They are going to be on the road against Manhattan, and Manhattan does find themselves as a home underdog of 6 to 6.5 points. So on this game, 145.5 to 145, and Semi-total at a 145.5. So 145, my absolute max buy point on the over. And this is a Siena team that's looking to play very slowly. They're 353rd in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Manhattan is fast, but they're not necessarily super fast. 163rd in the country there. This is just a Manhattan defense that has been absolutely awful all season long. 335th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, while Siena's been really good. Siena overall is 59th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, a top 45 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis away from home, and in a road or neutral court venue, Siena is a top 20 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, so they've been able to do a really nice job there. And for the Siena team, you do have guys that just can't really bomb it from three-point range. Right now, they're shooting just 28.5% from three. That is a bottom 10 mark in the country. I do think that there's going to be positivity, though. Gavin Doty is up to now shooting 33% from three, 16 points per contest. You've got Francis Fullafox, who's been able to give you about 11 points. He shoots in the mid-30s from three. Christian Jones is a 36% three-point shooter. He's been able to come in there, give you about 5.5 points per game, and even with Siena just not really shooting it well from three, they're still a top 225 team in terms of points per possession because they take care of the ball. They've been a team that has been in the top 100 overall with regards to rebound percentage, top 75 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, and this Manhattan team is a bottom 10 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage. They are allowing teams to grab over 36.5% of their missed shots as an offensive rebound. Now for Manhattan, this team has been pretty solid in terms of giving themselves a few second and third chances as well, but it doesn't offset the fact that they give up so many of those second and third chances. And Manhattan, top 125 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, and if they can get to the free throw line, they're a top 15 team with their free throw shooting percentage. Sharon Jones, 92% free throw shooter, 10.5 points, shoots 38% for three. Jaden Winston, Devin Dinkins, they combine to shoot 37% for three, combined 28 points per contest, both shoot over 84% at the free throw line. But with Manhattan, just really hard to trust a team that just is so bad on defense. And if Siena does find themselves in a tight ordeal where they need to knock down free throws to cover the number, shoot about 72.5% free throw line, country average. So semi line at 7.5. I'm willing to lay up to 7 here with Siena, and 145 or less in on the over. 667, 668 East Tennessee State. They're on the road against Samford, and Sam Amford finds themselves as a home underdog of 2.5 points. 147.5 is the total. Set East Tennessee is a 4.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Now, Samford is really good in terms of keeping things clean. A top 20 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. They really just don't shoot well. They're outside the top 175 in terms of their 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage, and in a tight spot. They shoot 66.7% the free throw line. That is well outside the top 3. Now, I recognize that this is an East Tennessee team that it's really hard to trust in them in a little bit of a tight spot as well if it comes down to free throws. East Tennessee State, they only shoot about 74.5% at the free throw line, but that's a whole heck of a lot better than 66% at the free throw line. And for East Tennessee, you've had a pair of guys, Brian Taylor, Cam Morris, both give you about 14.5 points per contest, and they shoot a combined 36% from three-point range. Blake Barkley, on a very low volume, shoots 46% from three, 84% free throw line, 13.5 points, 5 rebounds per game. And East Tennessee State, they're not quite the same rebounding team that they have been in the past. They're outside the top 175 in terms of offensive rebound percentage, but they're still doing a nice job on the defensive glass, and they've become a much better team at generating turnovers. Top 65 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Now, again, I have a Samford team that's been able to do a very good job in terms of protecting the ball, but for the Samford team, it's been really all about Booth and Faulkner. You've had Dylan Faulkner give you 17 points, 7 boards. He's been rock solid there. And Jaden Booth, 41% three-point shooter, 90% free throw shooter, 20 points per game. But, I mean, he and Keaton Norris are like the lone two guys on the roster that have been able to shoot it relatively okay at the free throw line. For Booth, he is the only other top 4 scorers that shoot above 30% from three-point range as well. So it's been a little bit suspect there. And Samford just really doesn't give themselves a lot of second and third chances outside the top 250 in terms of offensive rebound percentage. Samford has been pretty solid inside. They've been a top 100 team in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, but getting blasted from the outside the top 3 in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. I do think that East Tennessee State is going to do a nice job in terms of playing a relatively slow and controlled pace. For East Tennessee, they're once again, in terms of total possessions per game, finding themselves back outside the top 250, as right now they're approximately about 291st. You got a Samford team that is right now checking in about 131st, so they're looking to push a little bit of tempo. But for ETSU, once again, 54th in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Think that they do a nice job controlling this game. For ETSU, set them as a 4.5 point favorite. We'll want to lay it semi-total 144.5, so also in on the under. 669, 670. Rutgers is on the road against Wisconsin. Wisconsin's a 14.5 point favorite. 148.5 is the total, and I said Wisconsin is a 15.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. For Rutgers, it's just not a good year for them. Right now, they're about 189th in the country in terms of points allowed. allowed on a per possession basis. This team actually started off halfway okay on offense. They're down to about 256th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and when you get them away from the rack, they're outside the top 290 in terms of points per possession. As for Rutgers, you've had Tariq Francis oftentimes coming off the bench, give you about 15 points. He's been able to shoot about 34% for 3, and Dylan Grant, good versatility, 36% three-point shooter. He's playing the team with about 12.5 points per game for a Rutgers team that, once again, they're pretty slow and controlled. They're about 276th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Wisconsin has really bumped up that tempo. They're up to about 104th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and for Wisconsin, they're right now about 63rd in terms of points per possession. They average about 18 points more per 100 possessions at home rather than away from home, and they've been doing so despite the fact that Wisconsin, who's taking a lot of threes, are a top 65 team in terms of percentage of their shots that come from three-point range. They're only shooting about 34% for 3. That's right around about country average, but they just still continue to do the little things well. They're a top 40 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. They shoot 75.5% at the free throw line. That's a top 50 mark in all of college basketball. They're not allowing second chances. They're a top 25 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage with Nolan Winter, 14 points and rebounds per game. They've had Austin Rampy a little bit banged up this season, but you've had John Blackwell, Nick Boyd do a nice job carrying this backcourt. They're combining for just under 38 points per game, and Blackwell, he does shoot about 38.5% from 3, and they've been able to get quite a bit more recently out of Alexis Belkuskis. Hopefully I said that correct. He's been able to give you for the season 5 points, 4 boards per contest, but had that nice outburst against Michigan where he had 17 points, was a big reason why the team was able to win that game. I really like his versatility, and I do think that Wisconsin is just going to continue to take it to a Rutgers team that's been all sorts of rough this far this season. Down low, they've been able to get about 6.5 boards out of Emmanuel Ogbole, but he's been only able to give the team about 5 points per game. It's a Rutgers team that is a top 125 team in terms of taking care of the ball. They don't put you under any sort of rest whatsoever, and Rutgers outside the top 340 in terms of their two-point shooting percentage. I do think that Wisconsin goes out there, gets the job done. And I do think that that lack of two-point shooting keeps you under. So semi-total 147.5, like the under, and with Wisconsin, we'll lay up to 15 with them. 671, 672. It's Fairfield. They're on the road against Marist. Marist is a 9.5 to a 10-point favorite total this game, 142.5, and with Marist, made them an 8.5-point favorite. So I'm going to be willing to take the points for Fairfield. Fairfield, not necessarily the world's greatest shooting team, but they do find themselves 133rd in the country in terms of points per possession because they do a good job in terms of the little things. This is a bunch that is not going to turn the ball over a ton, with Fairfield 35th in the country in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. They do a nice job in terms of fighting for second and third chances as well. They're 59th in the country in terms of percentage of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound. And if you look at them away from home with regards to their offensive rebound percentage, that does go into the top 40 in all of college basketball. Meanwhile, you've got a Marist team that they're doing a country average team in terms of pulling in their offensive rebounds at about 220th now. This is a Marist team that is a top 25 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and they are not allowing good, clean looks from three-point range whatsoever. Marist has always been a really good two-point shooting defense. Last 2 years, top 15 team in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage. They still check in the top 45 with that regard, but now teams are shooting less than 28.5% from three-point range against them as well. And for Marist, in a tight spot, they do shoot 78% of the free throw line. That is a top 10 mark in all of college basketball, with having Elijah Lewis supply 12.5 points per contest. He's been the main headline scorer, but Justin Menard, Rajon Blackwell, they combine for about 22.5 points per game. They both shoot about 34.5% from 3, and Menard does a good job in terms of being able to dish it out. 3.8 assists, 1.6 steals per contest. So these guys have been able to do a nice job there. Marist has been a team that has also put you under duress. They're now inside the top 55 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but I do think that Fairfield does a good enough job of taking care of the ball here. With Fairfield, they're not going to generate a lot of turnovers themselves, but you do have a guy in Braden Sparks who's been sparking the offense. 17.5 points, shoots 42.5% from three-point range. He is like one of their top 5 scorers that he shoots above 34.2% from three-point. Stu Turner does shoot about 34% from 3. The other of their top 5 scorers all shoot below 30.5% from 3, but Brandon Benjamin, how about 14 points and a half rebounds per game? Declan Wolfinger has been able to give you about 8 rebounds per game, so they've been dominant with that regard. It's a Fairfield team that has been relatively solid with regards to their interior defense. Top 175 team in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage, top 1 in terms of defensive rebound percentage. So I do think that the second chances are just not going to be here, and you've got a Fairfield team that they're a relatively mid-tempo team, and Marist, they're still relatively slow. Marist a little bit faster than in the past, but 265th in terms of total possessions per game. Fairfield 235th, so I do think that you get a little bit of a lower scoring slog of a game. I semi-total, you're at a 134.5. I like the under, and with Fairfield, won't take 9+ with them. 673, 674, it's Ryder. They're on the road against St. Peter's. St. Peter's a 10.5 to an 11-point favorite. 132.5 to 133.5 is the total. So St. Peter's is a 14.5-point favorite. I'm going to be one to lay the number. This Ryder team is one of the worst teams in all of college basketball right now. They're just absolutely losing the battle in terms of turnovers. They are a bottom 15 team in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis on defense. On offense, they turn the ball over about 13 times per contest. That's is hovering right around 300. They're not the world's worst team on the glass. They're a top 225 team with regards to rebound percentage. Shamari Fuller, along Caleb Smith, combined for about 13.5 rebounds per game. So these guys have been able to give you a little bit of something, and they combine for about 13.5 points per game. Zion Cruz and Flash Burton both give you 12.5 points per game apiece, but this Rider team shoots 25.3% from three. Dead last in all of college basketball, while they're in the bottom 15 in terms of two-point shooting percentage. Even though they grab a few second and third chances, that's not great to say the least, and their games don't involve a lot of possessions either. Right now, in terms of total possessions per game, they are checking in about 340th in all of college basketball, and St. Peter's, as per usual, they're not looking to push a lot of tempo. Right now, for St. Peter's, in terms of total possessions per game, 308th in all of college basketball. And this is a St. Peter's team that they always do a nice job grabbing second and third chances, 56th in the country in terms of percentage of their missed shots. They result in an offensive rebound. And St. Peter's is doing a great job in terms of generating turnovers. They're up to the top 30 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. You've also been able to have a nice headline guy in Brett Bland be able to step up with about 15 points. He shoots 38.5% for three. St. Peter's as a whole, they only shoot 31% for three, hovering right around 300th in terms of both their 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage, but they're solid in terms of getting to the free throw line. They're a top 50 team at the free throw line at 76.5%. As a matter of fact, each of your top three scorers shoot at least 79% at the free throw line. TJ Robinson give you about 11.5 points per contest is big, and I recognize that St. Peter's not going to give you a ton on offense, but continues to be a top 125 team in terms of opponent's 2-point shooting percentage, with Ryder being incapable of taking threes and hitting threes. I do think they get a slug of a game, and St. Peter's is able to control the tenor of it. I set my line at 14.5, 1 away with St. Peter's. I'm in on the under, set my total of 128.5, 675, 676 on the betting board. It's Akron. They are playing us to Western Michigan. Western Michigan, shock, surprise, surprise. They're a sizable underdog here as you're catching 18.5 with them. 167.5 to 169.5 is the total. Set a total of a 167. I'm in on the under. I just don't know if Western Michigan does their part with this total. They're outside the top 280 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. Western Michigan is fast, but not warp speed fast. 122nd in terms of total possessions per game. Now, what does help out this Western Michigan team is that they've got their guy in Justice Williams back, as he was missing all last season due to injury. You go back to 2 years ago when Justice Williams was over at Robert Morris. He was a double-figure scorer for them, and in the games that he's played, 4 in total, 17.5 points. He's supplying a steal per contest, shoots 35% from three for a Western Michigan team that is well outside the top 225 in terms of points per possession, and Western Michigan has seen a little bit of a rise with regards to their three-point shooting, and they're going to be going up against an Akron team that they just do such a great job in terms of excelling on offense. This is an Akron team that they do a nice job giving themselves second chances, 75th in the country in terms of percentage of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound, and Western Michigan, a top 225 team in terms of this as well, but with this Akron team, they shoot it really well from three-point range with Tavari Johnson give you 20-plus points per contest. Akron actually number 3 in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. They shoot about 37.5% for three. That's the top 50 mark in the country. Johnson shoots 38% from three, and each of your top 5 scorers, they shoot at least 37.5% from three. You've got Evan and Eric Mahaffey combining for 18 points per contest. Amani Lyles, 15.5 points, 7 boards per contest. This Akron team just checks all the boxes on offense. Defense is a little bit more suspect. They've been outside the top 175 in terms of opponent's three-point shooting percentage, but the one thing that this team does a very good job of is they're able to generate turnovers, and allude to it with Western Michigan. This is not a team that's taking care of the ball whatsoever. Akron is about 87th in the country in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Western Michigan not going to put you under duress. They're outside the top 340 in terms of turnovers per possession. I think that allows Akron to really pull this Western Michigan team away. Set my line at 21, 1 to lay the number, and I'm in on the underside my total at a 167. 677, 678. It is Miami. They are going to be on the road against Clemson. Clemson a 4.5 to a 5-point favorite. Total on this game 144.5 to 146.5. Set Clemson as a 3-point favorite. So I'm going to be willing to take 3.5 plus here with Miami. This Clemson bunch has been able to do a really solid job in terms of just being so well rounded both on offense and on defense. They're a top 65 team in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis. And for this Miami team, they have been a team that's really been controlling things on the boards. This is a top 40 team with regards to their overall rebound percentage, and for Miami, they are lying a little bit from the outside. They're outside the top 200 with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage, but the way that they're able to hunker down low, I think is going to be able to keep them very lively in this game. And you also have a Clemson team that from time to time, they can be a little bit suspect at the free throw line. Clemson, right now, they shoot as collective at the free throw line in that neighborhood of about 73%. That actually goes down to 71% at home. This is the Miami team that they themselves shoot 68.4% in the charity stripe, so that's been a little bit less than amazing. But for Miami, 21st in the country in terms of offensive rebound percentage, they grab about 36.5% of their misses as an offensive rebound, and For Malik Renew, he's been the main headline guy, 20.5 points, 6.5 boards, shoots 35% from 3. True Washington, mid-33 point shooter, but he throws in there about 12.5 points per game, and it's a Miami team that's also a top 70 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Now, what Clemson has been able to do a really good job of, they don't turn the ball over themselves. For this Clemson team, they're a top 20 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis on offense. On defense, they don't really generate a ton either, but they allow teams to shoot less than 29% from three-point range. That's the top 30 mark in the country. They're more around about top 50, top 65 with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, and they don't allow second and third chances, but this is a Clemson team that you don't necessarily have that feature guy. RJ Godfrey is right now your top scorer, 12 points, 5.5 rebounds per game. As a matter of fact, you have 9 different guys that give you between 5.4 and 12.1 points per contest. Godfrey along Carter Welling. Welling gives you about 5.9 rebounds per game. Lone two guys on the roster that give you over 4.2 rebounds per game, but it is a really good collective in general. I do think that in the end, Clemson is going to be able to get the job done, but I do think that this Miami team that does such a good job in terms of just being able to clean up the boards, doing the little things well, generating turnovers, is going to be able to make a little bit of havoc here. Miami is a little bit of an up-tempo team, 87th in terms of total possessions per game. Clemson 306, so do think that you get a bit of a lower scoring game, so I total 145, so I'm in on the under, and I'm willing to take anything above 3 here with Miami. 679, 680. LaSalle plays host to St. Bonaventure. St. Bonaventure, 3.5 point road favorites. So this game, 144.5. Set the Bonnies as a 6.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. LaSalle just has not been able to get anything going on offense whatsoever, and they're hurt even further by the fact that they're not really an up-tempo team. Right now for LaSalle, 323rd in the country in terms of total possessions per game. LaSalle doing an okay job of giving themselves second and third chances. They're about 95th in the country in terms of their offensive rebound percentage of their missed shots that become an offensive rebound, but 308th in all of college basketball in terms of points per possession. Now, it's a Bonaventure team that isn't quite the same defensively as they've been in the past, as they are a top 100 team in terms of points per possession, and you do have Frank Mitchell is giving you over 10 rebounds, over 15 points per contest, and then Daryl Buddy Simmons to be able to give you about 13 points. He shoots about 40% from three-point range, so they've been pretty rock solid there for this Bonaventure team. Right now, they're just 187th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but if you do take a look at what they've been able to do away from them, this Bonaventure team does become a top 65 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and for LaSalle, a team that should be really hanging their head on defense, they're in 74th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and for Bonaventure, they have become a top 100 team in terms of generating turnovers. So for LaSalle, I do think that there's going to be a lot of sloppiness with them, even though you do have down low a guy that's able to give you right around about 5 boards and 8.5 points per game, and Rob Dockery. You've got Jaden Marshall, who's been able to give you 12.5 points per contest. It's just been all sorts of janky for them, especially being outside the top 3 in terms of both 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage. And then on the flip side, you've got a Bonaventure team that, even though the defense is taking a little bit of setback, they just still have quite a few guys I think are going to be able to have active hands, be able to step up in this game. Deshaunte Bowen, Caden Charles, these guys have been able to combine for about 21.5 points per contest. Charles shoots in the mid-30s from three-point range. It gives you a steal and a half per contest. Bowen gives you a steal per game, and Daniel Igbeniwe, he's been dealing with a little bit of injury. He's been able to give you about 9 points per contest, but has been able to return in the last few games. He's generating about a steal per game at about 6 or 7, and I think that they blow away a LaSalle team that I just don't think that they do their part with the total because they're just so sloppy with the ball. I set my total at a 140.5, so I like the under, and with Bonaventure willing to lay up to 6.5 with them. 681, 682. It's Utah State. They're on the road against Grand Canyon. Grand Canyon is a home underdog of 5 to 5.5 points. So on this game, 147.5 to 148.5. And with Grand Canyon, I did set them as a underdog here of 8.5 points. So I'm going to be willing to lay with Utah State. Utah State just one of the most complete teams in all of college basketball. Currently ranking 30th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Offense has been a little bit more wobbly here in conference play, but they're still checking an 18th in the country in terms of points per possession. And if you look at them in a roadside-neutral venue, that actually ascends into the top 10. Meanwhile, you've got a Grand Canyon team that I just don't know if they're going to be able to do their part with this total. Currently, they're 160th in the country in terms of points per possession, and it's a Grand Canyon team that's been able to do a really good job on the glass. For Grand Canyon, they're 37th in the country in terms of overall rebound percentage, and if you look at them just in their home games, it actually ascends in the top 20, but for Utah State, I think that they're going to be able to match up relatively well in this ordeal because you do have a guy in MJ Collins that I really like, 20 points. He from 3-point inches right now going bombs away at 46% from the outside. And then around him, you've got two guys in Mason Fosloff, Gary Clark, that combine for 12 rebounds. Fosloff throws in their 2.5 steals per game, 16 points, shoots 38% from 3. Kobe King shoots 44% from 3-point. Carson Templin, he's able to give you 8 points. He shoots in the mid-30s from 3-point. So all these guys have been very complete with that regard. And then on the flip side of things, you've got a Grand Canyon team that they're just looking for 3-point shooting right now because they've been able to do a nice job inside. They've been able to grab those second and third chances, but They shoot a paltry 29.8% from three-point range if you include their games against non-D1 competition. That is outside the top 310 in all of college basketball. Jaden Henley has been your top scorer with about 17 points, but he only shoots about 25% from three right now outside of Dusty Stromer, who's been only able to give you about 6.5 points per contest. He's been a disappointment. You got one guy on the roster that shoots about 32% from three. Caleb Shaw, 8.5 points, shoots 37.5% from three, but you do have a guy, Nana Wusu-Anane, who's been very well-rounded, a block, a steal, 9 points, 9 rebounds per game. Makai Williams has been able to give you 12.5 points per contest. So, they've been able to do a great job in terms of everything outside their outside shooting, but that outside shooting is a big, giant issue. And this is a Grand Canyon team that they're a top 125 team in terms of generating turnovers, but they face off against a Utah State team that's in the top 15 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Grand Canyon outside the top 225 in terms of ball security. I think that's going to be their undoing. I did say Utah State as an 8.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number, and I'm in on the under. I set my total at a 144.5, 683, 684. On the card is Penn. They're going to be on the road against Dartmouth and the Quakers of Penn. All right, 1.5 point underdog, 161.5 to 162 is the total. Made Dartmouth the 3.5 point favorite, so I'm going to be willing to take a shot on them. It's a Dartmouth team that has really been able to go bombs away from three, with their main issue being the turnovers for Dartmouth. Outside the top 3 are in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but yeah, the Penn team that's really not going to take it away. 280th in the country in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and Dartmouth, they're even worse. They're 326th in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. So even though you might not get the world's most up-tempo game, Dartmouth right now, mid-tempo team about 149th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Penn right now is finding themselves more around about 184th. I do think that you're going to get good, clean, efficient offense. That's a big reason why I did set a total of a 157.5. I do think that things are starting to get a little bit out of whack now that we're up to about a 161 plus. So going to be in on the under. But that said, this is a Dartmouth team that I think is going to be able to pull it out because they've got the guy with a lot of versatility on their side. That would be Brandon Mitchell-Day. He's been able to give you about 12 points, throws in there 8.5 rebounds, shoots 39% from three-point. Jaden Williams, he shoots over 41% from three. He's playing with you with 12 points per game. And then Kareem Thomas, he's right now shooting 54% from three, 18.5 points per game. Again, it's a Dartmouth team that doesn't take care of the ball, but under a little bit less stress against this Penn team, and they're the team that does a much better job in terms of guarding the three-point line. Right now, teams against Dartmouth are shooting less than 30% from three-point. If you look at their games against non-D1 teams, if you separate it out for D1 competition and D1 competition only, 29.2%, that is 17th in all of college basketball. Meanwhile, Penn, they're allowing teams to shoot more around about 31% from three-point. So both of these teams have actually been very rock solid with that regard, and TJ Power has been able to do a nice job of powering this Penn team. A former top 40 recruit of Duke and Virginia has come in. He's been able to give this team right around about 14.7 boards, 3.5 assists per contest from three-point range. Shoots about 37.5% from three. Michael Zanoni has been able to give you 13 points per game, and they dealt with an injury to Ethan Roberts. He's been able to get back out there on the floor, scored 28 points in their last game against Brown, so he's back in full force, 19 points, shoots about 44% from three. But even with him back, I do think that with the way that Dartmouth is able to do a nice job in terms of guarding the three-point line and the way that Penn does not generate turnovers, that Dartmouth on their own floor finds a way to persevere, get the job done. Set my line at 3.5, so I'm going to be one to lay up to 3 with Dartmouth, and this is also a Penn team that in a tight spot, they only shoot about 70.5% at the free throw line, outside the top 235 with that regard. So going to be in on the under, and I'm going to be willing to lay with Dartmouth. 685, 686 on the card. Kennesaw State, we give our ode to Lane Kiffin Go Owls. They are going to be on the road against Western Kentucky. Western Kentucky open up as a 4-point favorite. Now they're a 7.5 point favorite. Total on this game, it is 163.5. Set my line at 5.5. I'm going to be willing to take the points with Kennesaw State. Now, I did have to make quite a bit of an adjustment because Simeon Cottle, your top scorer for Kennesaw State, was involved in the gambling scandal. That's not great, to say the least. He was averaging 20.5 points, 4 assists per contest, shooting 37% from three for a team that's outside the top 200 with their three-point shooting percentage. Yeah, that's not good. But that said, this is still a Kennesaw State team that they have a forte of being able to pound the glass. This has been a team that's been a top 40 team in terms of offensive rebound percentage. You've got Brandon Skip-to-my-Lou, RJ Johnson, and Ramon Seals, who I'll give you between 10.5 and 10.7 points per contest. With Seals and Lou, they've been able to combine for about 11.5 rebounds per game. Frickwan Sherman has been able to give you 8.5 rebounds per game. So these guys are still going to be able to do that. And for Western Kentucky, it's not like they're at full force as well. They've been dealing with injuries all season long. Brian Salbungwe, he was a good rebounder back in the day when he was over at Tulsa. He's been dealing with a little bit of injury. Now, you've got Tegan Moore giving you more, 17.5 points, 6 boards, 2.5 assists, shoots in the mid-30s from three-point range. But Western Kentucky, they're outside the top 200 with regards to their three-point shooting percentage. You got two teams that are looking to gut it, by the way. Both of these teams in the top 20 in terms of total possessions per game, and to the credit of Western Kentucky, top 75 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, but they are about a country average team in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. Western Kentucky, they've been a top 150 team in terms of offensive rebound percentage, so I do think that you're going to get plenty of second and third chances, and with Kennesaw State, I do anticipate them trying to slow down a little bit without Cottle out there because that's their main guy, but I mean, that said, with how banged up this Western Kentucky team is, so Bungwe has been dealing with injury, Darian Murdew, he's been their main point guard, just returned for this team. He did have 6 assists in the last game, that helps him out a little bit, but he's still trying to find his bearings as well. I do think that even though Kennesaw State is going to be without Cottle in this game, I do think that they hold in there against a Western Kentucky team that in a pressure spot, they shoot about 74% of the free throw line, but also outside the top 300 with regards to two-point shooting percentage. Made a total of 159.5 at a 160 plus in on the under, and one thing Kennesaw State, even without Mr. Cottle, 687, 688 on the card. Coastal Carolina, they're going to be on the road against Georgia Southern. Georgia Southern is a 5.5 to a 6-point favorite. 156.5 is the total, and with Georgia Southern, I did set them as a favorite of 5 points, so 5.5 plus. I'm going to be one take the points with Coastal Carolina to have two teams that are looking to play quite a bit of tempo. For Coastal Carolina, not necessarily warp speed, they're about 171st in terms of total possessions per game, but that's way faster than a season ago. Georgia Southern really looking to gun it. They're 21st in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Georgia Southern, they've been solid in terms of not allowing a lot of good looks from three-point range, but they've been a little bit more vulnerable on the inside, and this is a Coastal Carolina team that, to their credit, they've been a top 45 team with regards to their turnovers on a per possession basis. Now, they don't generate any as well. This is a Coastal Carolina team that they are currently well outside the top 340 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and this is a Coastal Carolina team that they've been really bad with their inside offense. Outside the top 340 with regards to two-point shooting percentage, so I did have to set a total here of a 157. Here at a 156.5, it's my max 5 point on the over, mainly because I do think that you're going to be able to get some late game fouling here. You had a Georgia Southern team that they are very much looking to pile drive the ball inside as well, and for Georgia Southern, in terms of their two-point shooting percentage, you're more around about 150th in all of college basketball. You've got a Georgia Southern team that has guards that I really like. Tyron Moore is able to give you more. He was the top scorer for the team 2 years ago. Comes back after last year, was pretty solid over at UAB, and he's been able to give you about 13 to 14 points per contest. Your main scorers right now, Spud Webb, 16.5 points. He only shoots about 30% per three, while Moore shoots 35.5% per three. But Georgia Southern, as a whole, they shoot about 33% from three-point range. For Georgia Southern, they also allow a lot of second and third chances. They've been outside the top 225 in terms of defensive rebound percentage, top 85 team in terms of generating turnovers. But again, with Coastal Carolina, they're not a team that's really looking to generate a lot of turnovers. And for the Georgia Southern team, top 50 team in terms of taking care of the ball. But for Coastal Carolina, having Rishi Jones and Joshua Beadle in the backcourt combined for about 30.5 points per contest, and Jones shoots 36.5% per three. That's big. It's a Coastal Carolina team that has been just outside the top 175 with regards to their three-point shooting percentage, but it is a team that's not allowing a lot of second and third chances as well. Coastal Carolina, top 150 team in terms of overall rebound percentage, having Reggie Hill give you about 5.5 rebounds per game, and for Coastal Carolina, you don't have anyone that gives you over 5.7 rebounds per game, but having 5 different guys that give you at least 4.4 boards per contest, I think that keeps them livelier. Set my line at 5, so at 5.5 plus, won't take the points with Coastal Carolina, 156.5. That's my max 5 point on the over, so I total 157. 689, 690 on the card. UMass is going to be on the road facing off against Northern Illinois. Northern Illinois, 8.5 point home underdogs set on this game, 153.5 to 154.5 with UMass. I did set them as the favorite here of 7 points, so going to be won't take the points with Northern Illinois. Northern Illinois is outside the top 300 in terms of defensive rebound percentage, but Northern Illinois has also done a shockingly okay job in terms of giving themselves some second and third chances. Now, this is a UMass team that's a top 75 team in terms of rebound percentage. You're a top 140 team in terms of offensive rebound percentage. You're much better on the defensive glass, but Northern Illinois at home, they grab about 37% of their missed shots as an offensive rebound. That is a top 55 mark in all of college basketball, and for UMass, this is a team that's had a very difficult time in terms of taking care of the ball. UMass, in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, right now they check in just outside the top 290. You've had Leonardo, but he'll be able to give you about 16.5 points, 7.5 rebounds per game, and the three-point shooting is much better for UMass this year. They're about a country average team. Gajel Parker shoots 44.5% per three, 11.5 points per contest. Marcus Banks shoots 38% per three, 16 points per contest, but also if this comes down to late game fouling, UMass outside the top 300 with regards to their free throw shooting percentage at 67%, and they also get bludgeoned down down low. This team is outside the top 275 in terms of opponent's 2-point shooting percentage, and this is not a Northern Illinois team that's necessarily amazing with their 3-point shooting, despite having Jai Otiko, who I really like. Otiko has been able to give you 7.5 points. Right now, only shooting in the mid-30s from 3-point for Northern Illinois. They are outside the top 250 with their 3-point shooting percentage, more around about 250th with their 2-point shooting percentage, and for Northern Illinois, need to clean up the fact that they turned the ball over 15.8 times per contest. They're a bottom 10 team in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis there, and they do really good at taking on the chin down low. They're outside the top 340 in terms of opponent's 2-point shooting percentage, and this is a UMass team that's very much looking to drive the ball down low. They're a top 75 team in terms of percentage of their shots that come from 2-point range. That said, it's a UMass team that, with their sloppiness as well, I think that there's going to be a lot of dead possessions in this game, and hard to trust in UMass to be able to cover this number with their free throw shooting. So, set a total of 153. You're at a 154.5, like the under, and I'm willing to take 8+ here with Northern Illinois. 691, 692. Quinnipiac is on the road against Merrimack. Merrimack, a home underdog of 1.5 to 2.5 points, 140.5 is the total, and I did say Quinnipiac as a 3.5 point favorite. I'm going to be one to lay the number. Just hard to trust in a Merrimack team that's outside the top 355 in terms of rebound percentage. And Quinnipiac, 90th in the country in terms of percentage of their missed shots. They're resulting in an offensive rebound. Quinnipiac is going to be able to own the paint. And for Quinnipiac, they've been dealing with an injury to their top scorer, Jaden Zimmerman, who's been supplying the team with about 17.5 points per contest. But they just got him back, and he has not missed a beat in the first 2 games back, a combined 39 points. So you'd like to be able to see that. And then Amari Monroe should be able to take over things down low, 17.5 points. He, from 3-point range, has only shot about 23% after he was much better last year, but 7.5 rebounds per game. Grant Randall is able to give you 6 rebounds per game. Keith, give me just one more. McKnight, give me about 5.5 rebounds per game. And Quinnipiac, they shoot about 36% from 3. That's the top 100 mark in all of college basketball. And for Merrimack, they're still solid at generating turnovers. They're not the team that they have been in the past, though. They have slipped outside the top 55 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. They themselves do a nice job taking care of the ball. They're a top 50 team in terms of US turnovers on a per possession basis. Outside the top 280 in terms of 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage, despite KVR Kennedy, your top scorer with 16 points, 4 boards, 4 assists, shooting 46% for 3 as he's on such low volume. It's not even funny. Ernest Shelton does shoot 36% for 3, 15.5 points per game, but right now for Merrimack, you don't have a single guy that gives you over 4.3 rebounds per game. Todd Brogna, who comes over from Seton, 5.5 points, 4.5 rebounds per game, and then Casey Ugakazi has been able to give you about 1.8 blocks per contest. His team actually blocks a few shots, but that said, for this Merrimack team, with them taking quite a bit of a step back in terms of generating turnovers, with this team being well outside the top 175 in terms of its 2-point shooting percentage, I think that Quinnipiac wins from within. And if Quinnipiac does find themselves in a little bit of a tight spot, this is a team that at the free throw line, they've been relatively okay, shooting about 70% at the free throw line. So I'm going to be one to lay with Quinnipiac, set them as a 3.5 point favorite. Merrimack outside the top 330 in terms of total possessions per game, made a total of 137.5. I'm in on the under. 693, 694. UTEP is on the road against Liberty. Liberty is a 13.5 to a 14-point favorite. 137.5 is the total. Semi-line at 16. I'm going to be one to lay. I'm just not in on this UTEP team whatsoever. They actually grab more offensive rebounds than they did a season ago. Top 225 team there in Liberty. They are well outside the top 355 in terms of percentage of their missed shots. That results in an offensive rebound, but it's a UTEP team that they always get blasted down low. They are currently outside the top 320 in terms of defensive rebound percentage away from them. UTEP is right now allowing teams to shoot about 35.8% from 3-point range at a roadside shoot score venue, and this is a Liberty team that's one of the best 3-point shooting teams in all of college basketball. Brett Decker, 16 plus points per contest. He's able to shoot about 50% from 3. And then if you got Zach Cleveland, he's saying 6'7". He's a little bit of a point forward. Supplies the team with 14 plus points, 8 boards, 7 assists per game. He doesn't really pop it from 3, but he allows someone like Akaden Bethany, who gives you 13 points per contest, to shoot 40 plus percent from 3. Liberty as well, they shoot 45.5% from 3-point range at home. I think that sees a little bit of regression, but I mean, it's a UTEP team that they sell for turnovers. They're back in the top 50 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but you'd expect them to be a little bit better there. Liberty is a top 100 team in terms of taking care of the ball, so that's going to be undone. And then you've got Elijah Jones, Jamal West for this UTEP team, combining for about 26.5 points per contest. And to the credit of West, 6.8 rebounds per game. He's the lone guy on the roster. That gives you over 4.7 rebounds per game. And you only have 3 guys for this UTEP team that give you over 2.4 rebounds per game. Just not great on the glass, to say the least, with this team outside the top 250 in terms of their own 2-point shooting percentage, shooting just 31.5% from 3. I think that Liberty blows them away. I think that's going to be a lower tempo game, and I think that Liberty executes well on offense, and UTEP just is not. Semi-total 136. I like the under, and I'm going to be willing to lay up to 15.5 here with Liberty 695, 696 on the card. It is Drake, and they're going to be on the road against Illinois Chicago. UIC finds themselves as a pretty slim favorite here of 3.5 points. 139.5 is the total. Set my total at a 138.5. I do like the under. You've got a Drake team that has been very good with the ball. They're a top 75 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. They're a team that when they get to the free throw line, they've been a little bit rough there. They shoot away from home 68% at the free throw line. That's a big reason why I did set Illinois Chicago here as a 4.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay it, but Drake is going to be looking to slow this game down. They're about 245th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Illinois Chicago about as mid-tier as it gets, 224th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. And Illinois Chicago in a tight spot, they shoot 74.8% at the free throw line. That's a top 100 mark. And for Illinois Chicago, their games involve a whole heck of a lot of second and third chances for both teams. As right now for Illinois Chicago, they allow opponents to grab 35.3% of their missed shots as an offensive rebound. That is outside the top 340 in all of college basketball. Meanwhile, they're 43rd in terms of offensive rebound percentage. They rebound about 34% of their misses. Drake is the exact opposite. They're 335th in terms of offensive rebound percentage. And in terms of defensive rebound percentage, they allow teams in a road/neutral venue to grab about 28.5% of their misses as an offensive rebound. That's a top 150 mark in the country. And for Drake, well, they do a nice job in terms of taking care of the ball. They really don't force a lot of turnovers. But for this Drake team, you've been able to get good production out of Jalen Quinn, a man that used to be out there in the city of Chicago for Loyal Chicago, 16.5 points, shoots in the mid-30s from three. And then you got Jashawn Thomas, who's been able to shoot 42.5% from the outside, 11.5 points per contest. Oku Frederico giving you 11.5 points per game. That's rock solid. And for this Drake team, they've been good with regards to their opponent's two-point shooting percentage. A top 65 team in terms of opponent's two-point shooting percentage in a road/neutral venue. But that's it for this Illinois Chicago team. I do think that they're going to be seeing a little bit of a rise up with their three-point shooting. Right now, they're outside the top 300 in terms of their three-point shooting percentage, with Ahmad Henderson shooting just 26.5% from three-point range. A season ago, this was a man that was shooting more around about 33.5% from three-point. So I do think that there's been a little bit of bad variance there. He's been able to give the team 12.5 points per contest along Dandy Johnson. Johnson and Elijah Crawford both shoot about 33.5% from three, but Crawford still the fold. He's going to be missing probably for the foreseeable future, but Abdul Mamoa down low is able to give you a block and a half per game, so they should be able to do a relatively solid job controlling things. This is an Illinois Chicago team that's in the top 175 in terms of both opponents' two-point and three-point shooting percentage, and they just have been unlucky. Teams against them at the free throw line shot 76.5%. The charity stripe, that's a top 20 mark in all of college basketball, so we should see that normalize. And this is an Illinois Chicago team that's been pretty solid in terms of generating turnovers. They themselves outside the top 225 in terms of their own ball security, but for Illinois Chicago, in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, they do check in overall 57th in all of college basketball. In their home games specifically, that goes down to about 75th, but I do think that this is going to be a more controlled game, and I do think that Illinois Chicago covers at the charity stripe. So semi line at 4.5. I'm willing to lay up to 4 with UIC. Semi total 138.5. So also in on the under 697, 698. Northern Iowa, they are on the road against Valparaiso. Valparaiso is a very slim home underdog here of 1.5 to 2 points. 130.5 is the total. Made a 12, 126.5. I like the under. This Northern Iowa team, 358th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Northern Iowa, not bad at generating turnovers. Top 130 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Valparaiso has been actually really good at taking care of the ball, and they're a country average team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. But if you look at their home games specifically, they do rise up into the top 100 with that regard. But this is a Northern Iowa team that, even though they don't grab any second or third chances, they're outside the top 340 in terms of percentage of their missed shots. That results in an offensive rebound. I think that they get the job done here because you got a Valparaiso team that I wish I could put it any other way. They just can't shoot. This Valparaiso team is well outside the top 340 in terms of their two-point shooting percentage. They're outside the top 250 with regards to their three-point shooting percentage. Valparaiso, relatively okay at the free throw line at about 165th, but man, not necessarily great with that regard. Northern Iowa, meanwhile, at the charity stripe, they are just shooting 68% at the free throw line, but I do have confidence in them being able to get the job done because you bring in the former Virginia recruit in Leon Bond. He and Trey Campbell, these two guys have been able to combine for about 25.5 points per contest between the two of them, about 2.5 steals per game. In Northern Iowa, you're not going to get clean looks up from three-point range against them. They're allowing teams to shoot less than 26% from three-point range. That's a top 5 mark in all of college basketball. They're a top 50 team in terms of not allowing you to get to the free throw line. Now, they themselves are outside the top 300 in terms of free throw attempts on a per possession basis, but I do like the way that Northern Iowa also has been a top 75 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage. They don't grab second chances themselves, but they don't let you grab second chances. Valparaiso, they have been a top 125 team in terms of offensive rebound percentage, and with their inability to shoot, they really need those rebounds, as you've got Owen D's, JT Pettigrew, who've been able to combine for 26 points per contest in D's, while he's giving you D's percentages at 42.5% from three-point range. Could have went much more inappropriate there, and 87.5% at the free throw line. You've got Rakeem Chaney, who's been able to do a nice job with the team, about 10 points per contest contest. Justice Aaron McNair has been able to throw in there about 6.5 points per game. And Valparaiso, I do think that they're going to do a solid job in terms of holding in there. They're a top 125 team in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, but just not being able to execute inside against a Northern Iowa team that really doesn't have a ton on the inside. Right now for this Northern Iowa team, the only guy that gives you over 5.5 rebounds per game is Leon Bond. You also have Tristan Smith, give you about 5.3 boards per contest. I do think that Northern Iowa does a good job being able to control the tenor of this game and being able to get the job done in a slog. I set my line at a 126.5 with the total, and on the under of a little after 4 with Northern Iowa, 699, 7 under on the card. LSU is playing us to Missouri, and Missouri does find themselves as a slim underdog here of 1.5 to 2.5 points. 152.5 to 153.5 is the total. Set a total of 152.5. So at 153 plus, I'm in on the under for Deon Thomas. Him dealing with injury for LSU, that's really taking it out of the team. A team that has been a top 40 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis in their home games. For LSU, they got down big against Kentucky and they tried to rally back, but you can tell that without Thomas in the fold, they're just not the same team. It means that Michael Nwoko, who down low has been able to give you 14.5 points, 6 rebounds per game, he really becomes a feature man. And then you have Markel Sutton, who's been doing a nice job pulling there, 8.5 rebounds per game. Paulo Tamba is able to give you 7.5 boards. So this is still an LSU team that's been able to do a very solid job on the glass. And Missouri is much improved on the glass. Jacob Cruz has been able to give you 14 points, 5 plus boards, and he's actually been able to shoot it relatively well from 3-point range. But this LSU team should be able to control things down low. They're a top 45 team in terms of their 2-point shooting percentage, or a top 45 team in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. They actually have been a country average team with their 3-point shooting, but what you lose with Thomas is just that main ball handler that has allowed them to be so, shall we say, crisp with their offense. Now you're going to be relying a little bit more on Jalen Reese, who's been giving you about 2.5 assists per game, but he's a freshman, and for this Missouri team, typically this is a team that has pretty solid active hands, and they do find themselves back in the top 185 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. But also for this Missouri team, if you do find them in a little bit of a tight spot, they shoot 58.9% at the free throw line away from home. That is well outside the top 300 in all of college basketball. It's a big reason why I did set LSU still as a little bit of a favorite. I set them at 2.5, so I wouldn't want to go past a 1.5, but still, this is a Missouri team that they're just not the same in the backcourt as they have been in past seasons. You've got a little bit more size with someone like a Jevin Porter who's saying 6'11". He's been able to give the team some good production, and they're getting back Gene Stone. 15 points, 5 boards from 3-point range. He's been shooting in that neighborhood about 43.5% per 3. For a team that shoots 36.5% per 3, still a top 55 team in terms of points per possession, but I have a lot of fear with that free throw shooting percentage, and even though LSU has been missing Deon Thomas, they're still very solid with regards to their interior offense and defense, and LSU, to their detriment, they do go up against a Missouri team that is the same way. Missouri, top 55 team in terms of opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage, so made a total of 152.5. You're at 153 plus. I'm in on the under, and I'm a little up to 2 with LSU. 701, 702 on the card. Georgia State is going to be on the road against Louisiana Monroe. Monroe is a home underdog of 5.5 to 6.5 points. 153.5 is a total. Made a total of 155. I do like the over. Louisiana Monroe has been a top 5 team to the over thus far this season. They played over 2/3 of their games to the over. As for this Monroe team, they are turning down for absolutely nobody whatsoever. 75th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Georgia State, neither fast nor slow. 153rd in the country in terms of total possessions per game. And it's a Georgia State team that has actually been 8th in the country in terms of their free throw shooting percentage. Problem has been they just have not been able to get to the free throw line, and it's a Georgia State team that they just have not really been able to put points up on the board. They are currently 339th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, but ever since Sunbelt play has began, things have been able to get online, and the big reason why this Georgia State offense has been so awful is that they were without Jelani Hamilton for quite some time. Top scorer was missing for 5 games. He's been able to give the team 18 points, shoots 38.5% for 3. This is for a team that's hovering right around about 300th with their 3-point shooting percentage at 31.3%, so we're starting to see improvement there. It's still outside the top 340 in terms of their 2-point shooting percentage, but in conference play, this team is averaging about 72.8 points per contest, and they get to go up against a Monroe team as well outside the top 300 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Now, for Monroe, this has been a solid 3-point shooting team. I'm not going to call them amazing by any stretch of the imagination, but it's a team that as a whole, they're shooting from 3-point range in that neighborhood about 36.2%. At home, that goes up to about 38.9%, so that's a top 100 mark in all of college basketball. And for this bunch, the big guy for them has been the Mississippi State transfer in Matavius Russell has been able to give you 15.5 points per game from 3-point range. He's been able to bomb it at about 37.5%, but don't look now, Christian Lewis has all of a sudden become their top scorer. He's been able to give you about 17.5 points per contest, and early on during the season, he was a little bit hit or miss. He throws in there about 4.5 boards, 3 assists per contest, but if you look at things really ever since that Mississippi Valley State game, it has been a big giant turnaround for him. In the last 11 games, he's been averaging for the team now about 20 or so points per contest from 3-point shooting 39%, from the outside, so he's been able to do a really good job with that regard, but it's all about trying to be able to get a little bit more down low of this team, as they are just getting absolutely bludgeoned on the glass. This team is well outside the top 290 in terms of rebound percentage, or outside the top 330 in terms of opponent's two-point shooting percentage. They don't guard the arc too badly, but they're also outside the top 300 in terms of offensive rebound percentage. Lavelle Bruneau has been able to give you 8.6 rebounds per game. One guy at the roster that gives you over 4.5 rebounds per game. And for Georgia State, I do think that they find a way to be able to persevere here, but with this Louisiana Monroe team, I do think that their three-point shooting that's just enough to keep them lively here. Set my line at 5, so I'm going to be willing to take 5.5 plus here with Louisiana Monroe, and with this total, I'm going to be in on the over. Set my total more around a 155. 703, 704 on the card. Charleston is going to be on the road against Stony Brook. Stony Brook is a 4.5 to a 5.0 underdog. So on this game, 139.5, and with Charleston, I only made them a 2.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to take the points. Stony Brook has actually been a relatively okay team with regards to opponent's two-point shooting percentage. Stony Brook is really giving you nothing whatsoever on the glass, and really both of these teams have had a little bit of a tough time holding in their second and third chances. For Charleston, they're outside the top 200 with regards to their offensive rebound percentage. Stony Brook is right now 306th, and in their home games for Stony Brook, they're only grabbing about 22.5% of their missed shots as an offensive rebound. That is currently outside the top 320 in all of college basketball. And Stony Brook not playing with a lot of possessions, 325th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Meanwhile, you've got a Charleston team that they're starting to speed up a little bit more with getting guys back from injury, but they're still only about 200th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. And Charleston just has not been able to shoot this year. They're outside the top 295 in terms of their three-point shooting percentage. Now, being able to get back a pair of guys from the beginning part of the season, and Connor Hickman, who's been able to give you 12.5 points, 4 boards per contest, and then having back in the full Kobe Duggan, who's been able to give you 12.5 points, was a good scorer over at Campbell last season. That's been able to help them out, but I mean, even with Duggan, he's shooting about 35.5% from 3. Martin Kalu has been able to shoot 36% from 3, 11.5 points per contest. Just been a little bit janky with this team. They've had Shaw Machu down low be able to give you about 6.5 boards, 3 blocks per contest, and Christian Reeves is up to about 6 rebounds per game, so they've been able to do a rock-solid job there, but this is a Charleston team that has been outside the top 150 in terms of their overall rebound percentage, are allowing quite a few second and third chances, and for Charleston, they are just still not being able to execute around the outside, and for Stony Brook, this has been a team that's been well outside the top 150 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. That said, they've actually been a halfway decent three-point shooting team, as they're shooting about 34% from 3. They're just not knocking down any twos. They're doing a great job guarding the shots from the inside. They're not doing a great job of knocking them down themselves, and right now you've only got one guy on the roster that gives you over 6 rebounds per game. Richard Goods, 7.6 rebounds, actually shoots 41% from 3, and then Rob Brown, he's been able to shoot about 37.5% from 3, 11 points per contest. Eric Pratt, he's been able to give you about 18.5 points per game as well, and this is a Stony Brook team that is looking to take a few more shots from three-point range. They're a top 75 team in terms of percentage of the shots that do come from three-point range, so I think that that's going to be beneficial against a Charleston team that has been a little bit more strong on the inside. Right now, they're allowing teams to shoot from three-point range more in that neighborhood, about 32.5%. They're outside the top 125 with that regard, and for the Charleston team, I do think that they're going to do an okay job on the glass, and Charleston, top 125 team in terms of taking care of the ball. They don't generate any turnovers whatsoever outside the top 300 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Do think that Stony Brook is going to be able to remain lively, and if you do have yourself a tight game, this is a Charleston team that right now at the free throw line, they shoot about 73.5% the free throw line, country average there, and I do think that Stony Brook is going to be able to flow good enough offense to be able to hold in this game. I do think that this is going to be relatively slow and controlled, so along with taking the points here with Stony Brook, set them as a 2.5 point underdog, maybe a total 138.5, so also on the under. 705, 706 on the card. Indiana State, they're on the road against Murray State. Murray State, a double figure favorite here. You're laying 13 to 13.5 with them. 163.5 is the total, and said Murray State is 14.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay it. Murray State is essentially daring you to drive the ball inside, as right now in terms of 2-point shot rate, they are number 1 in all of college basketball. Over 72% of opponent shots come from inside the arc, and for Indiana State, this is a team that they are very much looking to take threes. The problem is Indiana State is not making any of those threes right now. Right now for Indiana State, I do think that there's a little bit of positivity doing here, but they're right now shooting 29.8% from 3, 326 in all of college basketball. Murray State is going to be able to win that perimeter battle, as for Murray State, they've been able to shoot about 37.5% from 3. That's a top 35 mark in all of college basketball, and Murray State should be able to own the paint, as you've got Fred King began his career over at Creighton. He's been able to give the team 8+ rebounds per game with Murray State. You've got a guy, Mason Miller, comes over from Creighton as well. He's been able to shoot just below 50% from 3, 7.5 points per contest, and then you've got, along with King, give you 12.5 points per contest, Romont Dean give you about 12.5 points, 5 boards, and then Javon Jackson has been the head of the sink in the backcourt with about 17 points per game. It's a Murray State team that's not really going to put you under duress in terms of generating turnovers, but they've been a top 125 team in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, and for this Murray State team, they have been outside the top 125 in terms of defensive rebound percentage, but they do a nice job on the offensive glass as well. And for Indiana State, just the ball security for this team continues to be awful, outside the top 285 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. Now, you do have Ian Scott along Campbell Wagner, who have been able to combine for 27 points per game, and Scott shoots 42.5% for 3, 7 boards per contest. You've got Camp Wagner, who's done a nice job generating about a steal, 4.5 rebounds per game, so these guys have been rock solid. And then you've got NL St. Bernard, who's been able to give you about 5 rebounds per game as well. But for Indiana State, they've been a top 40 team with regards to their 2-point shooting percentage, so having that taken away from them, that is going to be very impactful for Indiana State. They've been able to do a nice job in terms of guarding the 3-point line, top 150 team in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, but they're not grabbing any sort of second and third chances. They're going to be owned there. And for Indiana State, this is a team that's looking to push a little bit of tempo, much like Murray State. Murray State, in terms of total possessions per game right now, they find themselves 39th in the country. Indiana State 101st, but I just don't think that Indiana State does their part in terms of being able to get you this total over. So it is a circumstance where I did set my total here at a 162.5. Murray State, I think, is going to be able to hold up on the inside against an Indiana State team that they take over 44% of their shots from 3-point range. They do execute inside, but I think that Murray State takes that away from them. So I'm going to be willing to lay the number, and I'm going to be in on this total under as well. 7-7, 7-8 on the card. Michigan is on the road against Oregon. Oregon is a sizable underdog here of 18.5 to 19 points. So this game between 154.5 to 155.5. Set Michigan as a 14.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to take the points, and I fully recognize that Jackson Shellset is right now dealing with injury for Oregon. That's not great, and this is an Oregon team that in general has had a tough time taking care of the ball outside the top 175 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. As a matter of fact, well outside the top 200, and you're most likely going to be looking at having a lot of TK Simpkins needing to step up in this game. He's been able to give the team 12.5 points, shoots 38% from 3, and Nate Biddle, 16 points, 6.5 boards. He's been a mid-30s point shooter as a true 7-footer, so in the absence of Shellset, he's been able to do a nice job in terms of holding it down. And Oregon is a top 35 team in terms of percentage of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound, but Oregon very pedestrian with their defense, well outside the top 125 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, outside the top 135 in terms of opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage. They've also been really unlucky. Team shoots 78.5% the free throw line against them. That's a bottom 5 market all of college basketball. I do think that gets a little bit better. Michigan, in a road/neutral court venue, they've been right around about 200th in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. That's an issue. Now, they've been tremendous down low. They're number 1 in the country in both their own 2-point shooting percentage on offense and opponents' 2-point shooting percentage on defense. So they've been able to do a tremendous job there. It's a Michigan team that's a top 25 team in terms of total possessions per game. Oregon, much more of a mid-tempo team. Oregon, right now, they're checking in terms of total possessions per game, more around about 223rd. But I do think that having KJ Evans, who's been able to do a solid job, give you about 5 rebounds per game, that helps to be able to mitigate a little bit of what you get out of your big 3 from Michigan, as you've got Ade Merritt, about 2.5 blocks, 10.5 points, 7.5 rebounds per game. Morris Johnson, 14.7 boards. Yaxel Lundeborg, a steal, a block, 14.5 points, 7 boards, and he shoots about 35% from 3. And then you have Roddy Gale, who's been able to do a nice job in terms of helping out this backcourt. Doesn't necessarily shoot it well from 3, as Michigan slightly above average, shooting about 35.5% from 3. They just do a really good job in terms of executing their stuff. But again, having to travel out there to the West Coast, I think that takes a little bit out of them. And even with no Shellset for Oregon, I do think that they cover this number. I'd set my line at a 14.5. So I'm going to be willing to take the points. Maybe I total a 156.5. So you're at a 154.5, 155.5. I'm in on the over. 709, 710 on the card. It is more at St. They're going to be on the road against Tennessee Tech, and Tennessee Tech is a 1.5 point favorite. 142.5 is the total, and I made Tennessee Tech the 7-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. I'm just not a believer in this Morehead State team at all. Morehead State right now is shooting about 31.2% from 3-point range. That's outside the top 280 in all of college basketball. They do an okay job giving themselves offensive rebounds. They're a top 55 team in terms of offensive rebound percentage, but they're also really giving up a lot of second and third chances as well. They're 333rd in terms of defensive rebound percentage. They are not doing a good job in terms of taking care of the ball, in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. They check in 315th in all of college basketball, and this has been a pretty putrid defense as they don't generate any turnovers whatsoever. If you look at them in terms of just raw points allowed on a per possession basis, this Morehead State team is 317th in all of college basketball. Not that this Tennessee Tech team has been anything magnificent. They're more around about 277th, but it does provide a little bit more encouragement there. And this is a Tennessee Tech team that, even though it is a little bit wobbly with what you're going to be able to get out of the backcourt, you do have Mekhi Connor, who's been able to do a nice job in tandem Fordham with Danny Pounds of combining for about 21.5 points per contest. Pounds has been able to shoot 42% from 3-point range. These two guys, they combine for about a steal and a half per contest as well. And then you've got Judge Juwan Nichols, who's been able to supply about 4.5 rebounds, 9.5 points per game. Tennessee Tech does not grab the same amount of second and third chances as Morehead State does, but they're the better overall rebound percentage team. It's a Tennessee Tech team that has also been able to do a relatively solid job down low against a Morehead State team that doesn't necessarily shoot it well from three. Them being a top 175 team in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, I think is big. And for Morehead State, you're going to be relying upon George Marshall in the backcourt, who's been able to do a relatively solid job. He's been able to supply in that neighborhood about 13 points per contest along Davion Cunningham. Cunningham and Marshall both shoot 31.9% from 3-point range, combined for about 4.5 assists per game, but the turnovers and the sloppiness are there. John Carroll's carrolled all the way to about 7.5 rebounds per game. One guy on the roster, though, that gives you over 4.5 rebounds per game, with Morehead State taking a massive step back with their defense. And I mean, it's a team that's fed themselves up from past years, and Tennessee Tech has as well. Tennessee Tech about 159th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Morehead State, typically a very slow and controlled team. They're up to about 173rd. I do think that this game could be close enough for late game following, and I do think that Tennessee Tech just flat out the better team here. So by total 143, so you're at the 142.5. I like the over, and I'm willing to lay with Tennessee Tech. 7-11, 7-12 on the card. Mercer is going to be on the road against UNC Greensboro. Greensboro is a home underdog of 6.5 points, 157.5 is the total line. For Mercer, I set them as an 8-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. This is a UNC Greensboro team that used to be a very proud and solid defense. They are not that anymore. And for UNC Greensboro, in terms of their defensive rebound percentage, they do find themselves outside the top 10 with that regard. And UNC Greensboro used to be a really good team in terms of generating turnovers and being able to pop it from three. They're still a top 125 team in terms of their 3-point shooting percentage, but it's a Greensboro team that in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis is all the way down to 355th in all of college basketball, while Mercer, they've been a top 125 team in terms of generating turnovers. Now, Mercer outside the top 300 with regards to their overall defensive rebound percentage, and for Greensboro, you do have Justin Neely, and he has been really good for them. He's been their bright spot, being able to give you about 16 points, 11.5 boards per contest, shoots in the mid-30s from three, and then you do have Lillian Marvel, who's been able to shoot 55% from three, 9.5 points per contest. For a Greensboro team that overall, again, they shoot about 35.5% from 3-point range, but just not the same team that we've seen in the past, and now they're outside the top 240 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, outside the top 275 in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, and with this Mercer group, Brody Shoulders has been able to be very versatile for this group as he returns from a season ago. He's not necessarily the most prolific scorer with about 9.8 points per contest, but pair of assists, 2 steals, 7 rebounds per game, and then Armani Mighty, pair of blocks per contest, 10.5 boards, 13.5 points per game, and Baraka Okoji, who comes over from George Mason, 18.6 assists. It's a Mercer team that's country average, shooting about 34.1% from 3-point range, top 150 team in terms of executing inside. With this Mercer group, they're a top 125 team in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, and I do think that this team very much going to win from within and be able to generate quite a few turnovers on a Greensboro team that just has been sloppier than what we've seen in the past, and it's a Greensboro team that's also spread themselves up from seasons past. Mercer, relatively mid-tempo team, 143rd in terms of total possessions per game. Greensboro typically is right around about 300th. They're up to about 187. So I just set a total here of a 154. I think that we still have gone a hair too far in on the under, and with Mercer willing to lay up to 7.5 with them. Sub 13, sub 14. Richmond is on the road against St. Louis. St. Louis 15 to 15.5 point favorites. So on this game, 159.5 to a 162. Sub line is 17.5. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. For Richmond, they're starting to slow back down. They were playing quite fast in non-conference play, but they're still a top 175 team in terms of total possessions per game. St. Louis, top 50 team in terms of total possessions per game. And the lone thing that St. Louis hasn't done an amazing job of is turnovers. Are outside the top 150 in terms of protecting the ball. In terms of turnovers on a per possession basis generated on defense, they're outside the top 250, but this is a St. Louis team that's in the top 40 in terms of both opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage. And for the St. Louis team, in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, they are number 12 in all of college basketball. It's a Richmond team that has seen a little bit of slippage with regards to their defense. They're still doing a relatively solid job on the glass. I like what Jonathan Beagle's been able to provide with about 4.5 to 5 rebounds per game. AJ Lopez has been able to do a relatively rock-solid job in terms of giving this team about 12 points per contest. He's been a good 3-point shooter, and it's a Richmond team that is one of those teams where the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. So you've got a lot of guys that they're just chipping in there like 9, 10 points per game. You've been able to get that out of Jaden Daughtry along with Will Johnson and Aiden Albright. These three guys all between 10.3 and 10.8 points per contest. And Richmond, right now, they shoot 38.1% from from 3-point, but I do think that they're going to meet their match, and I do think that you're going to see a little bit of regression with a Richmond team that has been absolutely incredible with regards to their 3-point shooting percentage away from home. It's a Richmond team that shoots 45% from 3 away from home compared to 36.3% at home. And for St. Louis, you would think that Robbie Avila would be the main attraction, that everything would be flowing through him, but you've got just a lot of guys in general that are stepping up for the team. Avila is your top scorer, 12.5 points, 4 boards, 4 assists per contest. Then you've got Trey Green, who's able to shoot 45% from 3. He and Amari McCautry have both been able to give you 11 points per game. Deion Brown, 11.5 points. He shoots 38% from 3-point. Kellen Thames has been able to do a nice job supplying about 10 points per contest. Ishan Sharma has been able to throw in their 8.5 points per contest. Right now, you've got, as a matter of fact, just to make it simple, 9 different guys between 6.5 and 12.7 points per contest, with having just so many guys that chip in there like 4 or 5 rebounds per game. This team has been a top 40 team with regards to rebound percentage as well. With this St. Louis team, they've been a solid 3-point shooting team, shooting about 38.5% from 3, but they're also a top 10 team with their 2-point shooting percentage. I do think that they overwhelm this Richmond team, and they're just such a deep and, shall we say, well put together team. So I did set St. Louis as a 17.5 point favorite. I'm going to lay the number. Somebody told 159.5. This Richmond team is starting to slow down just a little bit. So in on the under, and I'm going to be willing to lay of St. Louis, 715, 716. It is James Madison. They're going to be on the road against Marshall. Marshall is a 5.5 point favorite. Total on scheme, it is 152.5. And with Marshall, I made them a 5.5 point favorite. So right now I'm seeing a 5 out there. That would be my absolute max lay with this Marshall team. It is a Marshall bunch that has been able to do a much better job in terms of taking care of the ball to begin the season. They were just absolutely putrid there. And this is a James Madison team that overall for the season, they've been a relatively okay 3-point shooting team. Right now they shoot about 36% from 3-point in a road/shoot-score venue. Meanwhile, we've got a Marshall team that they're relatively on par with that. They're 63rd in the country in terms of their 3-point shooting percentage at 36.1%, but that rises to darn near 41% at home. I'm still of the belief that James Madison is going to look to slow themselves down. This is just not a vintage Preston Spradlin team. 255th in the country in terms of total possessions per game since Sunbelt play has began. They have tapered it down a little bit, and for Marshall, they do find themselves about 111th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. So I did set a total here of a 151.5. I'm going to be willing to take a shot on the under, but for this James Madison team, I think that they're going to have a tough time matching up with the Marshall bunch that has been able to do a relatively solid job in terms of giving themselves second and third chances. As you've got Matthew Van Kamen, he's standing 7'4". He's been able to give the team 2.5 blocks per contest. For Marshall, they're a top 135 team in terms of their offensive rebound percentage, and James Madison just 182nd despite Eddie Ricks being able to give you about 6.5 rebounds per game. For James Madison, again, they're a relatively good 3-point shooting team. You've got Bradley Douglas, who's come over from Georgia Southern. He's been able to give the team 12 plus points per contest. Shoots relatively well from 3. Cliff Davis serves in their 12 points per game, and Justin Bride about 17.5 points per game, but you just don't have this team put you under duress. Bottom 10 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and for Marshall, you've been able to have Jalen Spear really step up. He and Wyatt Fricks have been able to combine for about 29 points per game between the two of them. They both shoot 36% from 3-point, and both shoot over 82.5% of the free throw line. I do think that Marshall, a team that's had some issues with regards to turnovers, are going to be able to keep it clean in this game and find a way to persevere, get the job done. Set my line at a 5.5, so 1 to 5 with Marshall, and I'm in on the underside by total at a 151.5. 717, 718 on the card. Arizona's on the road against Central Florida. Central Florida home underdogs of 9.5 to 10 points. 164.5 to 165.5 is the total. Made a total of 159.5. I like the under. You know, an Arizona team that is looking to play with some pace right now in terms of total possessions per game, right around about 40th in the country. Central Florida not as fast as the season ago, still relatively fast, so 76th in terms of total possessions per game, but this Arizona defense has just been so rock solid, and this is one of the best rebounding teams in all of college basketball, with Toby Awaka being able to give you 10 points, 10.5 rebounds per game. They've been rock solid there. Mateusz Krivas, he's done a nice job, give you about 8 rebounds per game, and for Arizona, 3rd in the country in terms of offensive rebound percentage, 7th in the country in defensive rebound percentage. Now, Central Florida has been a top 15 team with regards to their own offensive rebound percentage, as you've got the two gentlemen that come over from UW Milwaukee and Themis Folks, along with Michael Stilwell. They've been able to make really nice contributions. Folks has been that main facilitator for the team, and he also shoots about 50% from 3, 13.7 assists per contest, and then Stilwell, he's been able to give you a little bit of 3-point shooting, but that's not his forte. 12.5 points, 8 rebounds per contest, and then a lot of guys, they just give you like 4 to 5 rebounds per game, like John Bull, Devin Cambridge, and company, but Riley Kugel has been able to give you about 15 points. Shoots relatively well from 3 at Central Florida, a top 40 team with regards to 3-point shooting percentage, but Arizona is just doing everything well on defense. Top 20 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Teams do shoot about 32.5% from three against them. That's slightly above country average. Allowing teams only shoot about 44% from inside the three-point line. That's the top 20 mark in the country. And then Koa Pete, about 15 points, 6 boards, 3 assists per contest. Good versatility there. Jane Bradley is shooting 50% from three. That'll fall off a little bit, but 13.5 points, 4.5 assists per game. It's an Arizona team that has been a top 125 team as well in terms of generating turnovers. Arizona, top 55 team with regards to their own 2-point shooting percentage. I think that this team is very, very complete. They've been rock solid on defense, and I do think that they find a way to be able to get the job done on the road. So my line at 11.5, 1 to lay with Arizona. In on the under, semi-total at a 159.5. 719, 720 on the card. UT Arlington on the road against Utah Valley. And Utah Valley finds themselves as a good-sized favorite here of 10 and 10.5 points. 142.5 is the total. I'm going to be willing to take the points with UT Arlington. I did set them as a underdog of 8.5 points. UT Arlington has been a top 5 team in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. Teams are shooting less than 28% from 3 against them. Now, for both of these teams, turnovers have been really the kryptonite of them because they do pretty much everything else well. For UT Arlington, 358th in the country in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. Utah Valley, 352nd. So both of these teams have been relatively sloppy there. Now, the Utah Valley defense, I would say, is a little bit more complete than UT Arlington, but still, this is an Arlington team that has been a top 100 team with regards to rebound percentage. Rayshon Semester, 13.5 points, 6.5 boards. He's been rock solid. And then Marcel McCreary gives you some outside shooting. 38.5% three-point shooter, 14 points, 5 rebounds, steal and a half per contest, but he's essentially the only guy on the roster that shoots above 31.5% from three-point, and that is a little bit of a weakness for this UT Arlington team. Meanwhile, for Utah Valley, you do get quite a bit more, shall we say, complete three-point shooting. This Utah Valley team, they shoot about 35.5% from three, top 110 team with that regard, as Tyler Hendricks, he's been able to shoot 50% from three with 12.5 points per contest. Rayvon Leonard, 11.5 points, 5 boards, 6.5 assists per contest, and then Isaiah Hawkins, he's been able to shoot 40% from three on very, very low volume, give you about 7 points per contest. Both of these teams are doing a great job with regards to their defense. Both are in the top 100 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. In Arlington, they're looking to slow things down to earn, so to be 4th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Utah Valley, they're a little bit of more of an up-tempo team, 106th in the country, but I do think that both of these defenses are going to be able to hold up here, and I do think that for this Utah Valley team, they're just not going to be able to have enough clean possessions to be able to cover this number, and Utah Valley in a pressure spot shoots only 71.5% free throw line, so my line in 8.5. We'll take the 10 here with UT Arlington, and I'm in on the under, so my total at a 138.5. 721, 722 is Louisiana on the road against South Alabama. South Alabama, a very sizable favorite here. You're going to be laying with them 10.5 points. Total on this game, 126.5. I'm going to be willing to take a shot on that over. I did set this total at a 129.5. For South Alabama, they are well outside the top 275 in terms of total possessions per game. Louisiana, they are super duper slow. This Louisiana team, in terms of total possessions per game, they are a bottom 10 team with that regard, but also for this Louisiana team, it's just been really rough with what we've seen out of this offense. They're outside the top 3 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and this team, they just are not very good in terms of being able to pop it from either 2-point range or 3-point range. They were supposed to have Jamarian Keller come over from Oklahoma State, headline the offense. He got injured after 2 games, and for Louisiana, right now they are outside the top 340 in terms of their 2-point shooting percentage. They shoot about 32% from 3, which actually in this case helps them out a little bit because South Alabama forces opponents to take about 62% of their field goal attempts from 3-point range. That is numero uno in all of college basketball, and for Louisiana, they've been okay in terms of taking care of the ball. The South Alabama team does an okay job in terms of being able to generate turnovers, but for Louisiana, I think that they're going to do an okay job on the glass. Dorian Finster, Jackson Oliveira are your main 2 scorers. They combine for about 25.5 points per contest. Finster, he gives you about 5 rebounds per game. It does shoot 37.5% from 3. Joshua Lewis has stepped up to shoot about 44% from 3. He throws in there about 4 boards per contest as well. I do think, though, that the South Alabama team just going to blow them away. They're number 2 in the country in terms of fewest free throw attempts allowed on a per possession basis. Now, this South Alabama team, they don't attempt a lot of threes themselves. They look to pile drive the ball inside. They're a top 150 team. With regards to their 2-point shooting percentage, they dealt with the injury to Peyton Law, but now they've got Adam Olson stepping up with about 16.5 points, shoots 38.5% from 3. Chaz Harris, 18 points per game. And for the South Alabama team, they've been able to do a really good job in terms of just not allowing easy looks in general, and they are a top 100 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. One thing that they do is that they allow quite a few second and third chances. They've been outside the top 250 in terms of defensive rebound percentage, and this is a Louisiana team that has been actually relatively okay on the glass. They're a top 175 team with that regard. I do, though, think that Louisiana knocks down just enough threes to help you out with this total, and this is a Louisiana team that down low, they've been about a country average team in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. They're a team that just doesn't generate a lot of turnovers, so even though it's going to be low possession, I think that there's going to be clean possessions, that South Alabama gets it done. Set my line at a 13.5 one lay of South Alabama, like the over, set my total 129.5. 723, 724. Nebraska is on the road against Northwestern. Northwestern is a home underdog as you're catching with them 6.5 to 5.5 points. So on this game, 148.5 to 149.5, made a total of a 144.5. I like the under for this Nebraska team. They are forcing everything to the outside. Over 50% of opponents' field goal attempts come from three-point range. That is a top 10 three-point shot rate in all of college basketball. Now you've got a Northwestern team that you've got Nick Martinelli giving you over 22 points per contest, 6.5 boards. He has been superb, and he's been shooting over 45% from three, but the team as a whole shoots 31.3% from three, 277th in all of college basketball. That's an issue. Now, I am going to be willing to take the points here, mainly because Nebraska is allowing a little bit of a higher three-point shooting percentage away from home, and for Nebraska, even though this is a team that they really struggle with their three-point shooting, here's what they do. They take care of the ball. Number one in the country in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, just 11.5% of their possessions at home result in a turnover, and for the Nebraska team, they've been able to do a solid job in terms of executing as well. They're actually number 10 in the country in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. Rink Mass has been tremendous, 16 points, 7 boards. He's able to pop it well from three-point range. And for Nebraska, with regards to their own three-point shooting percentage, this bunch shooting about 35.2% for three, which actually rises to about 38.5% away from home. But what Northwestern does a great job of on defense, they are very good in terms of not allowing teams to be able to get good looks from three-point range. Right now, teams against Northwestern shoot 29.7% from the outside. That's a top 30 mark in all of college basketball, and I think that that's going to lead to an under. You've got a pair of teams that are hovering right around about 200th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Northwestern a little bit slower than Nebraska, and for Northwestern, outside of Nick Martinelli, you've been able to get good production of Arrington Page and Jaden Reed, who have been able to combine for about 25.5 points per contest. Page is able to show them their 6 rebounds per game. They don't quite compare to Mass, but for Nebraska, not a team that's really going to grab a whole heck of a lot of second and third chances. They find themselves outside the top 250 with regards to offensive rebound percentage, but they're doing a great job not allowing a lot of second and third chances themselves. And Bryce Hanford, 16.5 points, 4.5 boards. He's shooting 40% from three. Brandon Frazier, he's been able to come in. He's been able to shoot about 38% from three along to Marcus Lawrence. These two guys combined for about 22.5 points per contest. Should allow Nebraska to be able to get the job done in a tight spot. Nebraska shoots 75.5% of the free throw line, but I think that the way that Northwestern takes care of the ball and guards the arc keeps them lively. So we'll take 5+ here with Northwestern. Set my line at a 4.5, and I like the under. Set my total at a 144.5, 725, 726. Western Illinois on the road against Little Rock. Little Rock is a favorite here of 9.5 to 10 points. So on this game, it is 135.5. I'm going to be willing to take the points with Western Illinois. Set them as a 6-point underdog. Now, this Western Illinois team is grody, and this entire game is grody. Both of these teams relatively slow and controlled. Little Rock 283rd in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Got a Western Illinois team that is 293rd. So both teams on the same wavelength there. And Western Illinois is allowing it from three-point range. Teams are shooting about 36.4% per three against them. It actually goes down to about 34.7% away from them. And Little Rock, there are a lot of teams that shoot 37.4% from three-point range, and this Little Rock team just can't take care of the ball. Like, say what you will about this Western Illinois team being outside the top 275 in terms of points per possession and points allowed on a per possession basis. Little Rock, 356th in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, while Western Illinois, they're more around about 297. So I think that you get yourself a sloppy slog of a game. I did set my total here at a 138, so I'm going to be willing to take a shot on the over, mainly because I do think that we're going to have a pair of teams that are just going to be able to find enough looks from three-point range. For Western Illinois, they do bring in an Idaho State transfer that I really like, and Isaiah Griffin, 11.5 points per contest for a bunch that they only shoot about 29.3% from three. He's been the bright spot, shooting about 35.5% from three. Lucas Lorenzen is able to give you about 15 points, 4.5 boards. He only shoots 29% per three, but you do have guys that are able to give you a few second and third chances. K. Dixon, 8 points, about 7 rebounds per contest. Francis Okazwa has been able to give you about 4 to 4.5 rebounds per game. And if you look at this Little Rock team, they do have a guy that you really like in Chandler Lawson, who's able to give you 15 plus points per contest. And it's a Little Rock team that, for as rough as they are around the edges, this is a team that is going to generate for themselves a few second and third chances. They're a top 125 team in terms of their offensive rebound percentage. Western Illinois, and a roadside score venue, they're a top 180 team as well. And for this Little Rock team, on top of what you're able to get out of Chandler Lawson, you've been able to find a few other double-figure scores along the way. Braxton Bayless has been able to give you about 10 points, 3.5 boards, 3.5 assists. They've been dealing with the injury to Tongan Gakic, but that's Cameron Wallace, Kashai as they have been able to combine for about 24 points per game. And with Little Rock shooting as well as they are from three-point range, I do think that that's going to help them out. And they go up against a Western Illinois team that just doesn't generate turnovers the same as other teams. So I do like the over here, set by total 138, but we'll take the points with Western Illinois, set them as a 6-point dog. 727, 728. North Carolina is on the road against Cal. And the Cal Golden Bears are a home underdog here of between 5.5 to 6.5 points. 150.5 to 151.5 is the total. Made a total of 149.5. I like the under. Got a pair of teams that aren't really pushing a ridiculous tempo. For Cal, 198th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. North Carolina starting to speed up. They're up to about 160th, and North Carolina very solid in terms of grabbing second and third chances, 61st in terms of offensive rebound percentage, and that's one thing that can really undo this Cal team. Cal has been outside the top 175 in terms of their offensive rebound percentage. Lee Dort has really been the lone guy on the roster that gives you over 5.5 rebounds per game. That said, this is a Cal team that's able to go into flamethrower mode from three-point range. They're right now shooting about 35.5% from three-point range, with having Day-Day Ames shoot 34.5% from 3, 17.5 points per contest. Sean Camden is able to shoot 38.5% from 3. He throws in there 13 points per contest. They've dealt with Rightus, Petratus, deal with an injury, but Justin Pippen is able to throw in there 14.5 points per game, and this team is not going to be under duress. You've got a North Carolina team that's outside the top 300 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Cal more around country average here, but Cal has been able to do a nice job when they've gotten to the free throw line of knocking those down. They shoot 79% of the charity stripe. That's a top 10 mark in all of college basketball. And for North Carolina, if they do find themselves in a pressure spot, they shoot more around about 68% of the free throw line. So I think that that's going to play big, as you do have Henry Vassar along Caleb Wilson combining for 19.9 rebounds per game between the two of them, over 37 points per game. And Vassar shoots 53% from 3 for a UNC bunch. Their top 7 scorers, only one of them shoots above 35 or so percent from three-point shot. They do have Seth Trimble back, who is missing for 9 games. He's able to supply about 15.5 points per contest, so that helps out in a very big way. But that said, with regards to this North Carolina team, even though I do think that they get the job done here outright, I think that Cal is going to be able to hold in there. They do a nice job taking care of the ball, and I do think that this is going to be a game that's going to be a lot slower than a lot of people expect. So did set my total at a 149.5. I do like the under, and with Cal, we'll take 4+ with them. 729, 730 on the card. You've got Arkansas. They're going to be on the road against Georgia, and Georgia does find themselves as a slim favorite here of 1.5 points. 181.5 to 182 is the total, and I am going to be willing to take a shot on the under. Set my total 176.5. I don't think that this is going to be a slug of a game by any stretch of the imagination, but I think that we've gone a little bit too harebrained here, and with Georgia, I'm going to be willing to lay it. I did set them as a 4.5 point favorite. This is a Georgia team that I just believe is a little bit better defensively than Arkansas. Now, the one thing that Arkansas has been able to do a relatively solid job of is being able to guard the 3-point line, and this is a Georgia team that has been relatively cold all season long with their 3-point shooting. For Georgia right now, they are shooting as a collective about 32 or so percent from 3-point shooting, 54th in the country, but Jeremiah Wilkerson, he's been able to do a really good job in terms of giving this team about 17 plus points per contest. He shoots in the high 30s from 3-point range, and then you've got a team that they're just holes greater than some of its parts on the glass. They're going to need that, as Trevon Brazil has been very solid for this Arkansas team, give you 12 plus points per contest, shoots over 44% from 3-point range, and then Blue Kane is able to give you 14 points. You've got Marcus Millender, who shoots 39.5% from 3-point range, throws in their 3.5 assists per game, and with Georgia, they are a top 40 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, going up against an Arkansas team that has been a top 35 team in terms of protecting the ball. And for Arkansas, their freshmen have been the guys that have really been able to step up for you. As in the backcourt, you've got Malik Thomas, who typically comes off the bench, 15.5 points, about 3 assists per contest. He shoots 40% from 3. Darius Sacuff, he shoots 42% from 3. He's been able to supply about 20 points per contest. Malik Ewan down low is able to give you about 5 or so rebounds per game, but it's a Arkansas team that where they can be had is inside, outside the top 225 with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. And with Georgia not necessarily being the hottest 3-point shooting team, they are going to be looking to pile drive the ball inside a little bit more. It's a Georgia team that is in the top 35 with regards to that 2-point shooting percentage. So Matu Surreal has been able to give you about 10 points per contest. Now it is a Georgia team that in a tight spot, they shoot about 75.5% of the free throw line as well, and I do think that that home court environment going to also be reigning supreme in this ordeal as well. So in this circumstance, I did make Georgia the 4.5 point favorite. I'm going to be one to lay the number in, and on the under, semi total at a 176.5, 731, 732. It's Savannah. They're going to be on the road against Air Force. Air Force is a home underdog of 15 to 16 points. 135 is your total, and set a total of 134.5. So 135 plus, I'm going to be in on the under, and with Nevada, I did make them an 18.5 point favorite. This is an Air Force team that they're looking to play very slow and controlled. Air Force is once again about 310th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, but man, they're not really getting a lot going whatsoever. They're back outside the Top 300 in terms of rebound percentage. Wesley Chalkowski, a true 7-footer, gives you about 2.5 rebounds per game, so that's not necessarily amazing to say the least. It is an Air Force team that typically they're actually quite okay with their three-point shooting. They're down to 336 this season, and now you go up against a Nevada team that, they're not necessarily going to wow you in a lot of different respects. For Nevada, in terms of their three-point shooting percentage, they actually have been quite impressive, shooting 42.1% from three-point range, but my gist of this Nevada team is they do the little things well. In terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, this Nevada team is currently number 14 in all of college basketball against an Air Force team that doesn't generate any turnovers whatsoever. That's going to play relatively well. It's a Nevada team that has been outside the top 250 in terms of their two-point shooting percentage, but again, it's Air Force team. It's very lackadaisical in all respects of basketball right now, and you've got Corey Camper, who's been dealing with a little bit of injury, giving you about 15.5 points per contest, shoots 41.5% from three-point range. They've gotten him back here in the last few games, and he has combined for 45 points in the last two contests. Additionally, you've got Tayshaun Comer, Elijah Price, who have been able to combine for about 25.5 points per game. Comer is able to shoot in the mid-30s from three, gives out 4 assists per game. Price is able to give you 9 rebounds per game for a Nevada team that is still in the top 175 in terms of their overall rebound percentage. They have been giving that up a little bit on the inside, outside the top 200 with regards to opponents' two-point shooting percentage, but who for this Air Force team is really going to be able to take over and is going to be able to take hold of that? You've got Cam Sanders, Lucas Hoblin, along with Caleb Walker, who will give between 11.1 and 12.1 points per contest. Walker is able to give you about 5 rebounds per game, and for this Air Force team, you do have Eli Robinson, who shoots 47.5% from three. He only takes 1 3 per game, though, and he's one of 2 guys on the roster that shoot above 33% from three-point range. In terms of the interior offense, Air Force outside the top 200 with regards to their two-point shooting percentage, outside the top 250 in terms of opponent's two-point shooting percentage, with grabbing no second and third chances. With this Air Force team outside the top 355 in terms of free throw shooting percentage as well, I think that Nevada goes out there, gets the job done. With this total, so mine at a 134.5, so at a 135 plus, in on the under, and I'm going to lay up to 18 here with Nevada, 733, 734. Lindenwood is on the road against UT Martin, and UT Martin finds themselves as a favorite here of 4 to 4.5 points, 147.5 is the total, made by a line 4, so at 4.5, I'm going to be willing to take the points with Lindenwood. It's just all about this UT Martin team having a tough time taking care of the ball. They are 346th in the country in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis on offense. Lindenwood, they're not amazing, they're about 236th, but with UT Martin, what has been the strength of the team, not allowing good looks from three. They're a top 55 team in terms of opponent's three-point shooting percentage, and they have been a rock-solid defense. They're in the top 65 in terms of points allowed on a per-possession basis, but I mean, for Lindenwood, it's not like they shoot it well from three to start with, 28.2% from the outside. Away from home, they only shoot about 24% from three-point, and that, as a result, is a team that has been looking to pile drive the ball inside a lot more. You do have a pair of guys that give you 16-plus points per contest, and then Nias Fattrell along Jadis Jones combined 33 points per contest in terms of percentage of shots that come from inside the three-point line. This Lindenwood team is a top 25 team with that regard, and a top 175 team with regards to that two-point shooting percentage. Dr. Williams, he's been able to give you 15 points. It does shoot 38% from three-point range, but for Lindenwood, they become a much better rebound rate team. Now, it's not like they're necessarily amazing and they're lighting the world on fire or anything like that, but if you look at overall rebound percentage, it's a Lindenwood team that all of a sudden has risen to being in the top 165 with that regard. For UT Martin, this bunch is right now finding themselves more around about 69th in the country. As for UT Martin, it's the international man of mystery. They've been dealing with a lot of injuries all season long, so there's been a lot of mixing and matching with this team, but the guy that has really been able to just be the mainstay for them has been Andrea Brangovic, who's been able to give you 15 points, 8.5 rebounds per game. You can tell I always have to guess on these last names. Drongus Lagu has been out for much of the season, but Filip Rakovic, who was missing for a little bit of time, he's back. He gives you 11 points. Well, he shoots about 21.5% from three, and UT Martin, they themselves are outside the top 275 in terms of their three-point shooting percentage, and in a tight spot, they shoot 68% of the free throw line. That's right around about 300th in the country. UT Martin does a good job giving themselves second and third chances, and they're good with their interior defense, top 75 team in terms of opponent's two-point shooting percentage. So I do think that even though you're going to get a lot of possessions in this game, this Lindenwood team is one of the more up-tempo teams in all of college basketball, 29th in the country. In terms of total possessions per game, you do get a little bit of an underwhelming game, something total 144, but for UT Martin, with their inability to take care of the ball and inability to hit free throws, set my line of 4, so at 4.5 plus, we'll take those points with Lindenwood to go along with the under. 735, 736. Southern Miss is going to be on the road against Texas State. Texas State is a 2.5 point favorite total on this game. It is 139.5, and with Texas State, I did set them as a favorite of 2 points. So at 2.5, 3, I'm going to be willing to take the points with Southern Miss. Southern Miss has been able to do a relatively solid job on the glass. They're a top 100 team with regards to rebound percentage, and in games played away from home, they've actually been one of the best rebound rate teams in all of college basketball. As in games in a road/rich core venue, they actually find themselves in the top 15, and that's big because this Texas State team has been a top 75 unit with regards regards to their offensive rebound percentage, and they've needed to be because this team has been very sloppy with the ball. Texas State outside the top 300 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis on offense. Now, they do make up a little bit on defense, as on defense, they've also been a top 60 team in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis, and this team is looking to bonsai charge the rim. Texas State, number one in the country in terms of percentage of their shots that come from inside the three-point arc. They overall only shoot about 32.5% from three, with Mark Drone along with DJ Hall being your top guys, combining for about 27 points per contest. Neither of these guys really pop it from three, but Hall is able to give you about 8 rebounds per game. Everyone else on the roster gives you less than 4.3 rebounds per game, but they do a good job as a collective, with guys like Kendall Davis, Robert Fields and company doing a pretty rock solid job with that regard. And then for Southern Miss, you've been able to have two guys that have really been able to step up for the team, and Isaac Tavares, Alante Weeks. These two guys have been able to combine for about 34 points per contest, but they've been dealing with an injury for Tavares for the last about 7 or so games. So Dejai Benoit, who comes over from the SWAC, he's been able to give you about 10 points, 7.5 rebounds per game, and has really been able to be a nice post presence for the team. Kurt Lewis is really your main three-point shooter at 38% for a team that they only shoot 29.6% from three. They're outside the top 330 with that regard, but this is another team that ranks in the top 40 in terms of percentage of their shots that come from inside the three-point arc. And for the Southern Miss team, they've been pretty solid with their interior defense. They're a top 110 team in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage. For Texas State, they're a little bit below that. So I do think that Southern Miss is going to be able to remain lively in a game where it's going to be a lot of driving the ball inside, and it's going to be a lot of sloppiness. Semi-line at 2, so at 2.5 plus won't take the points from Southern Miss. I also like the under. Semi-total at a 138. 737, 738. Southern Indiana is going to be on the road facing off against Tennessee State. Tennessee State, 9.5 point favorites. 150.5 is the total. Semi-line at a 7.5, so I'm going to be one to take the points with Southern Indiana. They had a lot of turnover woes to begin the season. They've been able to clean those up, and for the Southern Indiana group, they certainly are getting blown away on the glass. They're 19th in the country with that regard. Meanwhile, you've got a Tennessee State team that they've been a pretty solid team on the glass. They're a top 200 team with regards to rebound percentage. They're actually much worse at home rather than away from home, but this is also a Tennessee State team that has been a top 75 unit in terms of turnovers force on a per possession basis. Not really getting a lot of three-point shooting from this team outside of Travis Harper. Harper has been able to give you 17.5 points, shoots 41.5% from three for a Tennessee State team as a whole. They shoot about 32% from three-point range, and they're looking to push it inside. Top 40 team with regards to percentage of their shots that come from inside the three-point line. But for Tennessee State, you've had Aaron Namakura be able to come up big. 16.5 points, 3 steals, 3 assists, 4.5 rebounds per game. Nice actually suffer. And then Jalen Petrie is able to give you 7 rebounds per game. Just really a collective on the glass for the Tennessee State team. You've got 5 different guys that give you at least 3.8 rebounds per game. But on the other side of things for Southern Indiana, even though they've dealt with a lot of injuries, Trey Thomas was coming over from Bethune-Cookman. He's been out of the fold for quite a while. You've had the backcourt of Ismail El Abib and Cardell Bailey really be able to step up. They've been able to give you combined about 31 points per contest with Abib. He's able to give you 3.5 assists per game, and he's been a bigger reason why the team has been able to clean up those turnover woes now for Southern Indiana outside the top 330 in terms of their two-point shooting percentage and their free throw shooting percentage. So that's been less than tremendous, but they're good with regards to their interior defense. Top 125 team in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage. Not a team that's really going to put you under duress. They give up a lot of second and third chances, but they don't allow a lot easy on the inside. Caden Brown has been able to give you 11 points per contest. In Tolu Samuels, he's been able to give you about 8 boards per contest as well. So I do think that Southern Indiana is going to be able to do a relatively solid job on the glass. Additionally, they've been dealing with the injury to Amari Brown. That's been a little bit of a hindrance for this team as he's been missing throughout much of the season. But when he's been out there, he's been able to supply the team with about 11.5 points per contest. And they just recently got him back in the fold, and he's been able to make some good contributions. So I'm going to be willing to take the points here with Southern Indiana. Did set them as a underdog of 7.5 points, and you're going to get a relatively up-tempo game. Southern Indiana, top 125 team in terms of total possessions per game with the Tennessee State team. Right now, they are checking in about 42nd in the country, so semi-total 151.5. I also like the over. 739, 740 on the card. Troy is going to be playing us to Arkansas State, and Arkansas State does find themselves as a underdog of 3.5 points. 163 to 163.5 is the total. So Troy is a 7-point favorite, so I'm going to be willing to lay the number. It's a Troy group that has been really looking to go on it. Now, a little bit of a warped stat currently in terms of total possessions, ranked 27th in the country. Keep in mind they had that double overtime game against San Diego State, triple overtime game as well against USC. Without those, they're probably more of about 100th in the country, but still a team that's looking to play fast. In Arkansas State, well, they are very much looking to play fast. 25th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. For Arkansas State, it's all about taking care of the ball. They've been outside the top 3 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. This team is shooting just a hair above 30% from three-point range as well, so they've had their issues there. And with this Troy bunch, they're not the same at generating turnovers as they have been in the past, but still a top 125 team in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. Big key for Troy, keeping Arkansas State off the free throw line. Arkansas State as a collective, a top 35 team with their free throw shooting percentage at over 77.5%. Arkansas State, though, they're not going to put you under duress in a roadside-neutral venue outside the top 10 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. So that's going to help out a Troy group that I really like the Campbell brothers and what they've been able to bring to the backcourt, as you've got Kobe Campbell, who's been able to come in there, give you about 10.5 points per contest. He shoots 40+% from three-point, and then Cooper Campbell, he shoots 42% from three, 13.5 points, 5 assists per game. Now with Troy, they themselves are having a little bit of a tough time taking care of the ball outside the top 225 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, and they'll give up some second and third chances. This Troy team is outside the top 200 with regards to defensive rebound percentage, top 125 team, though, with regards to offensive rebound percentage, and they've risen into the top 100 in terms of that three-point shooting percentage. And for Arkansas State, it just feels like they have not been able to find that go-to score, as right now you just have a big giant collective of guys that have been able to give you between, we're going to call it 7 to 12 points per contest, because you've got 8 different guys in that neighborhood, with Joey Chimana, who was missing for quite a bit of time, coming back, and he's another one of those guys. But with Arkansas State, even though Chimana shoots about 45.5% from three, that is a collective, shoots just 31.7% from three-point range. You've had Royal Blue Smith actually shoot 40% from three. He's been able to give the team a little bit of something, and just as a collective, they've been relatively okay on the glass. Jalen Hampton, along with Jackson Ellingston, they've been able to combine for about 13 rebounds per game. This team is a top 50 team in terms of offensive rebound percentage, but I do think that in the end, the way that Arkansas State is just so sloppy with the ball and they don't drain threes, that Troy is able to get the job done, and that prevents you from getting it over. Semi-total 161, like the under, and a Montaleo Troy, 741, 742. SIU Edwardsville is going to be on the road against Southeast Missouri State. SEMO finds themselves as a 7.5 point favorite. Your total, that is anywhere between 140.5 to a 141.5, and with Southeast Missouri State, Southern is just a 5.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to take the points. You've got a Southeast Missouri State team that is very much going to be looking to push quite a bit of tempo in this game. They're about 84th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and Edwardsville, they are a team that likes to play much more low and slow, 275th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, but Edwardsville has been a very impressive defense. Top 70 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Top 35 team in terms of a road/shoot-score venue, in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage, and that's big against a Southeast Missouri State team that just does not shoot it well from three-point. Southeast Missouri State, if you include their games against non-D1 teams, they shoot 29.6% from three, 342nd in all of college basketball, outside the top 3 in terms of their free throw shooting percentage as well. Now, you've got Luke Amendover, who's been able to give you about 14.5 points, shoots in the mid-30s from three. Braxton Secker, 33% three-point shooter, 12.5 points per game. But outside those two guys, it's very hit or miss what you're going to be able to get there. Now, for Southeast Missouri State, really good team in terms of generating turnovers, top 65 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per-possession basis. But for this SIU Edwardsville team, they've just been really good down low. You have to love what you've been able to get out of Ring Malaith this season, supplying 17 points, 5.5 boards. Not a guy that's going into flamethrower mode from three, but he shoots 33% from three. And Edwardsville, as a collective, they shoot about 33% from three. They've also been a top 75 team in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. Now, they, much like Southeast Missouri State, rough at the free throw line. They shoot 67% at the free throw line. And for Edwardsville, they've been a top 125 team themselves in terms of turnovers forced on a per-possession basis. They're rock solid on defense. They're outside the top 250 with regards to their offense, being a team that they look to pile drive the ball down low, and they're outside the top 250 in terms of that two-point shooting percentage. But Jack Champion has been able to give you about 7 points, 4.5 assists, and fewer than 2 turnovers per game. Joe Valeri, he's been your main three-point shooter along Darion Baker. These two guys combined to shoot about 46% for three, with 14 points per game between the two of them. And these are pretty much the lone two guys that shoot about 34% from 3 points. But I do think that Edwardsville is going to do a nice job holding in there. Hard to trust in Southeast Missouri State on this tight line. And I do think that even though Missouri State is looking to push a little bit more tempo, that you get a lot of sloppiness for the under. So set a total of 137.5. I like the under. And with Edwardsville, I'm willing to take the points, set them as a dog of 5.5 points. 743, 744. It's a Louisiana Tech on the road against Jacksonville State. Jacksonville State does find themselves as a mid-tier favorite here of 3.5 to 4.5 points. 125.5 is the total. Set a total of a 125.5. I was seeing an opener of a 124, 124.5. If we could get to a 125 or less, that does become my buy point on the over. These are two teams that are not looking to push any sort of tempo whatsoever. For Louisiana Tech, there in terms of total possessions per game, right now 357th in all of college basketball. Jacksonville State is a little bit faster, not much faster, 337th, and when it comes to this Jacksonville State team, they've been a little bit better in terms of generating turnovers in the past, but still 268th with this regard. It's a Louisiana Tech team, though, that they've just been able to do a really good job on the glass. They don't generate as many turnovers when they're away from home, and I do think that this is going to be a game that's going to be close enough for late game felling, so you want to be handicapping that as Louisiana Tech, 359th in the country in terms of their free throw shooting percentage. Jacksonville State, not to say that they're amazing, but they're 341st. That's actually a little bit better than this Louisiana Tech team, but that said, I did have to set my line at a 7.5 because this is a Louisiana Tech team that, even though they're a top 100 team in terms of offensive rebound percentage, you're just not getting anything from the outside whatsoever out of them. Now, opponents are getting nothing from around the outside as well. Louisiana Tech, they allow teams to shoot 29.4% from three. That's a top 40 mark in all of college basketball. DJ Dudley, AJ Bates, they've been able to combine for about 24 points between the two of them. They shoot 38% from three. They're pretty much alone two guys on the roster that shoot above 31% from three-point range. Bates is able to give you about 5.5 assists per game, and then you've got Caden Cooper, give you about 7 boards, 9 points per contest. Avery Thomas, he's been able to give you about 6.5 rebounds per game. But for Jacksonville State, I do feel like you get a little bit more depth out of this team, and you've got a nice headline scorer in Mustafa El Montequil. He comes over from Louisiana at about 6'6" or so, 18 points, 7.5 boards. For AC Bryant, he's been able to step up, shoot about 39% from three, 13 points per game. And Jacksonville State is about a country average team with their three-point shooting percentage, and this is a team that's been able to do a relatively solid job in terms of being able to win that battle on the glass as well. If you look at defensive rebound percentage, because Louisiana Tech, they do a nice job in terms of being able to grab for themselves second and third chances. They give up quite a few, though. They're outside the top 125 in terms of their defensive rebound percentage. I do think that Jacksonville State is going to do a nice job in terms of being able to take advantage of that. For Jacksonville State, you've been able to get quite a bit of production out of Jacoby Hill, who's been able to give you 8 points, a little bit over 3 boards right now, shooting 44% from three-point. And to the credit of this Jacksonville State team, they've been a top 100 team in terms of opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage. Feels like they're just a little bit more of the complete defensive team. Both of these teams rough at the free throw line. Both of these teams not necessarily generating a ton of scoring, but I have a little bit more faith here in this Jacksonville State offense, and I do think that the defense is perhaps a little bit better than Louisiana Tech, especially with Louisiana Tech being so good at being able to guard the arc. But that said, this is Jacksonville State team that does a better job in terms of just being able to hit the boards and being able to guard inside. So 7 line is 7.5. I'm going to be willing to lay it with Jacksonville State, and I like the over at a 125 or less. If we get past 126, that's my buy point on the under. 745, 746. UNLV is on the road against San Jose State, and old San Jose State is a home underdog of 5.5 points. So last game between 150.5 to 151.5. I said San Jose State as a 2-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to take a shot on them outright on the money line. When I saw the opener, the reason why this did not make the write-ups is I was seeing UNLV as more like a 2-point favorite. Now, that did have a lot of juice on there, so probably just a little bit of a rogue number there when I was doing the write-ups. But that said, with this UNLV team, it's just hard to have a lot of faith in them whatsoever, even though they do now have Emmanuel Stevens back, true 7-footer that comes in from Arizona. He was missing for about half the season, and he's been able to breathe a little bit of life into this team down low as he's been able to supply the team with just under a block, about like 6 points, 6.5 rebounds per game, so he's been able to do a relatively solid job there. And then additionally, you've got Trey Gibbs-Lawhorn, 17.5 points per game, shoots 35% from 3, but this team is terrible from 3-point range. UNLV shooting 29.5% from 3. That's outside the top 340 in all of college basketball. They're good at getting to the free throw line. They're a top 25 team in terms of free throw attempts on a per possession basis, but they shoot 67% at the free throw line. So they're not making the free throws that they work to generate. This UNLV team has been a top 75 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but Kobe Garland in that San Jose State backcourt has been really good. He's been able to supply 19 points, about 4 assists to fewer than 2.5 turnovers per game. Shoots about 35% from 3. And San Jose State is a team that's able to shoot it relatively well from 3. They shoot about 35.8% from 3-point range. That is a top 100 mark in all of college basketball. And while the San Jose State team has been allowing a lot of second and third chances, this team is outside the top 300 with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, 336 in terms of defensive rebound percentage. You've got a UNLV team that they themselves are allowing a lot of second chances. In a road/short venue, 38% of opponents' missed shots become an offensive rebound. You've got a UNLV team that's very much looking to gun it, 33rd in the country in terms of total possessions per game. San Jose State, they're more around 309th in the country, so you're going to have a little bit of a tempo war. And you do have a San Jose State team that's very banged up. They've been dealing with the injuries to Javon Hanna all season long. Ben Rosenborough, he's back. He's been able to get the team double figures. And Yafat Mundi, he's been out really since the turn of the new year. That's your top rebounder with about 7.5 rebounds per game. So that's not up to San Jose State. But with UNLV being so poor with their 3-point shooting and this being a San Jose State team that I do think that they're going to have a nice home court advantage here, even though it might not be super duper packed. I do think that they find a way to get the job done against the UNLV team that in general has been very sloppy. Semi-total 154, UNLV really giving it up on defense, and I think that you get some late game fouling here, so I do like the over, and I do like San Jose State here outright on the money line. 747, 748, Northern Arizona is going to be on the road facing off against Portland State. Portland State, a sizable favorite of 11.5 to 12 points. So on this game, it is 141.5. Portland State, I did set as a favorite of 11.5 points. 12 plus, that becomes my buy point. Portland State has covered all but one of their games thus far this season. Depending upon your closing numbers, maybe all all but 2, but this has been a really impressive cover team. They're a team that's a little bit sloppy, though. They're outside the top 250 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. They also allow a lot of trips to the free throw line. This is a bunch that is outside the top 325 in terms of free throw prevention. Now, you do have 2 guys that are able to take over the game. Jalen Henderson, 19 points, 6 assists. He's been rock solid. Not a great 3-point shooter, but Scary Terry Miller is. 18.8 points, 6 half boards, 4 assists. Seal, he shoots 46% from 3. For a Portland State team that they shoot about 34% from 3. That's right around about country average. And for Northern Arizona last year, they were really good on the defensive glass with losing Carson Tout. That has really taken a nosedive for Northern Arizona. Right now, 283rd in the country in terms of defensive rebound percentage. Portland State pretty solid. Their aligned teams only grab about 26% of their missed shots as an offensive rebound. That's the top 75 mark in all of college basketball. But for Northern Arizona, they've been a much better 3-point shooting team. They are now a top 75 team, shooting 36.5% from 3-point range, with Zach Davidson being the main scorer with about 14 points, 5 boards. He really doesn't pop it from 3, but as teams focus in on him, that allows Isaiah Shaw, who shoots 46% from 3 with 10 points per contest, to get good looks. Ryan Abelman, he is able, man, to be able to give you about 5.5 boards, 10.5 points, 2 assists. He shoots 35% from 3. The ancillary guys, like a Brendan Peterson, great name, have been really good 3-point shooters for a Northern Arizona team that is a top 200 team in terms of taking care of the ball. They're not too bad in terms of generating turnovers. They are getting it taken to them down low. They're outside the top 235 in terms of opponent's 2-point shooting percentage, but for Northern Arizona, I do think that they do an okay job of holding in there. Now, do be mindful with Portland State fouling a lot this team in Northern Arizona. They shoot 66% free throw line, outside the top 330 in all of college basketball, but once you get to a 12, that does become my buy point on Northern Arizona. Northern Arizona has been looking to slow it down a little bit more, while Portland State looking to crank it up. Portland State about 61st in terms of total possessions per game. Northern Arizona more around about 300. So I did set a total here of a 143.5 at 12 plus. I'm going to be willing to take those points with Northern Arizona, and at a 141 or less right now, seeing a straight 141, that's an over for me. I'm willing to go up to a 143 on this over. 749, 750 on the card. UC Irvine is on the road against UC Davis. UC Davis finds themselves as a home underdog here of 2.5 to 3 points. Tallest game, 145.5. Somehow line at 3. I am not willing to go a hair past 2.5, but I'm going to be willing to lay it with UC Irvine. UC Irvine back in the top 30 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis in a road/neutral court venue. They're playing relatively brisk as well. 135th in terms of total possessions per game. UC Davis, they're 110th, and for UC Davis, once again, outside the top 275 in terms of ball security, and this is a UC Davis team that is allowing a lot of second and third chances in their home games. In home games, they're outside the top 300 with regards to rebound percentage. UC Irvine, they are really allowing a lot more second and third chances than you're used to as well. In games played away from home, teams rebound about 32.8% of their misses as an offensive rebound, so I do think that leads to things being a little bit more harebrained and crazy. I did set a total here of a 143, so I'm still going to be in on the under because this is an Irvine team that they still have some really good shot blocking. Kyle Evans has been able to give you 2.5 blocks, 8+ rebounds per game for this Irvine team. It's been a backcourt that has been pretty rock solid with having a pair of guys in Jurion Dixon along Darren Zarin combined for about 20.5 points per game. With Dixon, he shoots 44% from 3-point range, and then these two guys combined for about 2.5 steals per contest. It's an Irvine team that's a top 125 team in terms of turnovers force on a per possession basis, but they just really excel on the inside. Irvine back in the top 10 in terms of opponent's 2-point shooting percentage. And this is a UC Davis team that they typically have that one main feature guy. This year they've really got 2 of them, as you've had Niles Cooper along Connor Sevilla to be able to combine for about 28.8 points per contest. And for UC Davis, their overall shooting percentages have been pretty rock solid. They do find themselves in the top 125 in terms of both 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage. As a matter of fact, with regards to that 2-point shooting percentage, it goes up to 60th in all of college basketball. But again, the sloppiness for this team, it just really kills them. 293rd in the country in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. If you look at their home games and their home games only, they are outside the top 330 in terms of being able to take care of the ball, and I think that that's just enough for Irvine, who stinks at the free throw line. They're outside of the top 300, shooting about 68% of the free throw line. I think even with that, they find a way to persevere, get the job done in a sloppier game. Semi-total 143, I like the under, and with Irvine, I'm willing to lay up to 2.5 with them. 751, 752 on the card. UMKC, Kansas City is on the road against South Dakota State. South Dakota State a favorite of 14 to 14.5 points. 151.5 is the total, and for UMKC, I set them as an underdog of 14.5 points. I'm willing to lay up to 14 with South Dakota State. Now, I think that UMKC at some point is going to start to slow down in terms of total possessions per game. They've been a top 125 team, and they have just absolutely killed themselves with this. They're well outside the top 320 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, 314th in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. Now, it's a South Dakota State team that's not really going to be pushing the issue, generating a bunch of turnovers, and for South South Dakota State, they've been really efficient in their home games. At home, in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, they are a team that is checking in the top 55 in all of college basketball. And typically for UMKC, when they've been really good, they've been able to dominate the glass, and they just aren't doing any of that this year. They're well outside the top 250 in terms of their overall rebound percentage. Now, you do have a pair of guys that have still been pretty rock solid on the glass. Jerome Palm along Chris Dockery combined for about 13.3 rebounds per game. Then Carmelo Branch along with Uriah Evans, they combine for about 26 points per game. And for UMKC, they're now up above the top 275 in terms of their three-point shooting percentage at about 32.5%. So credit to them there, but still a really, really rough offense that is not flowing good, clean possessions. Meanwhile, on the flip side for South Dakota State, they're not necessarily going to be like the most physically imposing team in the world, but they always do a great job in terms of not allowing you to have second and third chances. That really was the turnaround that they had last season when they brought in Oscar Clough. And for South Dakota State, right now they're allowing opponents to grab 19% of their missed shots as an offensive rebound at home. That's the top 25 mark in the country if you look specifically at home games. And Jane Jackson, Damon Wilkerson, these two guys combine for about 26.5 points per game. Jackson is able to shoot about 35% from three, and then the ancillary guys have been good three-point shooters. Trey Buchanan shoots about 43% from three-point range. Now, he's been missing for quite a few games this season. That's been ailing the team quite a bit. He's probably going to be out once again, but that said, the two guys in his place have been able to really take hold. You've been able to have Kellen Gary shoot about 39% for three with 11 points per contest. Joe Saylor, 12.5 points. He shoots 38% from three-point range. Jaden Rogers, he's been seeing some minutes as well whenever he's been able to be healthy. 36.5% three-point shooter. He's been in and out of the lineup. We did see him towards the beginning part of the new year, but now it looks like he's being sidelined once again. So the South Dakota State team is dealing with a little bit of injury, and that's been causing them to play a little bit more slowly. In terms of total possessions per game, they check in about 219th in all of college basketball, but still think that they execute well against a UMKC team that feels like they're starting to dial back the tempo to be able to just have cleaner possessions. But I don't think that UMKC does their part with this total. 1 to 14 here for South Dakota State, and on the underside by total of 146.5. 753, 754 on the card. Missouri State is on the road against Middle Tennessee. Middle Tennessee 7.5 to 8-point favorites on this game. 137 to 137.5, and with this bunch in Middle Tennessee, set them as a 7.5-point favorite. So at 8+, that does become by a point on Missouri State. This is a Missouri State team that's going to allow quite a few second and third chances. Right now, they are 292nd in the country in terms of defensive rebound percentage. Meanwhile, you've got a Middle Tennessee team that they're not going to grab for themselves a ton of second and third chances. What they've done a really good job of is being able to prevent good looks from three-point range. Top 75 team in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. And it is a Missouri State team that they're pretty content to take threes. They're a top 110 team in terms of percentage of their shots. They come from three-point range, and after last year, they were a pretty good three-point shooting team. They just haven't been that thus far this season. Right now for Missouri State, they find themselves outside the top 300 with their three-point shooting percentage at about 30.4%. Kobe Williams has been solid. Shoots 35.5% from three, 13.5 points per game. And then you got two other guys in Darren Sutton along with Trey Williams. They both have been able to shoot between 35 to 36% from three. Nobody else on the roster shoots above 25% from three. That has taken more than like 5 threes this year. So that's been a little bit of an issue, but you do have Michael Osibanosu being able to give you about 13 points, 7 rebounds per game. And though Missouri State is giving up a whole heck of a lot of second and third chances, they've been a top 145 team in terms of their offensive rebound percentage, so they are generating some second and third chances. And for this Middle Tennessee group, they're not necessarily the world's greatest three-point shooting team as well. They've been doing a lot of mixing and matching, and they do have down low guy in Troy Olsen. They have like about 12 points, 7.5 boards, is able to give you a little bit over block per contest. And Kamari Lance shoots about 34.5% from three-point range, 12 points per game. It's very much a big-time collective. With this bunch in Middle Tennessee, you've got 7 different guys to give you over 7 points per game. Nobody that gives you over 12.6 points per contest, so they've been relatively balanced with that regard. They're not the same team in terms of generating turnovers that they have been in the past as well. And this is a Middle Tennessee team that, if you take a look at what they do in their home games, they shoot more around about 36% from three-point range. Against the Missouri State team has been a little bit out and cold with regards to that three-point shooting percentage defense, but I do think that Missouri State is going to be able to hold up here. With Missouri State, they have a lot of teams that shoot from three-point range about 34%. That does go to about 40% away from home compared to 28% at home. I think that irons out just a little bit, so I'm going to be willing to take the points with Missouri State at an 8+, and did set a low total here. Both of these teams are not necessarily looking to push tempo, especially Missouri State, who's 277th in terms of total possessions per game, made a total of a 133.5, so I'm going to be in on the under, and I'm going to be willing to take those points with Missouri State 755, 756. Wofford is on the road against Furman. Furman 5.5 to 6 point favorites. Total is 153.5. And with Furman, I did set them as a favorite of 8 points. So I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Neither of these teams are really looking to play at some sort of breakneck pace. Wofford about 204th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Furman is 225th. And we have seen the Furman 3-point shooting percentage really fall off. But the 3-point shooting defense is actually much better than it has been in past years. They're a top 155 team. There's opponent's 3-point shooting percentage. And Furman's forte has always been on the inside. And for Furman, they're a top 30 team in terms of their own 2-point shooting percentage. And Wofford is 283rd. And for Wofford, Niles Malchowski has done a nice job of helping this team out with about 13 to 14 points per contest. Has been solid coming over from Central Florida. And then you've had Kamari Holmes be that main scorer, about 18 points, 6 boards. And between he and Malchowski, you do get about 5 assists per game. And Wofford, they do a nice job taking care of the ball. They're a top 60 team towards fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, but they just are not good with their interior offense. They are well outside the top 250 as well in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. So they're just getting blasted on the inside. This despite the fact that they have been actually able to give themselves some second and third chances. Top 125 team in terms of offensive rebound percentage. But for Furman, I think that they're going to do a nice job in terms of shutting that down because you do have Charles Johnson down low, 10.5 points, about 10 rebounds per game. Cooper Bowser, 13 points, 6.5 rebounds per game. Now Bowser is out with a little bit of injury, and Ben Vanderwall hasn't necessarily been what was expected this season. Alex Wilkins, a freshman in the backcourt, he's been able to supply the team with about 17.5 points per game. So they really need to mix and match in the absence of Mr. Bowser, who I don't think is going to be available for this game. But except for this Furman team, it feels like in conference play, the tide has really been turning in terms of this offense. They're up to now shooting 34.5% from 3-point range in their conference games, and this has been a team that's been very good in terms of being able to hit the glass, even with Bowser being out of the fold. It's a team that's not going to generate a lot of turnovers. They're outside the top 290 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but they also don't put you on the free throw line. They're a top 25 team in terms of fewest free throws allowed on a per possession basis, going up against a Wofford team that they have been pretty solid in terms of getting to the free throw line. I think that that's just enough for Furman to be able to get the job done. And to think that this is going to be a lower tempo game, so I might total 148. I like the under, and I'm willing to lay up to 7.5 here with Furman. 757, 758. Purdue is on the road against USC. USC is a home underdog of 9.5 points. 155.5 is the total. So my total at a 156. 155.5 is my max buy point on the over. You've got a Purdue team that is currently a top 2 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. And we always talk about Braden Smith, the fact that he gives you 14 points, you high 30s from 3, 8+ assists per contest, and then Fletcher Lawyer, he's able to give you 12+ points. He shoots near 40% from 3, and the outside shooting for Purdue is great. How about the interior offense? So 21st in the country in terms of 2-point shooting percentage, as you've got now Oscar Clough, who's able to give you 7+ boards. He's able to throw in their double figures. Trey Kaufman-Wren averaging darn near a double-double, 13 points, 9.5 rebounds per game. And then CJ Cox has been a 40% 3-point shooter. He provides about 9 points per game. And Daniel Jacobson, true 7-footer, is able to give you about 4 boards, 2 blocks per contest. Purdue is very complete in that way. And Purdue has been a top 65 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They're not going to put you under duress outside the top 250 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but you're not going to get open looks at the free throw line. They're a top 20 team in terms of free throw prevention, and this is a USC team that they have completely relied upon free throws to be able to get offense. They're a top 10 team in terms of free throw attempts on a per possession basis, but now they've got Rodney Rice out, which means that they have to rely upon Ezra Usar along Chad Baker-Mazzaro, who will be able to combine for about 35.5 points per contest to really headline the offense. Still strong down low, 1.8 blocks per contest out of Jacob Kofi, who's able to shoot in the mid-30s from 3-point range. You've got Gabe Dines, who's starting to see more minutes. He's able to give you a block per contest as well, but USC, they're pedestrian with regards to their shooting numbers. Outside the top 95 in terms of their 2-point shooting percentage, country average with their 3-point shooting percentage. They are outside the top 10 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. They generate a few turnovers themselves, but there's just really not a lot special about this USC team. I recognize that Purdue has to go across the country, but I think that Purdue is going to be able to win the battle down low. This is a USC team that's looking to play a little bit too fast for their own good, while Purdue is nice and low and slow. Purdue 287th in terms of total possessions per game. USC is 20th, but we've seen Purdue go up against the likes of Alabama and company, be able to play at that up-tempo pace. I think that they're going to be able to do so here. Set my line at 10. I'm willing to lay with Purdue, and I'm going to be in on the over. Set my total at a 156, 759, 760. It's Texas A&M. They're on the road against Texas, and Texas is back to being a favorite of 3.5 to 4.5 points. 164.5 to 166 is the total, and I said Texas is just a 2-point favorite. I'm willing to take the points. This is a Texas A&M team that has actually been really supreme with their defense away from home. Away from home, teams shoot less than 30% from three-point range against them. Top 25 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per-possession basis. And if you just look at the points allowed on a per-possession basis in a roadside-core venue, this is a Texas A&M team that ranks in the top 70 with that regard. It's a Texas team that they've been able to do a relatively solid job on the glass as well with the Longhorns. They are a team that they are about 127th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They allow 13.5 points fewer per 100 possessions when they're at home rather than away from home. But Mateus Volkaitis, who's been able to give you about 7.5 rebounds per game, has been rock solid and helping Texas be a top 50 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage. Draymond Mark was really rough with his 3-point shooting to begin the season. He's back above 31% from the outside. He's giving you double figures. And then you've got Jordan Pope, who's been in the program for a few seasons. He's right now really the main guy in the backcourt that's able to give you about 13 points, 2.5 assists from 3-point range. He's been bombing it at about 37%. And then Dalen Swain, just a do-it-all guy, follows Sean Miller on over from Xavier, 15.5 points per game. To the credit of Texas, they're a top 175 team in terms of taking care of the ball. But I do think that Texas A&M, even with the McKenzie and Mbakpo injury, even with having just some inconsistency across the boulevard with some of these guys, I do think that they're going to generate some turnovers and hold in this game. And it is a Texas A&M team that has been very supreme with regards to their own 3-point shooting percentage as a collective. They shoot about 36.3% from 3-point range. That's a top 45 mark off college basketball. Also about 34% away from home, but Ruben Dominguez has been able to step up in a big way for this team as he's been their main scorer with about 14 points per game. Shoots 46% from 3. Pop Isaacs, Rylan Griffin, they both shoot above 39% from 3, 10.7 points per contest apiece. And Pop Isaacs was really a disappointment towards the beginning part of the season. All of a sudden, double figures in each of the last 5 games. I think that that's really unlocking this A&M team. And A&M, you know that they're going to be looking to push tempo. In terms of total possessions per game, number 9 in all of college basketball. So did set a total here of a 164. I do think that you get a fast tempo, but I do think that the turnovers cost for and under, and I think that A&M holds in there. So we'll take the points with A&M, and I'm going to be in on a 164.5 or higher to the under. 761, 762. Eastern Washington plays Idaho State. Idaho State is a 5 to 5.5 point favorite. 154.5 to 155.5 is the total. Somehow line of 9.5. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. This Idaho State team, a top 55 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, specifically in their home games, and Idaho State is right now shooting 45.6% from 3-point range at home. That is number 4 in all of college basketball. Is that going to see some regression? Yes, but here's the thing. Eastern Washington is outside the top 350 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and this team's perimeter defense is ghastly. 359th in opponent's 3-point shooting percentage. Away from home, teams shoot 40.9% from 3-point range. Now, it's not an Idaho State team that's going to be looking to push tempo by any stretch of the imagination. Eastern Washington, they're a little bit more of an up-tempo team, 102nd in terms of total possessions per game. Idaho State, they're more around about 299th, but for this Idaho State team, you've got Caleb Vandergreen, along Connor Hollenbeck, who have been able to both give you between 13 to 13.5 points per contest. They combined to shoot about 39.6% from 3. Jamison Guerra shoots 44.7% from 3, 11 points per contest, throws in their 4.7 assists per game. Idaho State, very solid in terms of taking care of the ball, top 55 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis in their home games, and this is a bunch that has been able to do just a rock solid job on the glass. They're a top 100 team in terms of their overall rebound percentage, and for Eastern Washington, you just don't have as much of that. Now, you are feeling like Moses if you're this team, because Isaiah Moses, who comes over from UC Riverside, he's been able to do a nice job contributing for the offense. He's been their go-to scorer with about 17.5 points per contest, 4 assists, shoots about 34.5% from 3, and then Alton Hamilton shoots 43% from 3. And for Eastern Washington, not the world's worst team on the glass. They're inside the top 250 with that regard. Kyrie Huey actually began his career at Idaho State. He's been able to give you 5 rebounds per game, but for this Eastern Washington team, just having no defense whatsoever, and also being outside the top 250 in terms of their ball security, over 13 turnovers per game, outside the top 175 in terms of their 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage. Idaho State should be able to manhandle this game, and I just don't know if Eastern Washington has enough clean possessions for the over. So somebody told 151.5. I like the under, and I'm going to be one to lay at Idaho State. 763, 764 on the card. Pacific is on the road against Oregon State. Let me be specific when I say Pacific, between a 1-point favorite to a 1-point dog. Total on this game between 138.5 to a 140.5, and with Pacific, made them the 4-point favorite. So whether that be as a money line underdog or a slim favorite, we'll take them. For Pacific, they've just done a really good job in terms of not allowing second and third chances. A top 15 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage. And for this Pacific team, they're one that has been relatively okay in terms of guarding the three-point line. They're about 216th in the country in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. And Oregon State is a team that's looking to really control the perimeter. They allow teams at home to shoot only about 30.7% from three-point range. And their own three-point shooting percentage at home has been solid. They shoot about 36% from three, but they're outside the top 275 in terms of ball security. And Oregon State does not have anyone that really gives you over 4.5 rebounds per game, as Josiah Lake has actually been their top rebounder, 4.5 rebounds, 13.5 points per game. The 7-footer Noah Ammenhauser has been about as useful as a poopy flavored lollipop, or a D.S. Graham comes over from Pittsburgh, 4 points, 3.5 rebounds per game. You just need to get more out of these guys. And Isaiah C. has been able to give you 10 points per contest along Des White, and with White, he's been from three-point shooting about 36% for threes. He shoots 39.5% from the outside, but with this Oregon State team, if they can find a way to get to the free throw line, that would be big. They shoot about 77.8% of the free throw line. That's a top 25 mark in all of college basketball, but this has been a Pacific team that's been able to do the little things relatively well. Now, for Pacific, they are sloppy with the ball themselves outside the top 3 in terms of ball security, so I think that there's going to be a lot of dead possessions in this game, but that said, for this Pacific team, they shoot 77.5% of the free throw line, so right on par with Oregon State. They've been a top 150 team with their 2-point shooting percentage, and Elias Rolfe, about 17 points, shoots 89% of the free throw line, 40% for three. TJ Wainwright, 93% of the free throw line, 40% three-point shooter, 13.5 points per game. Even with Alexis Marmayoles being a big disappointment coming over from the Southland, you've had Jaden Clayton do a nice job, give you about 6 assists, fewer than 3 turnovers per game. I think that Pacific is going to be able to go on the road, win this game outright. I really like the way that they're able to control the glass, and both of these teams are able to match strength on strength and weakness on weakness. So I did set Pacific as the favorite here, 4 points. I'm going to be willing to take a shot on them on the money line. Pair of teams are really not looking to push tempo. Oregon State is about 290th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. You got a Pacific team that right now they're clocking at about 269, so did set a total here of a 138 at the 139.5 plus in on the under to go along with that money line of Pacific. 765, 766 is Duke on the road against Samford. Samford is a home underdog of 9.5 to 10.5 points, 145.5 to 146.5 is the total, and I made a total of 147.5. I like the over. Both of these teams are relatively mid-tempo. For Samford, about 202nd in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Duke is about 136th, and Duke has been a top 20 team in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis. Not an amazing three-point shooting team. They shoot about 34.5% from three, but it looks like Isaiah Evans is starting to get back online, shooting about 35.5% from three, 15 points per contest. Cameron Boozer, main attraction, Wooden Award favorite, 22.5 points, 9.5 boards, 4 assists. We all know what to expect out of him, but Caleb Foster has been able to shoot 38% from three, and it's a Duke team has actually been able to do an okay job generating turnovers. They're back in the top 100 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. I think their biggest edge is going to be down low, though, because you do have a guy that I like in Patrick Ngangba, who's been able to give you about 6.5 boards, block and a half per contest, and for Samford, I think that they're going to have a little bit of a tough time matching up with that. Samford was a really good rebound rate team to begin the season. That has fallen off a little bit, but I do think that once you get to a 10, it goes a little bit too far because of Yuka Okore. 23 points per contest, not an amazing three-point shooter at 32.5%, but still, he has been rock solid there, and Samford has been really good at getting to the free throw line. Top 45 team in terms of free throw attempts on a per possession basis, and this is a Samford team that they still have been able to do a nice job in terms of forcing things to the inside. They're a top 40 team in terms of percentage of opponent shots that come from 2-point range. Now, Samford, they themselves need to do a better job with their interior offense. Or outside the top 240 with regards to their 2-point shooting percentage, but do have Chisa Mokpara with good versatility, 14 points, 4 boards, and then Benny Geeler has been able to Geeler done, shooting 43% from three. Ryan Arjawal, after a rough start to the season, he's up to 7 points and 40% 3-point shooting. For Samford, they do a nice job in terms of winning the turnover battle, top 100 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis on offense. On defense, they are a top 75 team in terms of generating turnovers. I think that that's just enough for them to remain lively, and do think that Samford knocks down a few threes to hold in this game against a Duke team that's given up 73 plus in now 5 out of their last 7 games. So set a 12, 147.5, like the over, and at 10 plus, taking the points with Samford. 767, 768, it is Colorado. They're going to be on the road against West Virginia. West Virginia finds themselves as a mid-tier favorite here of 5.5 points to this game. It is 144.5 to set a total of 141. I do like the under. You've got a Colorado team that's been a very good 3-point shooting team. Right now they are going bombs away at a clip of about 36.5% from three, and it doesn't fall off too much away from home. 35.5% in a roadside-square venue. They do run into a West Virginia team that's going to look to really slow them down. Colorado is about 81st in the country in terms of total possessions per game. West Virginia Virginia is 347th, and West Virginia, solid three-point shooting team. They shoot about 38.6% from three at home, overall 51st in the country, but with this West Virginia team, they're just a very, very strong and stout defense, 22nd in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. If you look at them specifically in their home games, they're in the top 10, and it's a Colorado team that they just really don't compare to that. Colorado's about 188th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and for Colorado, I think that they're going to have a tough time with the 7-footer in Harlan Obiano, who's only been able to give you like 7 or so points per contest, but throws in their 5 rebounds per game. Brendan Lorian gives you about 13 points, mid-33 point shooting, 4.5 rebounds, pair of assists, so good versatility there. And then Isaiah Johnson off the bench for Colorado shoots 45.5% from three with 16 points per contest, and then Barrington Argris continues to shoot 52% from three with his 13.5 points per contest. Think that there's going to be a little bit of fall off there. Bingo Doc has been able to give you 7.5 rebounds per game. And for Colorado, to their credit, they're not allowing a lot of second and third chances. They themselves are well outside the top 125 in terms of their offensive rebound percentage. It's a Colorado bunch that has been really giving up a lot of looks from three-point range as well, outside the top 275 in terms of opponent's three-point shooting percentage, with Hunter Huff being able to give you 16 plus points. He shoots in the high 30s from three-point range, with this being a West Virginia team that as well is pretty solid in terms of being able to win that turnover battle as well. This West Virginia team has been a top 125 team in terms of taking care of the ball, to the credit of Colorado. They don't turn the ball over a ton as well, but I do think that West Virginia, with them also being a top 25 team with regards to the opponent's two-point shooting percentage, and this is a Colorado team that, while they do such a good job in terms of being able to launch from three-point range, if you look at the percentage of their shots that come from inside the three-point line, this is a Colorado team that's 33rd in the country with that regard. I think that allows West Virginia to be able to keep this under and get the job done. Semi-line is 7-1 to lay with West Virginia in on the under, semi-total at a 141, 759, 770. You've got Auburn, and they're going to be playing host to South Carolina. South Carolina is a underdog of 11.5 points. So last game, 152.5, and with Auburn, I made them a favorite of 11.5 points, so I'm going to be willing to take 12 plus here with South Carolina. South Carolina has been really good in terms of taking care of the ball. They're a top 40 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. It is a South Carolina team that is very much looking to bomb from three. They're 329th in terms of percentage of their shots that come from inside the arc. They take about 44.7% of their shots from three-point range. That's really been their undoing, because for South Carolina right now, they're 75th in the country in terms of their three-point shooting percentage, but it's been improving a little bit. You've got Mongolian Mike, who's got good versatility, a guy that's able to supply the team with about 5 to 6 rebounds per game. He throws in there 11 points per game, saying 6'8", so like his game. And then Michi Johnson has really been your guy that's been leading the way in terms of scoring, 34% three-point shooter, 14.5 points per game. And for South Carolina, they're a top 20 team with free throw shooting percentage at 78.7%. They also force no turnovers whatsoever. This South Carolina team outside the top 330 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Great at guarding the arc. They're a top 50 team in terms of opponent's three-point shooting percentage. They're a top 50 team in terms of their own two-point shooting percentage, and Auburn is outside the top 225 in terms of opponent's two-point shooting percentage. And for this Auburn group, they've been a country average team with their three-point shooting. It's just been a disappointing year for Taj Pettiford. Shoots less than 30% for three, 14 points, 3 assists per contest, but you just expect a little bit more out of him. Keyshawn Hall, 43% three-point shooter, 8 boards, 3 assists, 21 points per contest. He's been amazing. And then Kevin Overton, mid-30s three-point shooter. It's an Auburn team that's a top 35 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. They're outside the top 175 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and forte of this Auburn team being able to get to the free throw line. They're a top 15 team in terms of free throw attempts on a per possession basis, and it's a South Carolina team that's been pretty solid in terms of keeping teams off the free throw line. So I do think that South Carolina going to do just enough to hold in this game. I don't think that there's going to be a ton of possessions in this game. Auburn is a top 100 team in terms of total possessions per game. South Carolina much more of a slow and controlled team, about 237th of the country in terms of total possessions per game, but did set a total year of a 153.5. So I'm going to be willing to take the points with South Carolina, and at a 153 or less, and on the over, 771, 772. Wake Forest is on the road against Florida State. Florida State is a 1.5 point home underdog, 168.5 to 169.5 is the total. Set Wake Forest as the 4.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to take a shot on them for Wake Forest. This team is not an amazing three-point shooting team, but it's better than it was last season. They're shooting about 34.1% from three-point range. For Florida State, they take a ton of threes. They're a top 5 team in terms of percentage of their shots that come from three-point range, and they're 253rd as they shoot about 32% per three. That goes up to about 34% in a roadside switchcore venue, but you've got a lot of turnovers to be had in this game, and that's big the reason why I'm in on the under. You got a Wake Forest team that in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, they're 20th in the country, but if you look at them away from home, that ascends into the top 10, and Florida State has been good in terms of generating turnovers as well. For Florida State, in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, right now they check in 19th in all of college basketball. That ascends into the top 10 in specifically their home games, and you have Chauncey Wingets, who's got relatively good versatility for Florida State, stands right around about 6'10". He's not necessarily shot it well from three-point range, but he's been able to give the team double figures. And then your main scorer right now, that'd be Robert McCray. 6.5 assists, 13.5 points per contest. Florida State, they're themselves outside the top 200 with regards to their own ball security, but you've got Kobe McGee now shooting 44% for three, 11.5 points per game. You've got essentially 7 different guys. They give you at least 7 points per game. And on the flip side for Wake Forest, the main guy, that would be Juke Harris. Harris has been tremendous, 20.5 points, 6.5 boards. He's shooting from three-point range about 34%, and then Miles Colvin shoots 38.5% from the outside, 12.5 points per game. And for Wake Forest, this has been a team that's been good with their three-point shooting defense. Teams are, as a collective, are shooting about 30.3% from three-point range. That's the top 50 mark in all of college basketball, and it's been able to travel relatively well as well. For Wake Forest, in a roadside shoot score venue, teams shoot 29.3% from three, and I think that allows Wake Forest to get the job done and keep the total under. Semi-total 164.5, like the under, and I'm going to lay up to 4 here with Wake 773, 774. Robert Morris is going to be on the road against Northern Kentucky. Northern Kentucky finds themselves as a favorite of 5.5 to 6.5 points. 152.5 is the total. Semi-total 147.5. I like the under. Northern Kentucky, not necessarily a warp speed team. They're fast, 131st in terms of total possessions per game, but not over the top. And then for Robert Morris, 257th in terms of total possessions per game. More of a country average team in terms of total possessions per game away from home. They play slower at home, but this is a game that figures to have a lot of dead possessions because this Northern Kentucky team has been one of the best teams in all of college basketball in terms of generating turnovers. It's been disintegrating a little bit here in Horizon League play, but for Northern Kentucky, they do clock in at 55th in the country in terms of turnovers forced. On a per possession basis, they've actually been significantly better away from home at generating turnovers rather than at home, but it's also been a Robert Morris team that's had a very difficult time in terms of taking care of the ball. Now, Robert Morris doing an amazing job of giving themselves second and third chances. They're 13th in the country in terms of offensive rebound percentage, but if you look at them in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, team has turned the ball over darn near 13 times per contest, so 272nd with that regard. And for Robert Morris, what I think is going to be key for them, you need to get your two guys in Deshaun Good, who's been very good, Elon DeColas, Shada Kulis, to continue to give you those boards, as these two guys have been able to combine for 15.8 rebounds per game. Good has been your top scorer. He's right now shooting 64% from three, 15 points per contest. Shada Kulis, he's able to give you about 11 rebounds per game. And then you've had Alberto Vargas along Darius Livingston actually do a nice job in tandem of being able to give out a combined about 8 assists per game. Now, Livingston has been dealing with some injuries, but he's all good to go. He's been able to give the team 9+ points in all 3 of the last 4 games. So, like what I'm seeing there, and for this Northern Kentucky team, you've got one guy on the roster that really gives you over 5 rebounds per game, LJ Wells, who's been very well at being able to give you in that neighborhood about 8 boards, 14 points per contest, and then trio of guys, Khalil Robinson, Donovan Ode, Dan Gresinger, all give you between 15.5 to 17.1 points per contest. Robinson shoots 46% from 3. Overall, Northern Kentucky is shooting about 35.5% from 3. That's the top 125 mark in all of college basketball. They've actually been really good down low. They're a top 100 team in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, but it is a team that they themselves are outside the top 225 in terms of ball security. And now you go up against a Robert Morris team that has been pretty stout on the inside. They do find themselves in the top 175 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. And with Robert Morris slowing down this game, I do think that they're going to be able to hold in there. I did somehow line at 5.5, so at 6+, won't take this points. Made my total a 147.5, so I also like the under. 775, 776. It's St. Mary's, and they're going to be on the road against Santa Clara. Santa Clara is a 1.5 point favorite to a 1.5 point underdog. Total on this game between 156.5 to a 157.5. Made a total of a 146.5. I like the under. Now for this St. Mary's team, they do find themselves in the top 40 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Really the most efficient offense we've seen in quite some time. They're a very slow team though. 307th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Santa Clara slowed down for past years as well. 147th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. And for the Santa Clara team, where they can be hurt is on the inside. They are 222nd in the country in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. And you've got a St. Mary's team that, as per usual, they're pretty rock solid down low. They do find themselves in the top 75 in terms of their opponent's 2-point shooting percentage. And for St. Mary's, they always just dominate the boards. As for St. Mary's, they're once again back in the top 15 in terms of rebound percentage, number 5 to be exact. And for St. Mary's, you know what you're going to be able to get out of Paulius Marsoukis. Marsoukis has been able to do a good job of holding up down low. He's been able to be really the top scorer with about 17.5 points, 8 rebounds per game. But all the other guys around him have been really good contributors. As around the outside, you've got a guy, Mikey Lewis, who's been able to supply 13.5 points from 3-point range. He's currently shooting in that neighborhood about 39.5% from 3. And St. Mary's, top 35 team in terms of their 3-point shooting percentage at 38.5%. Does fall off a little bit away from home, but in a dip and tug spot as well. They shoot 82% the free throw line. Big reason why I did set them here as a 2.5 point favorite, so we'll take them as a pick 'em / a very, very slight favorite / underdog. Now, St. Mary's not going to force the issue outside the top 275 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but also a top 75 team in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, and a Santa Clara team that has really been able to excel in terms of giving themselves second chances. a top 35 team in terms of their offensive rebound percentage. Just not going to be able to get that with having someone like a Andrew McKeever being able to give you 9+ rebounds per game. Harry Wessels is a 7-footer that's rock solid, and you got Elijah Mai, who's been very solid for the Santa Clara team, give you about 35% 3-point shooting, 14.5 points, 4.5 rebounds per game. Alan Grace throws in there 7 rebounds per game, and then you've also been able to get about 6 rebounds out of Jake Hamsinger, only about 6.5 points per game, but does give out about 3.5 assists per game. But Santa Clara, even though they're a top 50 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, they are outside the top 175 in terms of their own ball security, outside the top 200 in terms of 3-point shooting percentage. I think that St. Mary's finds a way to get the job done, and I don't think that this game can involve a ton of possession. So set my line at 2.5, like St. Mary's here on this rather pick 'em line, and in on the under. Set my total 146.5, 777, and 778 on the card. VMI is going to be playing us to the Citadel. Citadel is an underdog of 5.5 points. Totals between 140.5 to 141.5, and I do like this total over. I set my total at 143. The Citadel is a super slow and controlled team, and they're outside the top 270 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Citadel 335th in terms of total possessions per game. VMI, a little bit more of a mid-tempo team at 227th, but that said, these are two defenses are just so absolutely ghastly that I think that you get points here. Citadel 356th in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. VMI is a little bit better. They're not a whole heck of a lot better, as right now they're checking in outside the top 275 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and VMI has been outside the top 275 in terms of their 3-point shooting percentage, but I did set my line at 7. I'm going to be willing to lay, mainly because for the Citadel, even though this is a VMI team that's very rough with regards to rebounding, for the Citadel, you've only got one guy on the roster that gives you over 4 rebounds per game. Solo Edbasi, 7.5 points, 6 rebounds per game. He's been relatively solid. And then you do have a pair of double-figure scorers, Braxton Williams along Christian Moore. These guys have been able to combine for about 23.5 points per contest, and between the two of them, they actually shoot about 37% from 3, and for the Citadel to begin the season, they did a nice job taking care of the ball. They're now outside the top 225 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis on offense, and currently in conference play, they're allowing teams to shoot over 40% from 3-point range, and this is a VMI team that is very much going to go bombs away from 3. They're a top 30 team in terms of percentage of their shots that come from 3-point range. They've been dealing with the injury to Ricky Bradley all season, but you've got TJ Johnson stepping up for about 18.5 points, 7 boards from 3-point range. He shoots about 34% from 3. Linus Holstrom with 33-point shooter with about 10.5 points per contest, and outside those two guys, you just have a lot of mixing and shaking in general. You've got about 5 different guys that give you between 5.9 and 9.9 points per contest, and 10 Yitzhak. He does give you 4 assists, of fewer than 2.5 turnovers per game. Citadel really doesn't force the issue in terms of turnovers, so even though it might be a little bit more of a slow and controlled game, I do think the VMI hits those threes, gets you the over, and covers the spread. Set my line at 7, willing to lay with VMI, and I'm going to be in on the over. Set my total at 143, 779, 780 on the card. Wyoming is going to be on the road against Fresno State. Fresno State is a underdog here of 1.5 points, so on this game, it is 144.5 to 145.5. Made Wyoming the 3.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Wyoming all of a sudden is really slowing down their tempo. They've been playing at a rate of about 6 possessions per game fewer over their last 5 games than they did over the first few games of the season. So that has been something to very much note. And you've got a bunch on the flip side of Fresno State that is slower than a season ago. They're not a team that's necessarily going to be playing at a snail's pace or anything like that. But in terms of possessions per game, they're about 152nd in the country. And Fresno State has been a really good 3-point shooting defense. Top 75 team in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, and it's a Wyoming team that's about country average with regards to their 3-point shooting percentage, but for Wyoming, where they've really been able to control things is down low. They're a top 75 team in terms of offensive rebound percentage. They're really not allowing any sort of second and third chances as well in Wyoming. Top 125 team with regards to their 2-point shooting percentage. Leland Walker and Nasir Meyer have been your top 2 scorers. They combine for about 28 points per game, and you got Oriah Rojas, who's really been able to step up as a nice 3-point shooter, shooting 39% from 3, 8 points per game for Wyoming. Top 150 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and Fresno State has been absolutely terrible in terms of taking care of the ball. Fresno State right now has given up about 14 turnovers per game. They're outside the top 310 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. Now they are a top 85 team with regards to their free throw shooting percentage. Jake Heidbreder, 90% free throw shooter, 18 points, 2.5 assists per contest. And Fresno State, not the world's worst team at getting to the free throw line. Also for Fresno State, they have been a top 150 team in terms of the rebound percentage, as your main man Wilson Jaquez has been able to give you about 8.5 points, 8.5 rebounds per game, so been relatively well-rounded there, but just not a lot of 3-point shooting across the boulevard for the team. Jaquez has only taken like 2 threes this year, so he doesn't count, but I mean, out of your top 4 scorers, he's the only one that shoots above 32% from 3-point range. John Collins to be able to give you 13 points per game, but for this Fresno State team, even though they've been a top 100 team in terms of generating turnovers, they're just very weak on the inside. They're outside the top 300 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting shooting percentage. I think that Wyoming is going to be able to exploit that, find a way to get the job done, and I do think that you're going to get some late game fouls in this one. And for Wyoming at the free throw line this season, they are shooting more than they were, about 72.5%. Not amazing, but I think it's enough to be able to get the job done. So I told 147.5, so I like the over. And with Wyoming, I'm willing to lay up to 3 with them. 781, 782. Campbell is on the road against UNC Wilmington. Wilmington, a 6.5 point favorite. Total is 150.5, and I'm in on the under. I set my total at a 143.5. You do have a Campbell team that's really sped up their tempo, 126th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Wilmington, 326th in all of college basketball, and this is a Wilmington team that's been very good with their defense, 38th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Campbell's ghastly, 300th in the country with this regard, and for UNC Wilmington, they are outside the top 275 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but even with that, Campbell, they're 291st in terms of ball security in a roadside shoot court environment, outside the top 300 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. I do think that that's going to be relatively costly for them, as it's a Campbell team that doesn't shoot the world's worst from 3-point. You've got DJ Turn It Up Smith. He's been able to give you 16 plus points per contest. He's been able to shoot in the high 30s from 3-point, and then outside of him, you've been able to get about 15 points per contest out of Davideus Butka and Chris Fields, who gives you 12.5 points per contest. They combine for 18.3 rebounds per game, and Campbell's a top 100 team in terms of offensive rebound percentage. Here's the issue, though. You're running into a UNC Wilmington team who's even better on the glass. As for Wilmington, if you look at their overall rebound percentage, this team is 20th in all of college basketball. So even though this Campbell team has been okay in terms of generating second and third chances, not going to be the case here. And for this Campbell team, they're outside the top 310 in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. So Wilmington should be able to get some good looks for their main men, as you've been able to get about 16 points per contest on Nolan Hodge, 4.5 boards. He shoots 42.5% from 3-point range. Christian May shoots about 34% from 3, about 10 points per contest. And for Wilmington, outside of Hodge, you've got 5 guys outside of him with between 9.5 to 12.5 points per contest. And then you throw in there Joshua Williams, who's been able to give you 8 points per contest. Just a very well-rounded group. Wilmington does a nice job taking care of the ball, top 100 team. There's a few turnovers on a per possession basis, and I do think that they win this game from within. So Wilmington as a 9.5 point favorite, want to lay the number. Made by total 143.5, so I also like the under. 783, 784. St. John's is on the road against Villanova. Villanova, in a lot of places, are a very slim 1.5 to 2.5 point underdog. 148.5 to 149.5 is the total, and with St. John's made them the 5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. With St. John's, I recognize that they've been a little bit wobbly this season. They don't really have that main point guard, but what St. John's does have is the ability to be able to win the battle on the boards. Top 40 team with regards to rebound percentage, with Zuby Ejiofor, 16 points, 2 blocks, 7.5 rebounds per game. You've had Bryce Hopkins show off good versatility, 13 points, 5 rebounds. Not a great 3-point shooter, but the St. John's team as a whole is now shooting about 35.8% from 3. That's the top 100 mark in all of college basketball. And Villanova, in their home games, they are outside the top 320 in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, 205th overall in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. So did make a total of 149. I like the over, even though you do have St. John's team that's in the top 35 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. St. John's is also a team that's going to really crank up the tempo, though. 31st in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Villanova, the opposite. They're currently 318th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, but for this Villanova team, it's all about Bryce Lindsey in the backcourt. 40.5% 3-point shooter, 15 points per contest. Arcaden Lewis, he's been able to give out about 5.5 assists per game. And St. John's is a top 50 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. And Villanova, they're a top 75 team in terms of taking care of the ball. But I do think that with St. John's having just so much depth, having someone like Isaiah Sellers who shoots 40% for 3, about 10 points per contest, being able to have Dylan Darling from time to time, be able to give you some good facilitation. Ian Jackson has been able to give you 10.5 points per game. I think that there's just too many guys. Duke Brandon down low has been good for this Villanova team. He's been able to give the team darn near 11 rebounds, 12 points per game, but outside of him, you've only got one other guy that gives you over 4.1 rebounds per game, in Tyler Perkins, and I do think that St. John's wins from within. We'll take a 148.5 to the over, anything below that as well, and with the St. John's team, made them a 5-point favorite, I'm going to be willing to lay the number. 785, 786, Louisville's on the road against Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh is a home underdog of 7.5 points, 152 to 152.5 is the total, and for Louisville, I did set them as a favorite of 6.5 points, so I'm going to be willing to take 7 plus here. Now with Louisville, they are going to have Ryan Conwell out there. Mikael Brown, he continues to be out the fold for them, and they were going to activate their guy that was coming in from the G League. It looks like that's not going to be the case anymore, but that said, for this Louisville team, it's all about Conwell at this point. 19.5 points, shoots 36.5% from 3-point, and then Isaac McNeely, he throws in there 12 points, shoots 37.5% from 3, but now you're going to be looking at having Ali Khalifa be a little bit of a do-it-all sort of guy. He's been able to give you 3.5 points, 3 assists per contest, and stands right around about 6'11", they're going to look to utilize that size. But for Pittsburgh, what they've been able to do a good job of is being able to hit the glass, as you've got Cameron Corrin, former Florida State standout. He's been able to give you 13 points, 8 rebounds per game. And for Pittsburgh, they're a top 130 team with their three-point shooting percentage at about 35%. This is a team that has not been great with regards to their interior defense, but they don't really allow a lot of second and third chances. Top 80 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage. And well, we always rave about the offense of Louisville. Louisville has been a top 30 team on the glass, and this is a Louisville team that, despite the fact that they are so good with the offense, now with having all the injuries, they're going to need to step up on defense. I do think that they can do so. 29th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Pittsburgh more around about 135th, and if you look at their home games specifically, they're actually outside the top 150 with that regard. Pittsburgh not a team that's really going to force the issue in terms of generating turnovers, but also for this Louisville team, over 50% of their field goal attempts come from three, and they are just shooting 28.9% from three-point away from home. I think that that's just enough for this Pittsburgh team to be able to hold in there. So I did set a total here of a 152.5. I'm willing to take a 152 or less of the over. This open up at a 150.5. I think that you get some late game fouls, so I'm in on the over. And with Pittsburgh 7+, I'm going to be willing to take those points. 787, 788. It's Cal State Fullerton. They are going to be on the road against UC Riverside, and Riverside is a underdog here of 3.5 to 4 points. Totals between 157.5 to 158.5, and for Fullerton, made them the 1.5 point favorite. So here at the 3.5 to 4, going to be willing to take the points with Riverside. Now, for Fullerton, they've been able to do a relatively solid job in terms of holding up top 100 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage. But for Fullerton, this is a hit or miss offense. They're a country average team, shooting about 34% from 3-point range. Not a whole lot of bad there, but they just don't execute on the inside, as right now they are about 218th in the country with regards to their own 2-point shooting percentage. Riverside has just been getting killed on the turnover battle. They're outside the top 250 in terms of being able to take care of the ball on offense. On defense, about 300th in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. So that's been very costly for this Riverside team. That said, for this UC Riverside team, what they've also been able to do a relatively okay job of is not allowing a lot of good inside looks. It's a Riverside team that can be had from the outside. They're outside the top 300 with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, but with Osiris Gary coming on over from Utah Valley, he's done a nice job giving this team about 12 points, 6 rebounds per game. He's been able to elevate them, and then Markel Worthy and Andrew Henderson in the backcourt, they combine for about 30.7 points per contest. Henderson shoots 36% from 3. Worthy shoots about 32.5% from 3. Riverside, country average team, shooting about 33.5% from 3-point range, but this is a team that is looking to force teams to pile drive the ball inside. They're a top 40 team in terms of opponents' shots that come from inside the 3-point line for Riverside as well. If they can find a way to the free throw line, they do shoot about 73.5% at the charity stripe, not grabbing for themselves a lot of second and third chances. But for Fullerton, while they're not allowing you to be able to grab a lot of second and third chances, they don't either in terms of offensive rebound percentage. They are outside the top 250 with that regard, and Fullerton can be out on defense. They're outside the top 275 in terms of opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage. The one thing that Fullerton has been able to do a good job of owning, though, has been the turnover battle. In terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, this is a Fullerton team that they have been right around about the top 75 with that regard. Falls off a little bit away from home, though, and this Fullerton team has all of a sudden cranked up the tempo. 5th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Riverside, a little bit more of a team at about 197th, and I do think that in the end, Fullerton is going to be able to get the job done outright on the money line, but also with this Fullerton team, have to have a little bit of caution at the free throw line. They shoot just 69%, so I did set my line here at a 1.5. I'm going to be willing to take the points with the Riverside, and with regards to this total, set mine at a 161.5 with Fullerton's up-tempo style and perhaps some late game fouling like the over to go along with the points here with Riverside. 789, 790 on the card. Long Beach State is going to be on the road against Cal State Northridge. Seton is a 5.5 to a 6-point favorite, and your total is between 158.5 to 159.5, and with a Long Beach State, I did set them as a underdog of 5 points, so I'm going to be willing to take those points. With this Northridge team, do have to be very cautious of this team and the way that they turn the ball over. They're just not the same team in terms of generating turnovers on defense as they were a season ago, outside the top 275 in terms of ball security, and if this comes down to late game fouling, they shoot 66.7% at the free throw line. That is a bottom 45 mark in all of college basketball. Now, with this team, you've got Larry Hughes Jr., giving you 18.5 points, shoots 40% from 3-point range. You've got Davius Lurie, who's been able to shoot about 36% from 3, so these guys have been rock solid, but for this Northridge team, they're outside the top 230 with their own 2-point shooting percentage, outside the top 200 in terms of opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage. The one thing that Northridge has been able to do a really good job of is that they're able to win the rebound battles. This has been a team that has been able to have Josh O'Garrow give you 9+ rebounds per game. If you look at percentage of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound, they're about a top 175 team with that regard, but They're really not allowing opponents to be able to haul in those second and third chances. They're 32nd in the country in terms of defensive rebound percentage, but this is a Long Beach State team that they themselves have not been allowing second chances. Top 75 team in terms of their defensive rebound percentage. Petar Mastrovich has been able to do a solid job coming in from Syracuse with about 12.6 rebounds per game, and for this Long Beach State team, it's been a team that's been having a tough time taking care of the ball in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis on offense. They do rank outside the top 175 with that regard. They become a top 125 team in terms of grabbing turnovers themselves, and they're forcing everything to the inside. Even though they're outside the top 300 in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, they're a top 100 team in terms of percentage of opponent shots that come from inside the arc. And Kevin Sykes, he's been able to shoot about 38.5% for three, 18 points per game. Shaquille Bender, he's been hit or miss, but he's been able to give you about 9 points per game. And then you have Rob Diaz and Isaiah Lewis in tandem, give you about 6 assists per contest. I think that that's just enough for Long Beach State to hold in there. And with Seton in a tight spot, can't trust them at the free throw line. So I did set my line at 5. I'm going to be willing to take the points with Long Beach State, and did set a total here of a 157. So at 158 plus, I'm in on the under. 791, 782, Texas Tech. They play us at BYU. BYU is a underdog of 2.5 to 3 points. So in this game, it is 160.5, and with Texas Tech, I did set them as a underdog here of 2.5 points. I feel like the wrong team is favored. I'm in on BYU on the money line. This BYU team has been very efficient on both sides of it. Top 30 team in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis, and I think a lot of people would be surprised to know the BYU points allowed on a per possession basis has actually been more efficient. As for this BYU team, they're currently 16th in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and you've got a bunch here in Texas Tech that they have been outside the top 100 with this regard, and Texas Tech outside the top 125 in terms of defensive rebound percentage, despite the fact that JT Toppin has been so good down low. 21 points, 11 rebounds, 2 blocks per contest, and it's a Texas Tech team that they shoot it well from three. Top 35 team shooting 37.8% from three. Donovan Atwell and Christian Anderson combined to shoot about 42.5% from three. Atwell about 12 points per contest, 19 out of Christian Anderson, but it feels like the depth is not really there for this team. You could use more out of Tyree Bryan, who's only been able to give you about 5 points per contest, and for the Texas Tech team, what's really been hurting them is the fact that they just allow so much down low. Outside the top 135 in terms of opponent's 2-point shooting percentage at AJ Devanza, he's been incredible for this BYU team. Over 22 points, over 6 rebounds. He gives out 3+ assists per contest, so he's been able to do a great job there. But how about Richie Saunders and Robert Wright? These two guys combined for 36.5 points per game. Saunders shoots 40% for three, 45% out of Robert Wright, and for BYU, they do a good job in terms of valuing the ball. They're a top 75 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis with BYU as well. They've been really good in terms of guarding the arc. Team shoots just 29.9% from three-point range against them, and even though this is going to be a little bit more of an up-tempo game, Texas Tech mid-tempo team, BYU, they're about 67th in terms of total possessions per game. I think that BYU holds up on defense for the under, so I told 156.5, so looking at the under and BYU outright on the money line, 793, 794. It is Oral Roberts, and they're going to be playing us Omaha. Omaha, set hike. They do find themselves on the road as a very, very slim underdog of 1 to 1.5 points. So on this game, 146.5. Made my total a 151.5. I like the over. Oral Roberts has become a bit more of a mid-tempo team this season, 151st in terms of total possessions per game. Omaha, right now, they're checking in about 203rd, and for Oral Roberts, what has really just killed this team. They're outside the top 300 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, but Omaha is not generating any turnovers whatsoever, and Omaha, 321st in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Oral Roberts is 329th, and I did set Omaha here as a slim 1.5 point favorite. I do like them outright on the money line for Oral Roberts. It's just been a lot of changeover for this team, and they're only shooting about 32.5% from three-point shot. You've been able to get a lot of production out of Ty Harper. Comes over from Youngstown State, 16 points, 2.5 assists, shoots 32.5% from three, but outside of Lane Sparks, who's played in one game thus far this season, of your top 5 scorers, none of them shoot above 33% from three-point range. Now, it is an Oral Roberts team that they can get to the free throw line, top 100 team with that regard, but this is a team that's very much getting blitzed down low as they're outside the top 250 in terms of their overall rebound percentage. They're not a team that really generates a lot of turnovers either, and for Omaha, they did lose some of their top guys from a season ago, but you still have Lance Waddles out there as he's been able to give the team about 15 points from three-point range. He's shooting about 42% for three. Paul DeBourget, who began his career over at Miami, he has been magnificent. Missed the first 13 games of the season, 17.5 points, 5.5 boards. Right now, shooting 48% from three. We'll see a regression there, but Deshaun Glover, along Tony Osborne, they combine for about 24.5 points per game with Osborne shooting 38.5% from three. And last year, you saw with this Omaha team, they were really bad with their three-point shooting in non-conference play, heated up in conference play. Right now, they're shooting over 37% from three in Summit League play, over 78% at the free throw line, grabbing no offensive rebounds whatsoever. They're not generating a lot of turnovers, but they're playing games in which there's a lot of efficiency. I think you're going to see that here, and I think that Omaha going to be the more efficient team. Semi-line at 1.5, so I do like Omaha here on the money line, and it's semi-total 151.5. I also like the over 795, 796. You've got New Mexico, and they're going to be on the road against San Diego State. Old San Diego State is a 3.5 to a 4-point favorite. 145.5 to 147 is the total. Semi-total 140.5. I'm in on the under, mainly because I think that you're just going to get a lot of turnovers in this game. It's a New Mexico defense that right now is 23rd in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. San Diego State not quite where they have been in past years, but still 53rd in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and San Diego State is a top 100 team in terms of total possessions per game. That is a warped stat, though, because they play that double overtime game against Troy, the triple overtime game against Boise State, so I do think that that does need to be taken into account, but what we know about both of these teams is that their bread is buttered on defense with regards to generating turnovers. Typically, it's more of the low post play with regards to San Diego State, not as much as here, but San Diego State, they're currently 30th in the country in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. New Mexico, they're checking in about 36th. And San Diego State, they've been much better at home rather than away from home with regards to their defense. And this is a San Diego State team that they do shoot as a collective over 36% from three-point. You've been able to have Reese Waters do a nice job in terms of stepping up, giving the team about 11 points, 3.5 rebounds from three-point. He shoots about 35% from three. BJ Davis shoots 43% from three. And Magoon Gwath shoots 58% from three-point range. He's been able to give you 9.5 points per contest. Elise Harrington is shooting 58% from three. You got to expect a little bit of regression here. And it's a San Diego State team that they themselves have been outside the top 240 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. Now for New Mexico, you don't necessarily have a ton of low post play in this game, and that's a big reason why I do think that San Diego State does find a way to get the job done. But could I set my line here at a 4.5, so at a 5+, I'd be willing to take a shot here, but it looks like we're mostly just going to get 3.5 to 4, which does put me on San Diego State. But that's it for this New Mexico team. You've been able to have one guy be able to step up on the glass, Tomislav Buzhin, who's been able to give you 11 points, 9.5 rebounds per game. Nobody else on the roster gives you over 4.2 rebounds per game, which means that Magoon Gwath should be able to win that battle there, but I do like what Dayton Albury brings. He and Bujan both give you about 11.5 points per contest. Jake Hall, 14.5 points, shoots 40% from three. New Mexico country average team, shooting about 34% from three. Top 125 team in terms of their 2-point shooting percentage, but still, I do think that for New Mexico, they're just going to be matched by the fact that this San Diego State team does a great job of generating turnovers. Now, to the credit of New Mexico, top 35 team in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, but can be added down low. I think that's just enough for San Diego State to cover. Somehow line at 4.5, 1 to 4 with San Diego State in on the under. Semi total at a 140.5, 797, 798. You've got Mississippi State at home against Ole Miss, and Ole Miss does find themselves as a underdog of 3.5 to 4 points. 147.5 to 148 is the total line. For Mississippi State, made them the slim 2.5 point favorite. So at 3+, I am going to be willing to take a shot on Mississippi. They finally were able to get things right. They win that game against Georgia. It feels like they're building some momentum once again, and it's a top 125 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, which doesn't sound significant, but Mississippi State is generating no turnovers whatsoever. 336th with this regard, and typically the calling card for this Mississippi State team is just winning the battle down low. It's not like they're the world's worst rebounding team. You've got Quincy Ballard, who comes over from Wichita State. He's done a nice job, give you about 7.5 boards, a little bit over a block per contest, and then you've been able to get about 7 rebounds per game out of Akura, but he's not the scorer that he was a few seasons ago over at Sanford, and with Josh Hubbard, he's had to just carry the mail along Jaden Epps. Jaden Epps, 15.5 points, shoots them now only about 31% from three. Hubbard, 23 points per contest, shoots 34% from three. And Chris Jans has never had a Mississippi State team that has ranked above 270th in terms of 3-point shooting percentage. Back outside the top 250 this year, shooting 31.3% from 3-point shot. Their perimeter defense has not been bad. They've been a top 75 team in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, but for Ole Miss, I do think that their overall versatility is going to be able to win out here. They've been a top 125 team with regards to their 3-point shooting percentage and are a top 100 team in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. AJ Soares is able to give you 13 points, shoots 39.5% from three. Peyton Pinkins has really stepped up in a big way, shooting 47% from three. Kazagifa shoots over 40% from 3-point. It's an Ole Miss team that's pretty solid in terms of taking care of the ball. Top 75 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. They're not a great team on the glass, but this Mississippi State team that typically is, they have been falling short there. Mississippi State has for some reason cranked up their tempo to about 55th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Ole Miss likes to play a little bit more slow and controlled at about 230th, and I do think that Ole Miss is going to be able to slow this game down. In the end, I do think that Mississippi State on their home floor has enough to be able to get it done, but I think that's going to be a little bit of a lower scoring, slower game. Semi-total 146.5, like the under, and I'm going to take 3+ here with Ole Miss. 799, 800 on the card. Abilene Christian, they are on the road against Southern Utah. Southern Utah, home underdogs of 3.5 points, 148 to 148.5 is the total, and made a total of 145.5. I do like the under. Now for the Southern Utah team, they are looking to crank up some tempo in terms of total possessions per game. 63rd Abilene Christian is not a team that's looking to crank up tempo. They're about 253rd in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and Abilene Christian back in the top 15 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. As a matter of fact, they are number 13 in the country, and for Southern Utah, outside the top 3 in terms of ball security, they were able to, Southern Utah, knock down some threes in their last game against Tarleton State, but I just still have some massive question marks with this team. Jaden Faroa has been able to do a pretty solid job for this team as he comes over from Holy Cross, and he's been able to supply the team with in that neighborhood of about 11 points, 6 rebounds, is able to give you a little bit from the outside for a team that is outside the top 250 with regards to their own 3-point shooting percentage. Elijah Duvall has been able to throw in there about 12.5 points, and for Faroa, 2 blocks per contest, we'll give him that as well. But out of 365 teams, Southern Utah in the bottom 5 in terms of 3-point shooting percentage at 38.6%. Good news for them is that Abilene Christian is very much looking to pile drive the ball down low. Southern Utah, they always look to push you off the 3-point line anyway, and for Abilene Christian, they are outside the top 240 with regards to their own 2-point shooting percentage, but still a team that's been a top 75 team in terms of their defensive rebound percentage. They themselves, Abilene Christian, outside the top 3 in terms of ball security, but Braden Hubbard, I think he's the best scorer in this game, 16 points, shoots only about 32% for 3 for 5 boards. He and Rich Smith, your next best scorer for this Abilene Christian team, have combined about 3.5 steals per contest, and Smith shoots 37.5% from 3. Childarian Newton, along with Yanel Rivera, they combine for 15 points, combine to shoot about 35.5% from 3, and in a tight spot, this is a Abilene Christian team that they shoot about 71.5% the free throw line. Not great, not terrible. Southern Utah, meanwhile, they shoot that exact same percentage, but with Southern Utah unable to take care of the ball, I think that allows Abilene Christian to control this game and keep it under. Somebody line at 7.5, 1 to lay with Abilene Christian, and I'm in on the under 801, 802. It's Portland on the road against Loyola Marymount. Loyola Marymount is a favorite in most spots of 8.5 points. Total on this game, you're finding it at a 147.5, and with Loyola Marymount, I'm going to be willing to lay it. I did set Loyola Marymount here as a favorite of 9.5 points. For Portland, they've been able to do a nice job with regards to their interior offense. They're a top 100 team with regards to 2-point shooting percentage. Here is the issue, though. This is a Loyola Marymount team that is a top 35 team in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. They've been a rock-solid defense, overall 88th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per-possession basis, and you're going to have a tempo clash. You've got Loyola Marymount playing not necessarily super duper slow, but slower, 150th in terms of total possessions per game. Portland is about 82nd, and Portland is just so sloppy with the ball, outside the top 3 trend in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, and when you're that sloppy with the ball, you need to be able to knock down some threes, and right now for this Portland team, they are shooting from 3-point range about 29.6% from 3, which goes down to 22.3% away from home. I think we're going to see a little bit of improvement there, but yeah, that's not going to be great to say the least, and that's a big reason why as well. I did set my total here at a 147.5, so at a 148 plus, I will be willing to take a shot on the under right now, seeing mostly just 147.5 across the board, but if we can get to a 148 plus, would rather have a 148 under rather than a 147 over. As for Portland, right now you've had Timo George along with Joel Foxwell do a nice job in terms of being freshmen, contributing big time with Foxwell. He's been able to give you 14.5 points, over 4 rebounds per game. And Timo George, 12.5 points, right around about 5 rebounds per game. Problem is he's right now dealing with a little bit of an injury, probably going to be out the full once again. So they've had to have Cameron Williams step up for this team, and he has been able to do so. 12.5 points per game, gives you about 6 rebounds per game. And Foxwell, he does shoot about 34.5% from 3-point range, but pretty much of anyone that's taken more than 3 threes as far as this season, he and Mikhailo Balu, who gives you about 10.5 points per contest, are the lone 2 guys that shoot above 31% from 3-point range. And just with how good Loyola Marymount is with their low post defense, I do think that they're going to be able to win out in this spot. And then for Loyola Marymount, they should be able to take it to a Portland team that's outside the top 250 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. Portland really doesn't force the issue in terms of being able to pressure you down low, and with this Loyola Marymount team, they are a team that has been very good with their 3-point shooting as well. They shoot about 35.9% from 3-point range, including their non-D1 games against D1 teams. They're still a top 125 team with that regard, with Rodney Brown give you 14.5 points, shoots 40% from 3. Jan Vide shoots 42% from 3. He was missing for a bit of time. He's been their main facilitator with 4.5 assists per game, so offense has been much better ever since they've gotten him back, and just really good low post play with Jalen Shelley, Aaron McBride being able to go for about 12 rebounds, 20 points per contest. It's a Loyola Marymount team that does shoot just 68.5% of the free throw line, but I think that they win comfortably enough that that's not really going to be coming into play here. At a 148 or higher, I'm in on the under, and with Loyola Marymount, I'm going to be willing to lay up to 9 with them, 803, 804. Montana State is going to be playing against Montana. Montana is a underdog of 6 to 6.5 points, 150.5 to 151 is the total, and made a total here of a 148.5. I do like the under. Now with Montana, they're looking to play quite fast. They're 56th in the country in terms of total total possessions per game. In conference play, they've slowed down by about 3 to 4 possessions per game slower, and for Montana State, they are looking to play slow. 260th in terms of total possessions per game in their home games, closer to about 300th, and it's a Montana State team that's been hit or miss from three-point range. At home, they shoot about 35.5% from three, but overall 216th in the country. In Montana, they shoot away from home 37.3% from three-point range. That's actually a top 55 mark in the country, but for Montana, sloppiness has really been killing them. Now, they go up against Montana State team that's not necessarily supreme in terms of generating turnovers, but Montana hovering right around 300th in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, despite having Money on their side. Money Williams, 5.5 assists, 4 boards, 18.5 points, only shoots about 29% from three, but the 4.2 turnovers per game, that's a little bit of an issue. You've got Tyler Thompson, who's been able to shoot about 41% from three, 9.5 points per game, and for Montana, with all the great outside shooting, they really leave aside the rebounding aspect of things, as they're outside the top 350 in terms of offensive rebound percentage, 7.7 offensive rebounds per game, and it's on a Montana State team that generates a lot of second and third chances as well. They're well outside the top 10 with regards to their offensive rebound percentage, but they don't allow second and third chances themselves. With regards to defensive rebound percentages, Montana State team is a top 175 team with that regard, and for Montana State, you've been able to get really good production in the backcourt out of Jed Miller along with Patrick McMahon. They've been able to combine for 28 points per game. Miller is able to shoot 40% from three. Christian King, Davion Brown, they combine to shoot about 39.5% from the outside, and those two guys give you combined 24 points per game as well. Just have a lot of guys that really contribute for this team. You've had Calvin Holden be out with the fold a little bit due to injury, so that's been affecting them a little bit, but I mean, if you include him, you pretty much have 8 different guys that give you at least 12.5 minutes per game, so a nice deep rotation here for Montana State. They've also been very good in terms of allowing teams to not really get good looks from three-point range. Top 75 team in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage at home, that really takes hold, and I do think that with Montana State, they're going to do a nice job in terms of slowing things down, not allow good looks from three-point range, and that allows them to be able to get the job done outright. That said, with this Montana State team, you just have to have a little bit of trepidation with the fact that they're not necessarily the strongest team down low, and for this Montana State team, at home, they actually allow teams to shoot 36% from three-point range. Away from them, that goes to about 31%, so that's been a little bit fascinating, and I do think that for Montana, even though they're not going to grab a lot of second and third chances, neither is Montana State. So, set my line at 4.5. I'm going to be willing to take the points here with the Grizzlies, and I'm also in on the under 805, 806 on the card. Tarleton State, they're on the road against Utah Tech. Utah Tech is a 1 to a 1.5 point favorite total on this game. It is 153.5 to a 154, and with Utah Tech, I did set them as a underdog of 3 points. I like Tarleton State on the money line. Tarleton State, number one team in the country in terms of turnovers force on a per possession basis, and Tarleton State has really cranked up their tempo. They are now a top 80 team in terms of total possessions per game. Now, away from home, they do allow teams to shoot 39% from three-point range, and this is a Utah Tech team that's actually been very good with their perimeter defense. They're now a top 60 team in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. They become a little bit better in terms of guarding the just perimeter as well in terms of generating turnovers. That said, for Utah Tech, 295th with their own three-point shooting percentage, shooting 29.7% from three-point range at home, and I think that that's really going to be reigning supreme here. It is a Utah Tech team that's been much better down low, as now you've been able to bring in Ethan Potter from Utah Valley, 16 points, 7.5 rebounds per game, and additionally you've got Noah Belonga, who's been able to give you about 6 boards, 11.5 points, comes in from St. Bonaventure, but that said, for this Utah Tech team, it is one that has been very vulnerable on the inside, outside the top 200 with regards to opponents' two-point shooting percentage. They are outside the top 200 with regards to rebound percentage. Shashawn Holder has been a great three-point shooter, shoots 46% from three-point range. He's flying about 10 to 11 points per game, but outside that, it's a little bit of an issue, and they're outside the top 250 in terms of their own ball security, so that means that Tarleton should be able to generate plenty of turnovers, and then you've got Dior Johnson for Tarleton. Tarleton has him coming off the bench. He's averaging 25 points per contest. It's just absolutely insane what we're seeing there. Shoots 61% from three, and Tarleton is right now shooting as a collective about 35.5% from three-point range. If you look at what they're doing in a roadside shoot score venue, that goes to about 36.9%, but and they have really been lethal from three-point range. Additionally, you've been able to get good production out of Freddie Hicks along with Cameron McDowell. These two guys combined for about 23.5 points per contest. Between these two guys and Dior Johnson, you get over 5 steals per contest as well. It is a Tarleton State team that doesn't necessarily do the world's greatest job on the glass, but they're still a top 225 team with that regard. That's actually a little bit better than Utah Tech. Kristen Backpa being able to give you 6 rebounds per game, I think wins out in this spot. So did set Tarleton State as a 3-point favorite. I'm willing to take them as a slim money line underdog, and I did set my total here at a 153. So with regards to this total, I'm going to be in on the 154 plus under 807, 808. You've got UC Santa Barbara playing against Hawaii. Hawaii is a 1.5 point road favorite. Total on this game 144 to 144.5. So Hawaii is a 4.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number, as you've got a Hawaii team that's currently numero uno in all of college basketball in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. It is a Hawaii team that leaves something to be desired with their 3-point shooting, 267th in the country with that regard. And Santa Barbara has been a good 3-point shooting team. Right now, Santa Barbara 21st in the country, and they shoot 43.5% from 3-point range at home, but I'm just a believer in this Hawaii defense, as they're pretty much doing everything except for generating turnovers. Hawaii is a team that's outside the top 150 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but right now they find themselves in the top 25 in terms of opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage. This Hawaii team has been a top 45 team in terms of free throw attempts on a per possession basis. Now, Santa Barbara has been good in terms of not allowing defensive rebounds, as they are a team that has been a top 50 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage. That said, they are outside the top 275 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Isaac Johnson at 7 feet tall is able to give you about 13.6 half boards for Hawaii. Harry Ruyadev shoots 38% from 3, 11.5 points, and each of your top 4 scorers for Hawaii give you over 5 rebounds per game. And for Santa Barbara, you've been able to get a lot out of Ada Mahaney. He's been able to do a nice job shooting in the high 30s, low 40s from 3-point range, and he's been their main scorer with supplying about 14 points per contest. And then CJ Shaw, Colin Smith, they both give you between 11 to 11.5 points per game, but with this Santa Barbara team, just not the same team in terms of guarding things inside as well. Even though they're not allowing second and third chances, they're outside the top 250 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. This is why a team that's very content to be able to pile drive the ball down low, and with this UC Santa Barbara offense, also outside the top 135 in terms of their 2-point shooting percentage, and outside the top 275 in terms of their ball security. Do you think that Hawaii is able to slow this game down, and they're really able to just do a nice job in terms of crushing a Santa Barbara team that doesn't play with a lot of tempo themselves, 258th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, so made a total of 142.5, like the under, and with Hawaii willing to lay up to 4 with them, 8-9, 8-10 on the card. Idaho is going to be on the road against Weber State. Weber State, a 1.5 to a 2-point favorite total on this game, 156 on 156.5. I made Weber State the 5-point favorite, so I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Weber State just has a really good home court advantage, and this is an Idaho team that, to their credit, they don't allow second and third chances. A top 15 team in terms of defensive or rebound percentage. That said, this is an Idaho team that they do allow quite a bit in terms of 3-point shooting percentage, or outside the top 150 in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, and they themselves shoot 34.1% from the outside, 38.2% at home, 32.7% away from home. And Weber State has been a really good perimeter defense, and they themselves at home, they've been able to shoot about 39.4% from 3-point. As a matter of fact, Weber State, a top 50 team with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. And for Weber State, this has been a little bit of a banged up team, but now you're getting back one of your main guys, Vajami Vartinen, who's been able to give you 12.5 points per game. He was missing for like 6 or 7 games, shooting about 40% from 3-point. And then Tejan Sani along Jason Whiting. These two guys both shoot 36.8% from 3-point, combining for about 26.5 points per game. And it's a Weber State team has been pretty solid in terms of giving themselves second and third chances, top 150 team in terms of offensive rebound percentage. They do get blasted down low. They're outside the top 275 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. And this is an Idaho State team that, while they don't generate a lot of turnovers, they keep things clean themselves, top 100 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. And for Idaho, you've been able to have Colton Mitchell and Jackson Rasmussen step up, combined for about 29 points per contest, 35.5% 3-point shooting. But that said, you've got Brody Woodbury, who's able to give you 6 rebounds per game, and really nobody else gives you a heck of a lot on the glass. While Idaho State doesn't allow a lot of second and third chances, they themselves don't come up with a ton of them either. It's a Idaho State team that's a relatively mid-tempo team, while Weber State looks to push tempo. Weber State is about 58th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Idaho, more in that neighborhood, about 208th. I do think that this is going to be a mid-tempo game. Idaho, they do give up quite a few points outside the top 200 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and do think that at home, this Weber State team does find a way to persevere, get the job done. Set my line at 5, so won't lay the number, and I feel like this total has gone a little bit too high with the way that Idaho does not generate second and third chances and plays at a mid-tempo pace. So set my total at a 153. I like the under. 8-11, 8-12 on the card. UC San Diego is on the road against Cal State Bakersfield. Meet the Roadrunners are an 8 to an 8.5 point home underdog. 149.5 to 150 is the total, and for Bakersfield, I did set them as an underdog of 10.5 points. I'm going to be one to lay. Bakersfield, the top 30 team in terms of percentage of their shots that come from inside the 3-point arc. They're not making any of them, though. Bakersfield, 329th with regards to their 2-point shooting percentage in their home games. That actually falls outside the top 340. They have not been able to do a great job with that regard, and this is a team that they just turn the ball over too much. 316th in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. You face off against the UC San Diego team that's really not going to be forcing the issue there, but UC San Diego, at the very least, they do a nice job being able to keep their own possessions clean. 66th in the country in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, and Bakersfield really not forcing the issue in terms of generating turnovers. And San Diego's actually shot it much better from three-point range away from home rather than at home. They shoot 31% from three-point range at home, 36.8% in a roadside shoot score venue, with Alex Shulkin shooting darn near 40% from three-point range. He's been a double-figure scorer for them. Leo Beth has been able to give you 17 points, 5 boards. He shoots it well from three. And then on the flip side for this Cal State Bakersfield team, you've got two guys that shoot it relatively solid from three. Jaden Alexander, 36.5% three-point shooter, 9.5 points per contest. CJ Hardy, 13.5 points, 35.5% three-point shooter. And right now you've got Ron Jessamy along with Pierre Gasante, who have been able to combine for about 12.5 rebounds per game. So they've been relatively okay on the glass, but even though they grab some second and third chances, Bakersfield does, they're outside the top 250 in terms of defensive rebound percentage. It's a Bakersfield team that's really been looking to crank up tempo. I have absolutely no idea why. And this UC San Diego team, about 220th in terms of total possessions per game, while Bakersfield, they check in 98th, and Bakersfield has been slowing down a little bit more. I do think that Bakersfield is just going to have a lack of execution in this game, and that allows UC San Diego to get the job done. And with the way that San Diego is able to shoot away from home, I think that they get you the over. Semi-total 150.5. I like the over, and with San Diego, won't lay up to 10 with them. 8-13, 8-14. It's Kansas State on the road against Oklahoma State. Oklahoma State is a 4.5 point favorite. 176.5 to 177.5 is the total. Semi-total 174.5. So I'm going to be in on the under for Kansas State. Just a Jekyll and Hyde three-point shooting team. They're either super hot or super cold. Overall for the season, they shoot 36.3% from three. That actually goes up to about 37.3% away from home. And then for Oklahoma State, this has been a team that's been really relying upon Anthony Roy to give you 15 plus points per contest, shoot well over 40% for three. And Oklahoma State has been feasting off of their home crowd. They shoot 35% for three overall, 31.3% away from home, over 36% at home. It's an Oklahoma State team that their main kryptonite has been turnovers. They're outside the top 225 in terms of their ball security, but Kansas State has been turning the ball over well over 12 times per contest as well. Their country average team, Kansas State, is in terms of generating turnovers. And this is an Oklahoma State team that they themselves are okay at generating turnovers. Not great, not terrible, but for Oklahoma State, they should be able to win that battle down low against a Kansas State team that you just don't really get a lot of rebounding. And in a roadside shoot score venue, they're well outside the top 235 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. Meanwhile, for Oklahoma State, they're about 182nd, so it's not like they've been able to do a whole lot special there. But that said, this is an Oklahoma State team that I think is going to be able to do a nice job with just having a lot of versatility and a lot of interchangeable parts in this game. While Kansas State, they have to rely upon PJ Haggerty to be able to get things going. He's been great. 23 points, 5 boards, 5 assists. He shoots about 35% from three-point range. He's right now your top rebounder on the team. Nate Johnson has also been able to give you 4.9 rebounds per game, 11 points per contest, but I do think that this Kansas State team is just going to be eaten alive down low. The turnovers are going to be a little bit costly, and then for Oklahoma State, on top of what you were able to get out of Anthony Roy, you've had Victorious Miller be able to step up in a big way, comes over from LSU. He's been supplying about 15 points per game from three-point range. He's shooting in that neighborhood about 48% from three. Pasafella doesn't take a lot of threes, but 15 points, 6.5 rebounds per game. Oklahoma State doesn't grab a lot of second chances. They don't allow you to grab a lot of second and third chances, and I do think that with Oklahoma State having by far the better interior play, and they're a top 75 team in terms of percentage of their shots that come from inside the three-point line. I think that they get the job done, and in a tight spot, they shoot over 75% of the free throw line. So semi line is 6.5 for 1 delay with Oklahoma State. In on the under, semi-total 174.5, 8-15, 8-16. It is Gonzaga on the road against Seattle. Seattle home underdogs here of 13.5 to 14.5 points, 149.5 to 151.5 is the total, and made a total of 151.5. I do like the over. Now, last time these two teams played, it was 65 to 65 at the end of regulation going into overtime, but I think that it's going to be a little bit higher scoring here. Gonzaga 38th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Seattle's playing much faster as well. They're about 146th in the country, and for the Seattle team, they've been very good down low. They're a team that ranks 59th in the country in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, but this is just a Gonzaga team that's really been able to elevate in terms of their defense. This Gonzaga team is now a top 10 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, 6th as a matter of fact. Now, they are allowing about 23 points more per 100 possessions away from home rather than at home. Seattle, meanwhile, they're 40th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Will Hembroit has been able to give you 2.5 plus blocks per contest. Brayden Maldonado, 15 plus points, 4 plus boards. He's been able to shoot in the high 30s from 3 points, but Gonzaga just has more firepower on offense. I recognize that maybe they're not the same as they have been in the past, but 6th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis in a roadside shoot score venue. That goes to 3rd, and Graham Ike, he's still able to give you 13 plus points, 6 plus rebounds per game. The ancillary guys have been a relatively good 3-point shooters. Mario St. Sapri, he's been able to shoot over 40% from 3 points, about 7 to 8 points per contest out of him, and Adam Miller. Miller shoots 37.5% for 3. They already deal with the injury to Braden Huff, so that's been a little bit of an issue, but Tyon Grant Foster, all of his versatility, I think is going to be able to win out in win the spot, but it just feels like Seattle is a little bit of a thorn in the side of Gonzaga, and they've got one of their own. John Sakio, who began his career over at Gonzaga, he's been a nice contributor with about 11.5 points per contest. We've seen Seattle have a dip with regards to their three-point shooting, but this team has been able to do a relatively solid job in terms of finding a way inside. They've been a top 225 team in terms of percentage of their points that come from inside the three-point line, and I think that they do just enough to remain lively here. So I told 151.5, so 151 or less, and on the over, and I'm willing to take the points here with Seattle at a 14 plus. 817, 818 on the board. You've got Northern Colorado, and they're going to be on the road against Sacramento State. Sacramento State home underdogs of 5.5 to 6 points. 166.5 to 167.5 is the total, and I'm going to be one to take a shot on the under mainly because I just don't know if Sacramento State does their part with the total. Set mine at a 164.5. Northern Colorado is a rough defense, or well outside the top 225 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and Northern Colorado has been a really good offense as well. Top 125 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis in a roadside score venue. That's a top 80 mark. Sacramento State is 298th in terms of points per possession. They are scoring about 17 points more per 100 possessions at home rather than away from home, but just all sorts of rough for them. They're 327th in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and they just can't bank on getting any sort of second and third chances. Northern Colorado, one of the best rebound rate teams in all of college basketball, is right now they're allowing teams to grab only about 24.8% of their missed shots as an offensive rebound in a roadside score venue. That does rank in the top 50 in all of college basketball. And Sacramento State does have a guy that I really like, Mikey Lewis. He's been able to give out over 4.5 assists per contest. I know that there are some people hyping him up as a first-round pick. Let's not get away from ourselves here, but I need 18 points per game when he shoots 26% from three-point range, though. And Prophet Johnson has helped him out about 2.5 steals, 3.5 assists, 16 points per contest. But the loss of Jeremiah Cherry has been big as nobody else gives you double figures on the team. Sacramento State shoot about 32.5% from three-point range. Top 50 team with regards to free throw shooting percentage, but getting blasted on the glass inside there, outside the top 335 in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage. And for Northern Colorado, Quinn Danker, who comes over from Idaho, he's been absolutely tremendous in the backcourt, as right now he's giving you about 17.5 points, 6.5 assists. He shoots about 34% from three, but the guys around him, Abu Yakasik, along with Brock Wisney and Zach Block, your next top three scorers, with Yakaziki being able to give you about 10 points per contest, shoots 39% from three. Block shoots 48% from three with 13.5 points per contest. Brock Wisney, about 6 boards, 16.5 points, 40% three-point shooter. So much good firepower here with Northern Colorado. Now, they do allow a lot on the inside. They're outside the top 275 in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage, but they do a nice job guarding the arc. At Sacramento State, they just don't do a great job in terms of executing on the inside. That should allow Northern Colorado to be able to help you out, keep this total under, and be able to take control of this game. Set line at 8.5, full delay with Northern Colorado, and I'm going to be in on the under. This is the last game on the normal Las Vegas betting board before we hit a break and the extra games. In 19-820, Washington, they play us to Michigan State. Michigan State, a 3 to 3.5 point road favorite. 141.5 to 142.5 is the total. Set line at a 140. I like the under. Michigan State not looking to push any sort of tempo whatsoever. 256 in terms of total possessions per game, and Washington, they're a team that looks to push a little bit more. 113th, and you do have to love what you've been able to get of Heinz Steinbeck. He's been able to give you 17.5 points, about 11.5 rebounds per game, but Michigan State, top 5 team in the country in terms of overall rebound percentage. They do not allow any sort of second and third chances, and with having Wesley Yates, 14 point per game score on the full for Washington, that makes things all the more difficult, and the Michigan State defense has just traveled so well. Overall, Michigan is a top 25 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but if you look at what they've been able to do in a roadside score venue, only Hawaii giving up fewer points on a per possession basis, and Jackson Kaler shoots 51.5% from three, 14.5 points per contest, and I don't know what it is about this Michigan State team, but they've actually performed better away from home rather than at home, especially with regards to their three-point shooting percentage. Like, for Michigan State overall, they've been a pretty solid three-point shooting team. Overall, they're shooting about 35.5% from three. That goes up 43% away from home. Jeremiah Fears, about 13 points, 8.8 assists, only about 2.3 turnovers per game. Michigan State has been turning the ball over about 12.5 times per contest. They need to clean that up a little bit, but it's on a Washington team that's really going to put you under too much duress. They do have Zoom Diallo, who's been able to shoot in the high 30s from three-point range, and he's really been able to ascend 14.5 points, 3.5 assists per contest, but Washington outside the top 250 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. And with this Washington team being outside the top 150 in terms of both 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage, I think that Michigan State does a great job with their defense of being able to find a way to get it done. Semi line at 6-1 delay with Michigan State in on the under, semi total at 140. And now we're going to hit a break and start the extra games on the flip side here on Cusco Seats with myself, Grady Peterson, now a part of the Decent Family Podcast. inside edge this college basketball season? Well, VSiN experts use CBB Analytics, the most comprehensive college basketball analytics platform in the world. See injury impact, on and off data, clutch time performance metrics, first versus second half splits, and so much more. Utilize the promo code of VSiN, that is VSIN, to get $30 off and find your betting edge over at cbbanalytics.com. That is cbbanalytics, all one word.com. For anyone that is new to VSiN, well, I wish you a friendly hello. This is an attention to anyone that is new to VSiN because you're able to get some free stuff with our daily newsletter. It's a great way to catch up on everything that's happening in the sports betting world. It's delivered straight to your inbox every single morning. VSiN's newsletter offers picks, data, strategies for the day's betting menu, and so much more. Sign up for free today over at VSiN.com/newsletter. That's VSIN.com/newsletter, and start receiving your free newsletter tomorrow morning. That is VSIN.com/newsletter. Stay ahead of the game and bet smarter with VSiN. And we're back here in lovely Las Vegas for Coast to Coast Hoops with myself, Greg Hoops Peterson, now part of the VSiN family of podcasts. We polished off all the games on the normal Las Vegas betting board. Now we go into the bonus. We hit the X Games starting right about now.
The normal betting board picks are complete, but there are some extra games today, so we go into the bonus.
306-545, 306-546. Loyola, Maryland plays West Boston U. Boston U, a 2.5 point road favorite. 155.5 is the total line. I'm going to be in on the under sub, a total of 146. Boston U is outside the top 340 in terms of total possessions per game. It's a Loyola, Maryland team that is about mid-tempo, 180th in terms of total possessions per game. And I recognize that Boston U, for one, has been actually a really good three-point shooting team. This Boston U team right now from three-point range, they're shooting in the neighborhood of about 39.4%. That goes down to 37.5% when they're away from home. And Loyola, Maryland, they're more around about 250th. And Boston U outside the top 300 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. I think that that's going to improve a little bit as Boston U has actually been a relatively rock-solid rebound rate team. Ben Defty is a true 7-footer that's able to give you about 5.5 or so rebounds per game. Boston U is about 148th in terms of rebound percentage. Loyola, Maryland getting a little bit blasted there. They're about 280th in the country, and as a result, I did set Boston U as a 2-point favorite. At 2.5 plus, I'm going to be willing to take the points with Loyola, Maryland, despite the fact that Loyola, Maryland at a bit of a disadvantage with regards to their play on the glass. This is a Loyola, Maryland team that has been a top 125 team with regards to their 2-point shooting percent. Jacob Theodusu, 15 points, pair of steals per contest, and then you've got some nice ancillary guys that are able to pop up from three. Brandon Speed, 13.5 points, shoots 35% from three. Jordan Sankey shoots 35% from the outside. Now, they do not compare to Michael Air McNair on the flip side, who has been really good for this Boston U team. He's shooting over 40% from three-point range, main scorer with about 14.5 or so points per contest out of Defty, 17 for McNair, and then Chance Glidden. He's been able to give you about 12.5 points per game, but it's also a Boston U team that has been a little bit suspect in terms of generating turnovers outside the top 350 in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis, and for a Loyola, Maryland team that's been a little bit hit or miss in terms of taking care of the ball. That's going to be all out them out, and for Boston U in a tight spot, they shoot less than 70% the free throw line, 255th in all of college basketball. It's a Loyola, Maryland team that they themselves 66.5% the free throw line, so both of these teams have been relatively rough with that regard. I do think, though, that Loyola, Maryland going to be able to hold in this game. Semi-line at a 2. We'll take the points with Loyola, Maryland. I like the under. Semi-total at 146, 306-547, 306-548. Wagner is going to be on the road against New Haven, and New Haven does find themselves as a 1.5 point favorite in some spots, 1.5 point underdog in others, 128.5 is the total. Semi-total 131.5. I do like the over now. New Haven outside the top 340 in terms of both total possessions per game and points scored on a per possession basis, and New Haven, not a good team on the glass, 313th with regards to rebound percentage. Wagner has had their fair share of issues on the glass, but now they've been able to rebound back into the top 185 with that regard, and as a result, I set Wagner as a 3.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to take Wagner right here on the money line. With this Wagner bunch, you've got Nick Jones, who's been able to give you about 14 points per contest, 2.5 assists per game. The coach, Donald Copeland, has right now been on suspension, and that's why we've seen Wagner play quite a bit more quickly than they have in the past. They're inside the top 250 in terms of total possessions per game. Typically, this is like a bottom 10 team in terms of total possessions per game, and for Wagner, they've been a rock-solid team with their three-point shooting percentage. They shoot about 35% if you include their games against non-D1 teams, Benil Basile, along with Eduardo Placer. They combine for 19 points per game, and Placer shoots about 35.5% from three-point. Xavier Fringe, he's been in the program for quite a while, 7.5 points, 7 boards. He's been able to shoot it relatively well from three at about 41%, and And for New Haven, you just don't have a lot of size with this team. You've been able to have Jabari Fitzpatrick do a nice job stepping up. He's been the main scorer with about 12 points, 2.5 assists per game. You really just don't have anyone other than really Stefano Falana, who's been able to give you over 5 rebounds per game. He's at about 5.5 boards per contest. New Haven does not have a lot of depth right now. They are outside the top 300 with regards to the 3-point shooting percentage, and that's really where you're able to hurt this Wagner team as well. And in a tight spot, New Haven, 62.7% at the free throw line. That's about a 10 mark in all of college basketball. They've had a tough time taking care of the ball. They don't do a great job generating turnovers themselves. I think that this is going to be a game in which you do get a little bit of late game fouling, and I do think that Wagner is going to be able to bury just enough threes and free throws at the end of the game to be able to get you the over. So semi line at a 131.5 with the total, like the over, and with Wagner, I like them as a money line underdog / laying a 1.5. 306, 549, 306, 550. You've got Lafayette. They play us to Holy Cross. Holy Cross finds themselves as an underdog here of 2.5 points. 137.5 is the total. I set my line at 4, so I'm going to be willing to lay with Lafayette. Holy Cross, I just have been a believer that they're going to turn around with their 3-point shooting. They brought back a lot of guys from a team that was a top 20 3-point shooting team from a season ago. It's just simply not happening for these guys. Holy Cross, 268th in the country with their 3-point shooting percentage, right around about 31.6%, goes down to 29.8% away from home. And Lafayette has been a solid 3-point shooting team, top 115 team in the country with that regard. It is a little bit of a top-heavy Lafayette team in which you've got 2 guys that have gone out there and they've been able to give you 14 plus points per contest, as right now you're able to get over 40% 3-point shooting, and in that neighborhood about 16 points per contest out of Caleb Williams, and then Andrew Phillips, 14 points, more of a 34% 3-point shooter. But these 2 guys along with Mark Butler have been a very rock-solid trio, and Butler is able to give you 4 assists, shoots over 78% at the free throw line. Lafayette, they have been a team that's not really forced the issue outside the top 275 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and they are outside the top 300 with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. Holy Cross, not a team that's been very good on the glass themselves, even though they've got Joe Nugent at 6'6", a little bit of a combo player. He's done a nice job, giving you about 11.5 points, throws in there about 3.5 boards, shoots 38.5% per 3, and each of your top 3 scores for Holy Cross shoot above 35.5% per 3. Really, nobody else shoots above 28% from 3-point range, and it's a Holy Cross team that's outside the top 320 in terms of offensive rebound percentage. They don't allow a lot of second and third chances, and to their credit, they've actually been a relatively good 3-point shooting defense. They just get absolutely killed on the inside, as for this Holy Cross team, in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, they are ranked well outside the top 350 with that regard. Meanwhile, with regards to their opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, are actually a top 100 team, so credit to them. And I do think that Lafayette, even though they've been so bad with their perimeter defense, they hunker down here against a Holy Cross team that just has been very rudderless. They don't get to the free throw line, and I do think that Lafayette finds a way to get the job done. I do think that Holy Cross continues to see positivity with their own 3-point shooting percentage, so made my total 144, like the over, and with Lafayette, one to lay the number, made them a 4-point favorite. 306, 551, 306, 552. It is Winthrop on the road against UNC Asheville. Asheville is a home underdog of 4.5 points, 153.5 is the total. Set my line at 4.5. So I was seeing a 4 a little bit earlier with Winthrop. I'm still seeing one out there. I'd be willing to lay up to 4 with them. For Winthrop, coming off of a massive win against High Point, who is really creme de la creme in the conference. And for Winthrop, they're a team that's looking to play fast. They're about 86th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Asheville used to be an up-tempo team. They're down to about 234th in terms of total possessions per game. And to the credit of Asheville, they've been a really good 3-point shooting defense. They're a top 100 team in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. And for as much as Winthrop has improved this season, they're still only about 216th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. But the overall efficiency for this offense has really been there. 72nd in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. You've been able to have the gentleman that's come over from Duquesne really help out with regards to the offense, as Kareem Rozier has been able to do a nice job in terms of just giving you a little bit of everything. Throws in there 3.5 assists, 13 points, shoots 38% per 3, stealing half per contest, and then Cody Cluett shoots 38% per 3. Tommy Camrod is right now shooting 48% from 3-point range, and then Logan Duncombe. He's like the lone guy on the roster that gives you over 4.5 rebounds per game, but 8 boards, 17.5 points per contest. It's a Winthrop team that, despite the fact that you've only got like one guy that's able to give you over 5 rebounds per game, they've been really good in terms of generating second and third chances. This Winthrop team is right now a top 50 team in terms of percentage of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound, and for Asheville, they're only about 250th. And for Asheville, the kryptonite of this team has been turnovers. Outside the top 275 in terms of ball security, have a Winthrop team that's about country average in terms of generating turnovers, and for Winthrop, they're a top 75 team themselves in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. But I do think that for Asheville, they're going to do an okay job of remaining lively, because they themselves have been shooting about 36.5% for 3, top 75 mark there. Justin Wright has been missed for a 43% 3-point shooter. He and Cameron Taylor both give you 17.5 points per contest apiece. And for this UNC Asheville team, they've been able to do a pretty solid job in terms of forcing things on the inside. Top 50 team in terms of percentage of opponent shots that come from 2-point range. In the end, though, this is an Asheville team that they shoot less than 70% of the free throw line. I think that Winthrop is is just too efficient here. So I do like Winthrop in the spot, willing to lay up to 4 with them. Somebody total at 154.5. I do think that you get some late game filling here. So at the 153.5, like the over 3 of 6.553, 3 of 6.554. Chicago State is playing out to Lemoyne, and Lemoyne does find themselves as a road favorite of 4.5 points, 147.5 is the total, and I set Lemoyne as a 6-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. It's a Chicago State team that's been a top 175 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and for Chicago State, they've actually been able to guard the arc relatively well at home. Teams at home shoot just 31.5% from three-point range against them, and Lemoyne getting blasted from three-point range. There are line teams that shoot 38% from three. That is a bottom 15 mark in all of college basketball, but they themselves have been a really good three-point shooting team. As Lemoyne, they are right now shooting 35.5% from three-point range away from home. That's a top 100 mark in all of college basketball. In Chicago State, 300th in the country with regards to their three-point shooting percentage, 304th to be exact. And for Chicago State, you just don't have any sort of rebounding whatsoever. So Shiloh Jackson, who for this Lemoyne team has been able to give you 13 plus points, 8 plus rebounds per game, he'll have a field day. Nobody on this Chicago State roster more than 4.4 rebounds per game. That'd be Stephon Byard, who's been able to give you about 9 points, 4.5 rebounds per game. And then Marcus St. Kersley has been rock solid, 13.5 points per contest. But for Chicago State, it's just been injury after injury. They should have most of their guys out there. Chauncey Gibson, he's been in and out of the lineup here recently, so we'll see what his status is. Alex Cox, he's really been the main constant, and he's only been able to give you about 4 points per contest, so that's been an issue. Doyle Cockrell shoots 41.5% from three. He's pretty much the only guy on the roster that is shooting above 33.5% from three-point range, and for the Chicago State team, they're just not good on the inside. They're a bottom 15 team in terms of both opponents' two-point shooting percentage and their own two-point shooting percentage, and for Lemoyne, while it's not necessarily their specialty, they'll be able to find some good looks down low, and then additionally, you've been able to get really good production in the backcourt out of Trent Mascara, 14.5 points per contest, 38.5% three-point shooter. Tennessee Rainwater, that's his actual name. He actually shoots 71% for three, albeit very, very small sample size, 7.5 points per contest. It has been a Lemoyne team that hasn't necessarily been the world's greatest with their interior offense, country average with regards to their own two-point shooting percentage, but top 100 team with regards to opponents' two-point shooting percentage, with Chicago State's lack of three-point shooting. I think that gets the job done here. Set Lemoyne as a 6-point favorite, one to lay the number. Set by total 150. I think that Lemoyne goes bombs away from three, so I'm going to be in on this total over as well. 3 is 6.555, 3 is 6.556. You've got Navy on the road against Lehigh. Lehigh is a home underdog of 4.5 points, 133.5 is the total. With Lehigh, I did set them as a underdog of 6 points. I'm going to be willing to lay it. This Navy team is a top 125 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and Navy, they're really looking to slow things down. 329th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. With Lehigh, country average team in terms of total possessions per game, and this is a Lehigh group that has been a top 140 team in terms of their three-point shooting percentage. They shoot about 34.7% as a collective. You've been able to have your main guy do a really good job in terms of stepping up in Nasir Whitlock. He's been able to give you about 18 points per contest, but other than Hank Alvey, who's able to give you 7 rebounds per game, you just don't have anything on the inside. And Navy, they're going to be able to win that battle down low with Aiden Koa being able to supply 14 points, 10 boards. Not a guy that gives you versatility, but shoots 72% from the floor. You do have Don Draper giving you versatility, though. Guy stands like 6'6", 7.5 points, 6.5 boards, 2.5 assists, steal and a half per contest. Really like his game. And Awesome Mangini, 47% three-point shooter, 17.5 points per game. It's not a Navy team that really looks to go bombs away from three. They're a top 100 team in terms of percentage of their shots that come from inside the three-point arc, and this has been a Lehigh team that has just been relatively, shall we say, rough with regards to being able to guard things inside, as they're outside the top 340 in terms of overall rebound percentage for this Navy team. They've also been 44th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and it's been able to travel relatively well as well. I think that Lehigh is going to have a tough time being able to find some good looks from around the outside as well with this Navy team, allowing teams to shoot just 29.4% from three-point range in a road/shoot score venue. Lehigh, relatively country average team with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage. They just don't hold up on the inside, and for this Lehigh team, I think the biggest hope for them to be able to hold in this game is being able to get a little bit more out of the backcourt piece in one Mr. Joshua Ingram, who's been able to give you 10.5 points per contest, but with his team being well outside the top 150 in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage, not doing a great job on the glass, I do think that Navy finds a way to be able to get the job done and keeps things relatively controlled. I did set my total here at a 134. I'm going to be willing to lay Navy. Right now, that total is a 133.5. I do think that late game follows you just enough for the over, so in on the over, and I'm willing to lay it with Navy. 3 of 6.557, 3 of 6.558. Queens St on the road against Seton. Seton, the Hatters, are a home underdog of 8.5 points, 164.5 is the total, and with this Queens St team, made them a 9-point favorite, so I'm going to be willing to lay the 8.5. Both of these teams are outside the top 3 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. It has not been pretty. Seton starting to have their three-point shooting percentage go northward a little bit. They entered into the week outside the top 275 with that regard. They had a nice performance a few days ago, and this Queens St team, well, they are just giving it up from three-point range. You're not generating turnovers. They are allowing a lot of second and third chances, but Seton well outside the top 275 in terms of offensive rebound percentage. Seton country average of a shooting with their 2-point shooting percentage. They have Jamie Phillips along with Ethan Copeland, who will be able to combine for about 29 points per contest. And Copeland's up to shooting 39% from 3, but he is like the only other top 4 scorers that shoots above 34.7% from 3-point range. It's just not the same through shooting team that we've seen in the past. And Queens NC is a team that gives up a lot of points, and they're very efficient on offense. Top 60 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. They're not necessarily gunning it, though. It's not like they're playing super duper slow. They're about 103rd in the country in terms of total possessions per game at Seton. They're not playing at a fast pace either. 217th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, but I do think that for Queens NC, they are going to be able to find a way to execute, even though they just have not been the same team with regards to their 3-point shooting percentage when they've been away from home. But with this Queens NC team, you got the man, and Nasir Man, who's been able to give you 15 plus points, 5 rebounds per game. You've been able to have the Georgia Southern transfer in Avante Parker at 6'9", give you good versatility, 10.5 points, 5 boards. He's actually shooting over 40% from 3-point range. And Yo Berman, who shot 40% from 3 last season, shooting just 28.5% from 3-point range as far as this season. Does feel like he's starting to heat up just a little bit, though, as in conference play, he's been able to shoot 40% from 3-point range with having Chris Ashby give you 14 plus points per contest. And Jordan Watford, who was a little bit silent to begin the season, overall for the season, he's been able to give you 10 points per contest, 12 plus points in each of the last 5 games. I do think that Queens is going to be able to put up a nice expose of scoring, and do think that you're going to get very much an up and down game. Set by total 165, so at the 164.5 in on the over, I'm willing to lay up to 8.5 here with Queens NC. 306, 559, 306, 560. You've got Presbyterian on the road against Gardner Webb. Gardner Webb, a home underdog of 7.5 points, 147.5 is the total line. With Presbyterian, I made them an 11.5 point favorite. I'm going to be one to lay the number. Gardner Webb outside the top 3 in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis. And Gardner Webb is just giving it up from 3-point range. 36.7% from 3-point range is what opponents are shooting in their home games. If you look at just overall points allowed on a per possession basis, only North Florida gives up more points per possession. Now Presbyterian outside the top 350 in terms of total possessions per game, and they've had issues around the outside. They're 244th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and the main kryptonite for his Presbyterian team, taking care of the ball. They are about 326th in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, but Gardner Webb is not really forcing the issue at all. And for Presbyterian, they are a top 100 team with regards to their offensive rebound percentage. That's going to be able to win out here, as you've got Jonah Pierce, 15.5 points, 9.5 rebounds per game. Jalen Peterson, great name, being able to give you 9.5 points, 7.5 rebounds per game. And then Carl Parrish just shoot 42% from 3. Presbyterian overall, they only shoot about 31.5% from 3-point range. And for Gardner Webb, you do have one guy in Spencer Sims who's been able to do a nice job in terms of being able to light it up from 3, as he's been able to give you 11 points from 3-point range, about 44% from the outside. And then you've got Jacob Havergrith. It's on a very, very small sample size, but he also shoots about 44% from 3, 11 points per game. But for this Gardner Webb team, they're also outside the top 330 in terms of their offensive rebound percentage. They're outside the top 330 in terms of their 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage. You're getting completely wasted on defense. Like, it's so bad that when they face off against North Greenville earlier this season, that's a D2 team, they gave up 92 points to them. I don't understand why they're playing so up-tempo right now for Gardner Webb in terms of total possessions per game. They find themselves in that neighborhood about 73rd in the country. Presbyterian, they're going to be looking to slow things down. I do think that Gardner Webb is going to realize that they might want to slow down a little bit, so semi-total 143.5. I'm in on the under, but I think that Presbyterian just absolutely wins this game from the inside. Set them as an 11.5 point favorite. Willing to lay with Presbyterian, and I'm going to be in on the under. 306-561, 306-562. West Georgia is on the road against Florida Gulf Coast. Florida Gulf Coast does find themselves as a 9.5 to a 10.5 point favorite. Totals between 159.5 to a 160.5, and with Dunk City, set them as just a 7.5 point favorite. I'm going to be one to take the points. West Georgia has been a unit that has been a little bit suspect in terms of their defense outside the top 250 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but the offense has really cleaned itself up. They're a top 140 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. Florida Gulf Coast is actually right there in the same vein, and both of these teams have been relatively solid 3-point shooting teams. With Florida Gulf Coast, they're about 96th in terms of their 3-point shooting percentage. Actually goes down to about 34.5% at home. West Georgia, they shoot 33.7% from 3-point range in a roadside core venue. That's a top 145 mark in all of college basketball. And I think that West Georgia has the best player in this game, even with J.R. Kinsinski for Florida Gulf Coast, giving you 16 points, 5.5 boards, shoots it well from 3. But Sheldon Williams-Dryden, he only shoots about 30% from 3, but 19 plus points, 9 plus boards, a steal per contest, and then the guys around him have been relatively solid from the outside. You've had Malcolm Noel do it with a little bit of injury when he's been out there. He's been able to give you about 8.5 points per contest, and he's healthy for this one. 13 plus points in 3 out of the last 4 games. He's elevated the team. shooting about 38% from three-point range. Javar Daniel has been able to give you about 5.5 points, 5.5 boards. Very small sample size, but on the small sample size, does shoot 60% from three-point range. And for West Georgia, really what's been killing this team has been the interior offense and the interior defense. Outside the top 275 in terms of both their own two-point shooting percentage and opponents' two-point shooting percentage, Florida Gulf Coast has been relatively solid in terms of giving themselves some second and third chances, but they're not quite the same team down low that they have been in past years, as you've been able to get right around about 6 rebounds and a block and a half per contest out of Isaiah Malone. He's thrown in there 8.5 points per game, and Ramir Bono has been able to shoot 39.5% from three, 12.5 points per game. But I do think that West Georgia, all they're able to provide from around the outside, and this Florida Gulf Coast team being outside the top 250 in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, that keeps them lively. And you've got a pair of teams that have really cranked up their tempo for past years. West Georgia, 88th in the country in the terms of total possessions per game. Florida Gulf Coast is 57th. So interesting circumstance here. Won't take the points with West Georgia, set them as a 7.5 point dog. Maybe my total a 155.5 here at the 155.9.5. Think that we've gone a little bit too far, and I think that Dunk City is going to start to reel it back just a little bit with that tempo. So in on the under and the points with West Georgia. 365.63, 365.64. Mercyhurst plays us to Seton Hill. Seton Hill is an underdog of 4.5 points. 128.5 is the total line. Semi-total 128.5. I'm seeing at 128 that'd be my max buy point on the over. As you do have two teams that are playing relatively slow and controlled for Seton Hill. In terms of total possessions per game, right now they clock in that neighborhood up about 243rd. Mercyhurst very slow. In terms of total possessions per game, 355th, but it is a Mercyhurst team that when they've been at home, they've been able to shoot about 34% from three compared to 28% away from home. And this is a Seton Hill team that they're not generating any turnovers whatsoever. Outside the top 275 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, it's a Mercyhurst team that they'll allow some second and third chances. Outside the top 260 in terms of their offensive rebound percentage, and Seton Hill has actually been really good in terms of not allowing second chances. Opponents are only grabbing about 23.5% of their misses as an offensive rebound. That is actually a top 25 mark in the country, but for Mercyhurst, top 50 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis at home. Seton Hill well outside the top 320 in terms of ball security, with Will Batchelor, who came over from Holy Cross, being out of the fold. This has been a backcourt that has really been ravaged. They've been able to still get some good production out of Herman Coffey. 14.5 points from three-point range. This team has been solid. They shoot 34.5% for three. Kofi, he shoots 42% from the outside, and then you have Devontae Hackett, who's been able to shoot about 35% from three, about 12 points per game. But this team with their interior offense just not good. Outside the top 330 with regards to their own two-point shooting percentage. Mercyhurst, meanwhile, this has been a team that's been very good in terms of guarding the three-point line, as they're a team that is inside the top 275 with this regard. Now, for Mercyhurst, their defensive numbers are just a whole lot better when they're at home rather than away from home. Away from home, they have really been allowing teams to be able to get some good looks from three-point range. At home, teams only shoot about 30.4% from three-point range against them. And for the Lakers, you've got Bernie Blunt, who's been able to do a nice job getting the team 16.5 points per contest, shoots 38% from three-point range. It's a team that really doesn't get to the free throw line a ton, but they just execute with having someone like Akita or Martin give you 2.5 blocks per contest to go along with 8.5 points per game. For Mercyhurst, it's a team that overall has been outside the top 225 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, but they do a great job winning that turnover battle with this Seton Hill team not being able to generate turnovers whatsoever. It's going to allow for some good looks for this Mercyhurst team. And for Seton Hill, while they do a nice job in terms of their defensive rebound percentage, outside the top 250 in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, I think that that's going to allow this Mercyhurst team to both win the turnover battle and get the job done. I said Mercyhurst as an 8.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number in on a 128 or less, so the over semi-total at a 128.5. 365.65, 365.66. Central Connecticut is going to be on the road against St. Francis, Pennsylvania. St. Francis finds themselves as a home underdog here of 6.5 points. 144.5 is the total. Set a total of 146.5. I do like the over for Central Connecticut. This is actually a very slow and controlled team. 304th in terms of total possessions per game, but have a St. Francis of Pennsylvania team that's cranked up their tempo for past years. 118th in terms of total possessions per game, and St. Francis is absolutely getting blasted for three-point range. 356th in opponents' three-point shooting percentage, and in their home games, they allow teams to shoot 43.9% from three-point range, and this is a Central Connecticut team that has actually been really good with their three-point shooting. As for Central Connecticut right now, they find themselves shooting about 38% from three-point range. That's a top 30 mark in all of college basketball, with having 20.5 points per contest. Darren Smith Jr., he shoots 36.5% from three-point. Jay Rogers has been able to shoot 40% from three. Melo Sanchez, who was beginning his career over at Hawaii Pacific, 8.5 points, 46% three-point shooter. So all these guys are rock solid there. And for Central Connecticut, outside the top two arm with regards to their offensive rebound percentage, but they just do a nice job taking care of the ball. Top 75 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. They themselves don't generate turnovers, but they also keep you off the free throw line. They're a top top 45 team in terms of fewest free throws allowed on a per possession basis. And for St. Francis, you do have Sky Wicks, who I really like. Sky Wicks has been able to come in there, and he's been able to give the team over 17 points per contest, throws in their 5+ rebounds per game, was really good over at Incarnate Word back in the day, and he's teamed up with Zion Russell, who comes over from Niagara, 4 boards, 3 assists, 11.5 points per contest. And for Russell, he's really struggled from the outside this year, shooting just 26% from 3. Sky Wicks, he shoots 35% from 3-point range, and then you've been able to have Ralph Montino Jr. shoot 48% from 3-point range. At St. Francis, they're a top 275 team with their 3-point shooting percentage. They just can't get anything going down low outside the top 330 in their own 2-point shooting percentage, opponent's 2-point shooting percentage, outside the top 3 with regards to overall rebound percentage. And that's where I think that Central Connecticut is going to be able to win this game on the inside. As for Central Connecticut, they've been a much better 3-point shooting defense here in conference play. In conference play, they're allowing teams to shoot only about 32.5% from 3-point range. They've been a team that's been a little bit vulnerable on the inside, but still a top 150 team in terms of opponent's 2-point shooting percentage. And I do think that for Central Connecticut, they're going to exploit a St. Francis defense that is in the bottom 25 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and for some reason looking to crank tempo. So somehow line at 8.5, I'm going to be willing to lay with Central Connecticut. And if you do find yourself in a late game foul spot, Central Connecticut shoots 74% of the free throw line. So willing to lay that number, and I'm going to be in on the over as well. 3-6-5-67, 3-6-5-68. Bucknell is on the road against Colgate. Colgate is a favorite here of 9 to 9.5 points. 139.5 to 140.5 is the total. Made a total of 144.5. I do like the over. Now Bucknell not necessarily looking to push a lot of tempo. 281st in terms of total possessions per game. Colgate, they themselves, a relatively mid-ish tempo team, a little bit slower, 263rd in the country, but for Colgate, they're really not going to force a lot of turnovers. They're outside the top 225 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and they allow open looks from 3 at home. Teams are shooting over 43% per 3 against them. Now, if you look away from them, that's below 32%, so should see some normalization there, but Colgate is a team that loves to shoot it from 3, and Bucknell, 339th in all of college basketball in terms of opponent's 3-point shooting percentage. Colgate should very much be able to exploit that. Colgate overall this season, they're shooting about 35% from 3-point range. I like what I've been seeing out of Jalen Cox, who's been able to give you 14 plus points per contest, throws in there about 4.5 to 5 assists per contest. He's been pulling in there about 5 rebounds per game as well from 3-point range. He's been shooting well above 47% from 3-point range. And then you've got Ben Tweedy along Kyle Carlissimo, ancillary guys that both give you 8.8 points per contest. They combine to shoot about 37.5% from 3, and while Holy Cross does not give themselves second and third chances outside the top 3 with regards to their offensive rebound percentage. They've been pretty solid on the inside. Top 125 team with their own 2-point shooting percentage, top 150 team in terms of opponent's 2-point shooting percentage. And for Bucknell, they're clearly missing Noah Williamson from a season ago. They bring in the gentleman from Germany in Amon Doris, who's been able to give you 12.5 points, 3.5 rebounds per game, and one guy that gives you over 5 rebounds per game, Bajelki, he's been able to give you about 5.2 rebounds per game, but I mean, he's been dealing with a lot of injury. Back out there for the team, should be good to go. And Pat Curtin was out with injury. He's back. He's been able to give you about 10.5 points per game, but Bucknell's shooting only about 31.5% from 3. That's outside the top 250 in all of college basketball. Bucknell outside the top 250 with regards to rebound percentage and their turnovers. Outside the top 10 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, should be a little bit cleaner with Colgate not generating a lot of turnovers, but I do think that Colgate is going to be able to exploit a really bad perimeter defense of Bucknell. Bucknell well outside the top 10 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and I think that Colgate does their part for this total. Semi-total out of 144.5, like the over, and I'm willing to lay up to 12 here with Colgate. 3-6-5-69, 3-6-5-70. Central Arkansas plays us to North Florida. North Florida finds themselves as an underdog of 11.5 points. 164.5 is the total, and said Central Arkansas is a 16.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. It's a North Florida team that is a top 10 team in terms of percentage of their shots that come from 3-point range, and for this North Florida team, they've been hit or miss with regards to 3-point shooting. They shoot about 36% from 3-point range away from home, but now you do go up against the Central Arkansas team that at home they're allowing teams to shoot less than 32% from 3. They've been much better defensively than they have been in past years, and at home they shoot 39% from 3-point range. That's a top 75 mark in all of college basketball, and for Central Arkansas, much better in terms of generating turnovers at home. They become a top 125 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. North Florida turns the ball over 13 times per game, and they do not press the issue. North Florida outside the top 340 in terms of defensive rebound percentage, 349th in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Now, I do like what Cameron Orioles may able to bring to the table. 19.5 points, 4 assists, shoots 41% for 3, and then Dalton Gaiman shoots 41.5% for 3, about 10 points per contest, but with all the turnovers, with the team just getting absolutely blasted on the glass, and this North Florida team being a bottom 10 team in terms of opponent's 2-point shooting percentage, I think that that's going to be a big-time issue, while Central Arkansas, yeah, their 3-point shooting probably is not going to maintain at 39% at home, but Cameron Hunter has been rock solid, 17.5 points, to go along with 4 rebounds per game. Javion Guy King has been able to throw in there about 9 points per game. He shoots about 36% from three-point range, and it's a Central Arkansas team that where they're really vulnerable is on the inside. They have been outside the top 300 with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, but they do force everything to the outside. They're a top 10 team in terms of percentage of opponent shots that come from three-point range. They actually dare you to shoot from three, so going up against North Florida, I think is actually a bad matchup for North Florida. And additionally, this is a Central Arkansas team that has been a top 150 team with regards to their own 2-point shooting percentage. So I do think that Central Arkansas blows away this North Florida team, and it's still a Central Arkansas team that they're not as fast as they have been in past years, but a top 125 team in terms of total possessions per game. North Florida 43rd in terms of total possessions per game. So I think that you get quite a few points up on the board. Did semi-total at a 162.5. I think that North Florida, just their sloppiness, costs you the over. So in on the under, and I'm going to lay up to 16 here with Central Arkansas. 306.571, 306.572. Longwood is on the road against Radford. Radford a 4.5 to a 5.5 point favorite. 158.5 to a 159.5 is the total. And with Radford, I did set them as a favorite of 6 points. So I'm going to be willing to lay the number with this Radford team. You bring in two guys that were former ACC guards that have been able to do a nice job in terms of ascending. And for this Longwood team, they're going to look to exploit the fact that this has been a Radford team that's been sloppy with the ball outside the top 275 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. And for Longwood, I mean, credit to them. They're currently 90th in the country in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. You've been able to get some very rock solid play out of Jacoy Hutchinson. Comes over from George Washington, 12 points, 3 assists per contest. Elijah Tucker, he's been able to give you about 11.5 points, 5.5 rebounds per game. And Joan Nazimi has been able to give you about 6.5 rebounds per game. But that said, it's a Longwood team that they are outside the top 330 with their 3-point shooting percentage at 29.6%. And they've been getting absolutely torched down low. They're outside the top 280 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. Meanwhile, for Radford, you've been able to get really good production out of Del Jones, who comes over from Clemson, 15.5 points, 3.5 assists per contest. And then Dennis Parker began his career at NC State. He's been able to supply 20 points per contest, and he shoots 40% from three. Radford, country average team, they shoot about 33.5% from three-point range overall, and it hasn't really ascended here in conference play, but they've been able to clean up a lot of those turnover woes. They're down to about 12 turnovers per game overall in conference play. They're turning the ball over less than 9 turnovers per game, so that's rock solid. And it's a Radford team that they might not be quite on par with this Longwood team in terms of generating turnovers, but they're up to the top 125 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. I do think that those turnovers cost you an overhand with this Longwood team. They've just been very suspect with their offense and their overall 3-point shooting. I think that allows Radford to cover. So set Radford as a 6-point favorite. Want to lay the number, and I'm going to be in on the under. 306.573, 306.574. Jacksonville, they are on the road against North Alabama. North Alabama 2.5 point favorites. 134.5 is the total. And I said North Alabama's 5.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. It's a Jacksonville team that they're just really not forcing the issue away from them outside the top 260 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. And it's a Jacksonville team that is not very up-tempo, and they're just not good at being able to put the ball in the basket. Jacksonville 314th in all of college basketball in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, while being 331st in terms of total possessions per game. Now North Alabama is taking massive strides back with regards to their overall play, 298th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. And North Alabama, they're about 253rd in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, but Cornelius Williams is able to give you 12 plus points, 9 plus rebounds per game against a Jacksonville team that their forte is supposed to be being strong down low, but right now you don't have a single guy outside of Donovan Rivers who gives you 7.5 points, right around about 5.2 rebounds per game. That gives you over 4.3 rebounds per game. You've been able to get some relatively good production out of Jalen Jordan when he's been out there, but I mean, he's been dealing with a little bit of injury. Additionally, you've only got one guy that gives you over 9.5 points per game, Jalen Jones. He shoots about 33% from three, 10 points per contest, but for this Jacksonville team, they just have been very weak with regards to their exterior play. They don't generate turnovers. They're outside the top 235 in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. Country average team with their 2-point shooting percentage, but they don't take great care of the ball. And then on the flip side for North Alabama, they have been a team that's been well outside the top 250 in terms of their own 3-point shooting percentage as well. But I do think that with having Williams winning that battle down low, and additionally, Nate Bacchus, Keenan Jefferson, both of these guys give between about 13.5 to 14 points per contest. Karen King has been able to give you about 44% 3-point shooting. I do think that North Alabama on their own floor, they do find a way to persevere. North Alabama's biggest weakness outside the top 325 in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage and just not generating any turnovers themselves. I think that this is going to be a slow and control game with two teams that have been very, very bad offensively. So not thinking that you're getting a lot of points up on the board. Did semi-total at a 131.5 in on the under end with North Alabama. I'm willing to lay up to 5 with them. 36.575, 36.576. Texas Southern, they are on the road against Alcorn State. Alcorn State is a favorite of 1.5 points. Total on this game, 147.5. Semi-line at 1. Pretty much I was willing to take whoever the underdog is. Texas Southern has been one of your worst cover teams in all of college basketball. They've only covered 2 spreads this year, 340th in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Alcorn State, they are right there with them, 356th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, outside the top 3 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. One thing that Alcorn State does well is that they've been a very good three-point shooting team. This Alcorn State team from three-point range right now, they are stroking it at about 36.8% from three-point range, and all those games came away from home, so a little bit of credit to them, but I do not think that that's going to be long-lasting, as you've got an Alcorn State team that it's just a team that has absolutely nothing down low, and I recognize that this is a Texas Southern team that's been rough, but Troy Hupseed for them, 13-plus points. He's been able to supply 8-plus rebounds per contest. Meanwhile, for Alcorn State, Shane Lancaster, lone guy that gives you double figures, 11.5 points per contest. He's been able to shoot about 55% from 3. I think that there's going to be a little bit of regression there, and for the Alcorn State team, bottom 5 team in terms of both opponents' 2-point shooting percentage and their own 2-point shooting percentage. Bottom 10 team in terms of being able to get to the free throw line. Texas Southern, bottom 15 team in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. They are only shooting about 30.5% from 3-point range, but I actually think that this Texas Southern team a little bit better than what the metrics would indicate, because they've had a lot of guys deal with injuries. It's been a lot of mixing and shaking. Now you've got Alex Anderson back out there with about 9.5 points per contest. Bryce Roberts, he's back. He's been able to do a nice job from 3-point range when he's been available for the team, giving you about 11 points per contest, had 15 points in the team's previous game. So I do think that a Texas Southern team that's been banged up, getting that hole, is able to hold in there. Again, I was willing to take whoever the underdog was with Texas Southern. We'll take the point and a half with them. Did somebody total 153. Both of these teams look to play up-tempo, especially Texas Southern, top 50 team in terms of total possessions per game. So in on the over and the points here with Texas Southern. 306.577, 306.578. Lamar is going to be on the road against Nichols, and Nichols is a favorite of 2.5 points. 139.5 is the total, and for Nichols, I did set them as a favorite of 4.5 points, so I'm going to be willing to lay the number. It's a Lamar team that's been pretty rock solid in terms of their defense, and it's a Lamar team that has been very suspect with regards to 3-point shooting, about 236. They shoot 32.3% from distance. Meanwhile, it's a Nichols team that they are now in the top 75 with regards to their 3-point shooting percentage. They just got off to such a bad, shall we say, start to the season with regards to their offense that warps their numbers. If you look since the beginning month of December, they've actually been like a top 100 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. They still have an issue taking care of the ball outside the top 190 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis on offense, but on defense, top 45 team in terms of generating turnovers on a per possession basis. And it's a Lamar team that, with their defense, they're 91st in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Nichols, they're more around about 271st, so they're a team that very much gambles for turnovers, but they also allow 21.9 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than in a roadside shoot score venue. And for Lamar, you've got relatively good versatility here, as you've got a guy that's saying 6'10" in Andrew Holyfield, who's done a nice job providing 13.5 points, 5.5 boards from 3-point range, shoots about 33.5% from 3. Rob Leith shoots 39% from 3-point range, and it's a Lamar team that they're very much looking to push things inside. They're a top 75 team in terms of percentage of opponent shots that come from 2-point range, and they've been a top 80 team in terms of opponent's 2-point shooting percentage, but with the Sickles team, they've been able to do a nice job mixing and matching. Jalen Surreals, along Jaquil Dunkley, they've been able to both give you about 13.5 to 14 points per contest, and Surreals shoots 40% from 3-point range. For the Sickles team, they've been a little bit suspect with regards to their interior offense being outside the top 200 with regards to 2-point shooting percentage, but they're also doing a nice job in terms of not allowing a lot of second and third chances. They themselves are not going to give themselves a ton of second and third chances, but that said, with this Nichols bunch, they have been a team that's been able to do a nice job in terms of holding it down on the inside, and with this Lamar team, they're about 78th in the country in terms of defensive rebound percentage. I do think that you get a little bit more of a slog of a game, especially with Lamar, in terms of total possessions per game being just 320th, so this is a total that I set at a 138.5. I'm in on the under, and with Nichols, I'm willing to lay up to 4 with them. 306.579, 306.580. Jackson State is going to be playing us Prairie View. Prairie View is a 1.5 point favorite. Total house game, it is 164.5, and with Prairie View, made them the 3-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the small number. It's a Jackson State team that is right now outside the top 340 in terms of rebound percentage, points scored, and points allowed on a per possession basis, as they allow opponents to grab 39.5% of their missed shots as an offensive rebound. Prairie View, they're 352nd. They allow opponents to grab over 38% of their misses as an offensive rebound. But the one thing that Prairie View has going for them, they've been one of the best teams in terms of generating turnovers in all of college basketball over the last few years. Now, Prairie View, they're about 294th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and they give up over 23 points more per 100 possessions away from home rather than at home, but still a team that's going to be able to generate some turnovers against the Jackson State team that, while they've got Deshaun Ruffin, who's been able to give you over 17 points per contest, was actually a starter over at Ole Miss, they're just not a good enough 3-point shooting team to warrant the fact that they just have absolutely nothing down low right now. As right now, you've got two guys to give you over 3.8 rebounds per game. Dorian McMillan, 10.5 3.5 points, 4.5 rebounds per game. And then Dejounte Thomas has been able to give you about 1.5 points per contest, 4.3 rebounds per game. So he's been able to help out a little bit there, but his team does not get to the free throw line. For Jackson State, bottom 10 team in terms of both their 2-point shooting percentage and opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. And for Prairie View, they got the best scorer in this game. That would be one Mr. Terrion Joseph, 23 points per contest, shoots in the mid-30s from 3-point. And Prairie View, a little bit of an improved 3-point shooting team. They are shooting, if you include their games against non-D1 teams, about 34.3% from 3-point. Now, it can be a little bit of a miss for them away from home, but this has been a Prairie View team that's been a little bit improved with that regard. They do shoot about 33.5% from 3-point in a roadside shoot score venue. You've been able to get some good production out of Deontay Horn along with Corey Wells. They combine for about 27 points per contest, and with the way that they generate turnovers, this team shoots over 74.5% at the free throw line, and Prairie View is a top 55 team in terms of free throws attempted on a per possession basis. I think that gets the job done here. Set my line at 3. I'm going to be willing to lay with Prairie View. Did semi-total at a 163. I do think that Jackson State a little bit better defensively than their metrics would indicate, so in on the under, and I'm going to be willing to take Prairie View on this very thin line, 3-6-5-81, 3-6-5-82. You got Morgan State, and they are going to be on the road against Delaware State, and Delaware State does find themselves as a favorite of 3.5 points, 136.5 to 138.5 is the total line. I do like the points here with Morgan State. Set them as a 3-point underdog, so do need the hook on there, but that's it for this Morgan State team. It has been a team that's really slowed themselves down. They're outside the top 200 now in terms of total possessions per game, and Delaware State has really slowed themselves down for past years in terms of total possessions per game. 297th in the country, and is a Delaware team that has been shooting only about 30% from 3-point range. Morgan State, they should be able to provide a little bit more in terms of their guard play, even though they themselves are shooting 24.8% from 3-point range in a roadside shoot score venue. I am going to be willing to take a shot on the over, though, because I do think that Morgan State is going to do an okay job giving themselves second and third chances. They've got a true 7-footer who's been able to give you about 4 or so rebounds per game, and Christian Oliver, Christian Meeks, 6 points, 5 rebounds per game, and then Alfred Worrell coupled with Rob Lawson. These two guys combined for about 29 points per game, and Worrell now shooting about 35.5% from 3. And even though Morgan State is a really bad 3-point shooting team, that's not their forte. They're a top 50 team in terms of percentage of their shots that come from inside the 3-point arc. Now, outside the top 320 with regards to their own 2-point shooting percentage as well, and they are outside the top 350 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. So they've been getting blowtorch there. You've got a Delaware State team that they are very much looking to pound the ball inside as well. You've got the Ponce James, 14 points per contest, shoots 35% from 3. But for Delaware State, they've been a team that's been outside the top 275 in terms of defensive rebound percentage. They're outside the top 300 in terms of both opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage. So both of these teams have struggled on offense. Both of these teams are really struggling on defense. Delaware State, to their credit, top 125 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. But in a tight game, they shoot 67% of the free throw line. That is a bottom 30 mark in the country. And Gamion Shell, he's been out of the fold for a while for this team, but he was involved in the gambling scandal, so he's out of the fold. And then you do have Corey Perkins for Delaware State, 8 points, 3 assists per contest. So did set my line at 3. I'm willing to take 3.5 plus here with Morgan State. And I like the over. Semi total at a 139, 3-6-5-83, 3-6-5-84. Norfolk State is on the road against South Carolina State. South Carolina State home underdogs here of 6.5 points. Total this game 141.5 to 142.5. Made a total of a 139.5. I do like the under now for South Carolina State. They are a team that's looking to push quite a bit of tempo. They're about 121st in terms of total possessions per game. Norfolk State has been playing faster and faster as the season goes along. 249th in the country with this regard. Norfolk State, they do shoot about 32% from 3 away from home. That's about country average. Meanwhile, South Carolina State, it's been a team that's been able to actually shoot it relatively decently from 3-point range. They shoot about 34% from the outside. South Carolina State's undoing though is the fact that they are just so sloppy with the ball. In terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, this team is 345th in all of college basketball. Not that Norfolk State is doing a great job with regards to their ball security as well. They're about 284th in the country, but for Norfolk State, you do have two main guys that I think are going to be able to step up in this game, as Norfolk State has been able to get a lot of production out of the UW-Milwaukee transfer. And Elijah Jamison was banged up all last season. 15 points, 3 assists per contest. He's shooting about 33% from 3. And Anthony McComb, he shoots 37.5% from the outside, 16 points per game for Norfolk State. You don't have a single guy that gives you over 5 rebounds per game, but it is a team that doesn't really allow a lot of second and third chances. Meanwhile, for South Carolina State, they have been well inside the top 300 with regards to their defensive rebound percentage, despite the fact that you have more, shall we say, feature guys down low. You've been able to have Cameron Clark come in from Cal State Bakersfield, give you about 8 points, 5.5 rebounds per game, and then you've been able to get and that neighborhood about 6 rebounds per game out of Christopher Parker, and Clark. Were both banged up to begin the season, so it's been a little bit of a disjointed team. Jaden Johnson along with Owen Bronson, these two guys combined to shoot about 38% per three and about 24 points per contest. But for the South Carolina State team, they are a bottom 15 team in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, bottom 10 in terms of their own 2-point shooting percentage. I think that they lose this game on the inside, and with South Carolina State, they're a team that is in the bottom 10 in terms of free throw shooting percentage. So, set by line at 7.5, 1-8 of Norfolk State, in on the under, set my total at a 139.5, 306-585, 306-586. You've got Southeast Louisiana on the road against Texas A&M Corpus Christi. Corpus Christi, mid-tier favorite here. They're between 5.5 to 6.5 points. 128.5 is the total line for Corpus Christi. I made them an 8.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Just hard to trust in Southeast Louisiana and this offense outside the top 3 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. And for Southeast Louisiana, it's a team that is very content to play very slow and controlled. 314th in terms of total possessions per game. Corpus Christi is about 231st, and for Corpus Christi, this is a team that is very suspect with regards to their overall shooting in a tight spot in terms of their free throw shooting percentage. They are outside the top 3 with that regard at about 66.8%, but this is also a team that has been able to do a really good job in terms of giving themselves second and third chances, and they don't allow you to be able to get second and third chances as well. In terms of Corpus Christi, a top 150 team in terms of their rebound percentage, at Southeast Louisiana last year was really good on the glass. They lose Brody Woodbury and company, and that means that the lone guy that has really been able to give them over 5.5 rebounds per game is Isaiah Gaines. Now, you've got Jeremy Elise as well, and he's been relatively rock solid. Elise has been able to give you about 10.5 to 11.5 points per contest, but for Southeast Louisiana, outside of those two guys, you really don't have anyone else that gives you over 7.9 points per contest. Team shoots 26.9% per three. That's the bottom 10 mark in the country. And then additionally, this is a Southeast Louisiana team that has been a top 75 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, outside the top 250 in terms of taking care of the ball themselves. And this is a Texas A&M Corpus Christi team that I think is also going to be able to do a pretty rock solid job in terms of generating turnovers. If you look at them in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, this is a unit that is currently finding themselves in the top 100, and if you look at them in their home games and their home games only, more around the top 75 for Corpus Christi. It's been a lot of mixing and matching in the backcourt as Nicholas Shamboyo, who comes over from Denver. He was missing towards the beginning part of the season, but ever since he's been able to come back, the three-point shooting has been able to help out as well. 11 points from three-point range. Shamboyo has been able to shoot about 36% from three-point range, and then Mason Gibson shoots 42% from three-point range, 11 points per contest. Sheldon Williams has been able to give you 7 rebounds per game. I do think that Corpus Christi going to do a nice job on the inside. They allow opponents to shoot less than 31% from three-point, and they've also been a top 150 team in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. Should be some sloppiness in this game with the way that they generate turnovers, but I do think that they turn those turnovers into some nice buckets, and do think that Southeast Louisiana sees a little bit of positivity with that 3-point shooting as well. So I've set a total of 130.5. I'm in on the over and willing to lay up to 8 here with Corpus Christi. 306-587, 306-588. You've got Houston Christian. They're going to be playing against East Texas A&M. East Texas A&M does find themselves as a underdog here of 3.5 points. 141.5 is the total. Set a total of 138.5. I do like the under for East Texas A&M. They're looking to play at a pretty brisk pace in terms of total possessions per game. Right now, they're checking in more in that neighborhood of about 137th in the country, and in a roadside score venue, they do ascend into the top 110. Problem is, this is just not a team that does a good job on the glass. They're outside the top 310 in terms of their overall rebound percentage. They don't give themselves any sort of second and third chances, and after they were looking relatively solid with their 3-point shooting to begin the season, they're back outside the top 250. Now you do have the Tarleton transfer in Ronnie Harrison, give you about 15 points, 6 boards, steal per contest, shoots 37.5% from 3, and Vinny Sangona has been able to shoot 95% of the free throw line, 39.5% 3-point shooter. But I mean, outside of Harrison and Damian Garcia, who gives you 10.5 points per contest, nobody else gives you north of 9 points per game, and this team has been outside the top 3 in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. And this is a Houston Christian team that it's been just a fall off for them with regards to their play from a season ago. It's a team that's looking to play very, very slowly. Houston Christian, in terms of total possessions per game, 346th in all of college basketball, and it's a Houston Christian team that just is not generating the same turnovers that they did from a season ago, outside the top 250 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. And this team from 3-point range, right now they shoot only about 31.5% for the outside, 270th in the country. They've been dealing with a lot of injuries with regards to their backcourt, but you do have a guy in Kylan Green who's done a nice job giving you about 5 assists, 12 points per contest. Marco Bethea has been able to give you 9 points per contest as well. It is a Houston Christian team that can be very hurt inside, outside the top 3 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, but they're also not allowing a ton of second and third chances. Top 225 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage. This East Texas A&M team should have a little bit of a tough time there, and then you've been able to have Ryan Bartley step up 8.5 points per contest. Not necessarily a great 3-point shooter. Trent Johnson does shoot, though, 40% from 3, and in a tight spot. Both of these teams are rather atrocious with their free throw shooting percentage. Houston Christian, they shoot 67% at the free throw line. East Texas A&M, they shoot 68% the charity stripe, but I do think that with Houston Christian being on their home floor and this East Texas A&M team being well outside the top 3 with regards to taking care of the ball, that Houston Christian finds a way to persevere in a low-scoring game. So by total 138.5, like the under end with Houston Christian, I'm willing to lay up to 6 points with them. 306.589, 306.590 is NC Central. They play us a Howard. Howard does find themselves as a road favorite of 2.5 points. 136.5 to 137.5 is the total line. I'm going to be willing to lay with Howard. Howard has been a really good team on defense. They become a top 100 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and right now they are a top 50 team in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. Did make my line 3.5, so wouldn't want to go past the 3, but that said, this is a Howard team that's also really slowed themselves down. Now in terms of total possessions per game, they are clocking in outside the top 230, and for this NC Central team, they're a pretty slow and controlled team as well, 259th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. For NC Central, they are going to have to go up against the top player in this game, as you've just been able to get so much production out of Bryce Harris. Harris has been able to do a nice job supplying 17 points, 6 half boards, 2.5 assists, shoots 35% from 3, and then Cam Gill shoots 40% from 3, 10 points per game. This Howard team has typically been a team that's been more of a high-powered offense, and they are having their issues in terms of turnovers themselves. They're outside the top 3 in terms of ball security, but for NC Central, you've only got 2 guys on the roster that really give you over 8 points per game, and both are very solid. Gage Lattimore, about 2.5 assists, 19 points per contest, shoots 38% from 3. Corey Carvey, he's been able to give you about 14.5 points, 7 boards at a block per contest, and then Deontay Johnson doesn't give you much scoring, 6 points per game, but 5.8 assists, 2.5 steals per contest. I like what he's able to bring to the table, but I mean, for NC Central, even though they have been a team that's been in the top 75 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, outside the top 3 in terms of their own 2-point shooting percentage and opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, and they really give it up from 3, with teams shooting 35.5% from 3 against them, with this team just being absolutely blasted on the glass outside the top 3 in terms of defensive rebound percentage. Even though Howard doesn't necessarily do the world's greatest job on the glass, I do think that Howard gets the job done in what I think is going to be a rather low possession game with Howard. I set them as a 3.5 point favorite, so want to lay up to 3 with them. Did set my total at a 137.5 right now. We're seeing this total in that neighborhood of about 137.5 in some spots. This has come down to a 136.5 as well. At a 137 or less, I do like the over because of late game fouling, and I'm going to be willing to lay with Howard. 306.591, 306.592. Compensate on the road against Maryland Eastern Shore, and the Shore does find themselves as 10.5 point favorites. 135.5 to 136.5 is the total line. Some on a line at 9.5. I'm going to be willing to take 10 plus here with Compensate. Now it's Grody with Compensate. This is a Compensate team that's outside the top 350 in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis. One thing they do is actually pop it from 3. They're a top 250 team in terms of 3-point shooting percentage, and you really have to grasp at straws for this team, but that's it's a Maryland Eastern Shore team that they're outside the top 350 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis on offense. They shoot just 27.8% from 3-point range as well, so you've got a whole bunch of issues on that front end for this Maryland Eastern Shore team. They've only been able to have one guy be able to step up and give this team double figures, as you've been able to get relatively good production with in that neighborhood of about 10.5 points per contest out of Joseph Lucardo, and then Zion Obalana has been able to step up a little bit more. He's giving you 9 points per game, and for this Maryland Eastern Shore team, not a bad defensive team, top 225 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, top 150 team in terms of opponent's 3-point shooting percentage, and I mean, even though you've only got one double figure score for this Maryland Eastern Shore team, it's still one more than what you've got for Compensate. Compensate does not have a single healthy player right now that's averaging more than 8.5 points per game. That'd be Khalil Horton, but you've had Hassan Perkins do a nice job stepping out, giving the team about 3 assists per contest. Compensate, all sorts of sloppy. They are outside the top 350 themselves in terms of ball security, but I do think that for Compensate, they're just catching a few too many points in a game where both of these teams have just been absolutely horrible with regards to their offense, and you've got a Compensate team that's actually looking to push a little bit of tempo. They're a mid-tempo team, and Maryland Eastern Shore, 319th in terms of total possessions per game. Think that you're in for a slop fest of a game, so my line at 9.5. I'm willing to take 10 plus here with Compensate, and with regards to this total, I set mine at a 131.5, so right now seeing the 135.5, I'm going to be in on the under. 306.593, 306.584. Southern is going to be on the road against Grambling. Grambling is a 2.5 to a 3.5 point favorite. 152.5 is the total, and with Grambling, I did set them as a 1.5 point favorite, so I'm going to be willing to take the 2 plus here with Southern. Southern, if you look at overall the turnovers forced on a per possession basis, they have fallen outside the top 125 with that regard, but here in conference play, it's really been rebounding, and Grambling is playing games with a whole bunch of turnovers. They themselves are outside the top 330 in terms of ball security. They are 17th in the country in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and they're taking on that Patrick Query style. He came on over from Florida A&M, and he brought with him Roderick Coffey, who's been really able to do a nice job of grinding away for this team. 9.5 points, 4.5 boards, and it's a Grambling team that they've got some relatively good 3-point shooters. Coffee shoots 46.5% for three. Jamal Mutliff has been able to shoot 36.5% for three, 10 points per contest. Jamel Lane has been able to give you 8 points. He's not necessarily a great 3-point shooter, but that said, I do think that the sloppiness is going to be costly on top of Grambling also being outside the top 225 with regards to overall rebound percentage. And this Southern team has a guy that's able to take over the game, as you've been able to get about 21.5 points per contest out of Mr. Michael Jacobs. Jacobs from 3-point range is right now shooting about 38.5% from three. And Southern, they shoot as collective 35% from 3-point range, but they look to pile drive the ball down low. The Southern team, in terms of percentage of their shots that come from inside the 3-point arc, they're a top 50 team with that regard. And it's a Grambling team that has been struggling a little bit on the inside. They're outside the top 250 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. Additionally, for the Southern team, you've got Malik Ajawald, who's going to be the top rebounder in this game. Comes over from UMass, 12.5 points, 7.5 rebounds per game. Damari Jones has been able to give you 5.5 rebounds per game as well. And with the Southern team, they've had a tough time taking care of the ball themselves. They're outside the top 250 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis on offense, but they're the better rebounding team here. And both of these teams in a tight spot shoot it badly at the free throw line. Southern, they shoot about 8.3% at the free throw line. Grambling a little bit better at 72.5%, but still, I think that this is going to be a game that involves a lot of fouls, a lot of turnovers, and even though you're going to be able to get some pace with Southern being a top 75 team in terms of total possessions per game, I'm going to be in on the under. I did sub by total at 147.5, and at 2+, I'm going to take those points with Southern. 306, 595, 306, 596. Northwestern State, the Demons, they are going to be on the road against Incarnate Word. Incarnate Word does find themselves as a pretty sizable favorite here. You're going to be laying with them 8.5 points total on this game, 141.5. And with Northwestern State, I made them an 11.5 point underdog, so going to be one to lay with Incarnate Word. Incarnate Word is looking to play quite slowly, and really both of these teams are. Both of these teams outside the top 275 in terms of total possessions per game. Incarnate Word is actually outside the top 313th in terms of total possessions per game, but Incarnate Word has been able to do a really good job of being efficient and being a top 145 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and they go up against a Northwestern State team that's been well outside the top 300 with regards to rebound percentage. As a matter of fact, for Northwestern State, they currently are 313th in terms of defensive rebound percentage. They allow opponents in a road/shoot-score venue to grab about 35.3% of their misses as an offensive rebound. And for Incarnate Word, they're well outside the top 225 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis as well. And that's a big reason why semi-total 145.5. I like the over, but for Incarnate Word, they're a top 35 team with their 3-point shooting percentage. Todd Stavetsky, who comes over from Cleveland State, and Davion Bailey, really nice 1-2 puncher, combining for 37 points per contest. Stavetsky, he shoots 39.5% for 3-point range with 4.5 assists per contest. This Incarnate Word team has been good in terms of taking care of the ball, top 75 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, and they're pretty good in terms of being able to guard the perimeter. They're a top 150 team in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. They've been much weaker on the inside, but for Northwestern State, you right now have only one guy on the roster that gives you over 4 rebounds per game, and that would be Willie Williams, who's been able to give you 8.5 rebounds per game. Missed the first few games of the season, and since he's been back, they've been a little bit stronger on the inside. And for Northwestern State, they're a country average team, shooting about 34.5% from 3-point range. Micah Thomas has been able to give you 70 points per contest, 38% 3-point shooter. Izzy Miles shoots 51% from 3. I think that we see a little bit of fall off there, but for this Northwestern State team, they're outside the top 240 in terms of their ball security. They're outside the top 300 in terms of offensive rebound percentage. While Incarnate Word, not necessarily an amazing team now, though, they should be able to take it to a Northwestern State team that's also been outside the top 330 with regards to their opponents' 2-point shooting percentage as well. I set my line at 11.5, so I'm going to be willing to lay with Incarnate Word, and I do like this total over as well. So my total at a 145.5, 36.597, 36.598. UT Rio Grande Valley is going to be playing those to McNeese. McNeese is a 9.5 point favorite. Total on this game 137.5 to 138.5, made a total of 142. I do like the over. This is despite the fact that McNeese, number 1 in the country in terms of turnovers force on a per possession basis, but McNeese is going to give you a lot of second and third chances, especially away from home. In a road/shoot-score venue, they allow opponents to grab 39.9% of their missed shots as an offensive rebound. That is a bottom 15 mark in all of college basketball. Now, with McNeese, you've also got some firepower out there in the backcourt. They still have a few holdovers from the Will Wade era, one of the main ones being Javon Garcia has been able to give you about 12 points per contest. He's been able to shoot 40% for 3. Tyson Archie, he's come in, he's shot 38.5% for 3, 14 points per contest. It is a McNeese team that is outside the top 150 with regards to their 3-point shooting percentage, and then you've got a Grand Valley team that has been a little bit all over the place with regards to their overall offense, as they've been able to clean up some of the turnovers that have really plagued them in past seasons. And for this Grand Valley team right now, they're 89th in the country in terms of 3-point shooting percentage, shooting 28% from 3-point range at home, 40.6% away from home, which makes no sense whatsoever. Grand Valley about 240th in the terms of total possessions per game. McNeese, a relatively mid-tempo team this season. They're about 244th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and with McNeese, I can only set them as an 8-point favorite, as even though they do have quite a bit of firepower along the roster, roster. They are a team that does give up those second and third chances, and in a tight spot, they do shoot 74% at the free throw line, but they're about a country average team in terms of opponent's three-point shooting percentage, and I'm just a believer in this Grand Valley team in general. Grand Valley has brought in a lot of guys that have just been able to know their role for Grand Valley. You don't have anyone that really gives you above like 12 points per contest, and Corey Cotton along Philip Bronkovich, they both give you about 12.5 points per contest, and both shoot above 36% from three, but Marvin McGee comes over from Cal State Bakersfield, 9 points, 40% three-point shooter. Julian Gomez shoots 47.5% from three. You don't have a single guy that really gives you over 5.5 rebounds per game, but his team as a collective has been able to do a relatively solid job on the glass. They've been a top 225 team in terms of rebound percentage. They do turn the ball over about 12 times per contest. Need to cut down on that a little bit, but with this team being as good as they are around the perimeter, I do think that they're going to do just enough to be able to hold in this game. So set my line at 8. I'm going to be willing to take the points. I think the Grand Valley heats up with their three-point shooting at home. I'm going to be willing to take those points and the over. 306, 599, 306, 600. New Orleans, they are going to be playing against Seton of Austin. Stone Cold Seton of Austin finds themselves as a road favorite here as they are laying 5.5 points. 144.5 to 145.5 is the total. Semi-total 145.5. So 145 or less, I am in on the over. You've got a New Orleans team that's looking to push a little bit of tempo. 128th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Seton of Austin has really been a great defense. 296th in terms of total possessions per game. Right now, they're a top 35 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and pretty solid three-point shooting team. 140th in terms of their three-point shooting percentage. New Orleans is only about 207th, but they shoot 33.3% as a collective from three. That goes up to 36.9% at home, and they've got two guys in the backcourt that I really like. You've got Colton Benson, who's been overall for the season shooting about 34 to 35% from three-point range, but gets to a free throw line often, and he shoots 82% of the free throw line, 16 points per contest, and then Shaquavion Buckley, 5 boards, 5 assists, 14 points per game. Now, for New Orleans, the kryptonite today has been turnovers. They are well outside the top 330 in terms of ball security, and typically Seton F. Austin is amazing in terms of generating turnovers. This year, though, they've changed around that style. The Seton F. Austin team has been much better on the glass here. Colonel has been able to do a nice job giving you over 3 blocks per contest, 6+ rebounds per game for Seton F. Austin. You've got a little bit of Christmas and Krishan Christmas, 6.5 points, 7 rebounds per game. Keon Thompson, he supplies 17 points, 4.5 assists. He's only shooting about 31% for three, but Narat Kurnanovich has been able to shoot 44% from three. Cam Burton shoots 43% from three-point. Just a Seton F. Austin team that, as a whole, they're shooting about 35% from three-point, a little bit above country average there. They really hold you down low, but that said, with the Seton F. Austin team, they're also going to generate for themselves second and third chances. They grab about 14 offensive rebounds per game. That is a top 50 mark in all of college basketball, but for this New Orleans team, what's going to help them out is that the Seton F. Austin team is still terrible at the free throw line, 64% at the charity stripe. That's the bottom 15 mark in all of college basketball. I did set my line at a 5.5. I think that Seton F. Austin does a strong job with their defense. So right now we're sitting here, most places at a 5.5, 6 or more, willing to take the points with New Orleans, 5 or more, I'm going to be willing to lay with Seton F. Austin with New Orleans. Also having Churchill Abis, who's been able to give you 5 rebounds per game and spent some time at the power conference level, and additionally MJ Thomas has been able to give you right around about 7 or so rebounds per game. So going to be looking at 6+ here with New Orleans at a 144.5. I'm in on the over. 306, 601, 306, 602. Bethune-Cookman is going to be on the road against Mississippi Valley State. Mississippi Valley State, an underdog of 15.5 points, 143.5 to 144.5 is the total line. I set my line at 17.5. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. As for Mississippi Valley State, they were without their top 2 scorers in their last game against Texas Southern, and they looked terrible without him. Michael James is able to give you about 20 points per contest, 2.5 assists per game. Daniel Mayfield, 6 boards, 12.5 points per game. Nobody else on the roster gives you 8.4 points per contest, and James and Mayfield were both out in that game, and Mayfield has just dealt with a lot of injuries. Not sure what's up with James. I don't know if that was a suspension, but you have to think that they're on until further notice. Mississippi Valley State has no beat reporters, unfortunately, so that makes things inconvenient. But that said, now you're relying upon Patrick Punch, who gives you 8 points per contest, Lamont Sims as well. But this team is outside the top 340 in terms of rebound percentage, points scored, and points allowed on a per possession basis with them, and now they're without him, and that's just a big giant issue. Meanwhile, for Bethune-Cookman, you've got a bunch that has a former top 50 recruit in Ontario Morris, who's been able to be Mr. Versatile for the team, as right now he's supplying for them about 12 points, 4 boards, few assists per contest. And for this Bethune-Cookman team, country average team shooting about 34% from three. They've been outside the top 3 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, as this is a team that's not going to grab for themselves second and third chances. They've been outside the top 275 with regards to rebound percentage, even with having a guy out there in Daniel Rusan, who gives you 10 points, 4 boards per contest. But they've got the Dr. Bradley, been back for 2 games, 6.5 points, 5 rebounds per game, so that's down from where he was at Arkansas Arkansas Pine Bluff last season, where he actually led the country in terms of free throw attempts per game. He was able to give you 19 plus points per contest. He should be able to find his footing in this game. And I think that Mississippi Valley State, with being hampered, they just get blown away in this game. I did set my total at a 147.5. Questionable as to whether or not Mississippi Valley State is going to do their part with this total, but Bethune-Cookman getting back Dr. Bradley, I think that they're going to crank up their tempo as they've been relatively mid-tempo this season. So in on the over, and I'm going to lay with the Bethune-Cookman 3-6-6-0-3, 3-6-6-0-4. This will be the last game that I hit before our final break. Florida A&M is on the road against Arkansas Pine Bluff. Pine Bluff is a favorite of 3.5 points. 147.5 is the total, and I'm going to be in on the over. I did set my total here at a 155. You've got a Florida A&M team that's really looking to push tempo now. Their games involve a lot of dead possessions, as this Florida A&M team has been a top 100 team in terms of generating turnovers, but also outside the top 350 in terms of taking care of the ball. Florida A&M 37th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. With Pine Bluff, they're 34th in the country, and Pine Bluff, they themselves are turning the ball over well over 14 times per contest. That said, with this Pine Bluff team, they're going to have the best players out there on the floor. Keon Williams has been able to do a really nice job getting the team 16 plus points per contest. He comes over after he was the top scorer over at Abilene Christian a season ago, began his career over at Oklahoma State. It's a Pine Bluff team that has been overall from three-point shooting about 33.5% for three, with your main guy being Jaquan Scott. He gives you a 36.5% three-point shooting, 16 points, and also shoots over 89% at the free throw. And then additionally, Trayvon Payton, he's been able to shoot over 40% from three. He gives you 10 points, 3 assists per contest. With this Pine Bluff team, they're a team that has not necessarily been the world's greatest on the glass, but much better than they have been in past seasons. They're going to give it up on defense. This Pine Bluff team is outside the top 290 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, not generating a ton of turnovers. So for this Florida A&M team that's been turning the ball over 15.5 times per contest, should be able to see some more clean possessions. You've got Jaquan Sanders, who's been able to give you about 12.5 points per contest. He shoots about 36.5% from three-point range. They were without Micah Octave for like 9 games. He comes over actually from Alabama State, where last year he was able to be a nice ancillary guy. Now he's been able to do a good job giving this team right around about 12 points per contest, and he's a career 5+ rebound per game guy. He's throwing in there about 8.5 rebounds for a team that really, really needs it, and he throws in there about a steal per contest as well. Anquan Bolden Jr. hasn't necessarily done a ton in the backcourt for this team. He's only supplying about 6.5 points per contest, but having Jordan Chapman, a holdover from last year, shooting about 35.5% for three, I do think that Florida A&M going to see a little bit of an uptick with their offense, but I just think that Pine Bluff is by far the superior team, and you've got a Florida A&M team that tries to get to the free throw line. You shoot 65% at the charity stripe, and outside the top 3 are in terms of opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage. So made a total of 155. I like the over, and I'm going to be willing to lay it with Arkansas Pine Bluff. And now we're going to break and hit the final 4 games on the flip side right here on Let's Go Seats with myself, Craig Peterson. Now a part of the Houston Family Podcast. We're back here in lovely Las Vegas for Cusco Soups with myself, Greg Hoops Peterson, now part of the VSiN Family Podcast. We've got 4 games left on the board. Let's break them down and try to find some winners right about now.
The normal betting board picks are complete, but there are some extra games today, so we go into the bonus.
306-605, 306-606, Fairleigh Dickinson plays us at Long Island. Long Island, a road favorite here of 6.5 points. So this game getting it at a 146.5. Set Long Island as a 6.5 point favorite. So if we can get to a 6 or less, I'd be willing to lay it. I was seeing a 7.5 earlier. That would be by buy point on Fairleigh Dickinson, and Long Island has been the superior team to Fairleigh Dickinson this year, and Fairleigh Dickinson typically built around a good backcourt. Right now they're shooting just 28.4% from 3-point range in their home games, and I did set a total here of a 146.5. So right now we're seeing, I saw a 147 out there. I would be willing to take a shot on the under, as Long Island has been a top 150 team in terms of total possessions per game, but they've really dialed it back here in NEC play. For Long Island, they've actually been a good 3-point shooting team at 36% from the outside, but here's the issue that you've got for Long Island. Ball security. In terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, this is a team that is right now checking in right around about 342nd in all of college basketball. Over 20.5% of their possessions away from home do turn into a turnover. And for Long Island, you do have a nice big 3 for this team. Greg Echo Gordon, he comes over after he spent some time at Iona. He's been able to supply about 15 points, 5.5 boards, 2.5 assists. You have Malachi Davis and Jamal Fuller, who combine for about 31.5 points per contest. And Fuller's been able to shoot 47.5% from 3-point range, but this is also a group that has been outside the top 250 in terms of opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage. And for Long Island, they're outside the top 3 in terms of defensive rebound percentage. Now, for Fairleigh Dickinson, they've actually went a little bit more of the size route, as they've been able to bring in a guy that is 7 feet tall and Surreal Martinoff. Martinoff has been able to give you about 4.5 to 5 rebounds per game. It's not necessarily been as dominant as anticipated, but Eric Parnell has been able to give you 11.5 points per contest. Joey Neesman, he's able to supply about 11 points per contest. Both of these guys shoot between 34 and 35% from 3-point range. It's a Fairleigh Dickinson team that is outside the top 200 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but they've been able to do a little bit more in terms of being able to get to the free throw line, and this has been a Fairleigh Dickinson team that's been much improved on the glass. They're now a top 175 team in terms of rebound percentage, and I think that keeps them lively. At 7+1, take the points with Fairleigh Dickinson, 6 or less, willing to lay with Long Island, and set a total of 146.5, so at 147+, I'm in on the under. 306, 607, 306, 608. USC Upstate is going to be on the road against High Point. High Point hopes to not be a low point, as they are a very big size favorite here of 16.5 points. 149.5 is the total, and I set High Point as an 18-point favorite. I'm going to be one to lay the number now. For High Point, you're most likely going to be without Cameron Fletcher. Once again, he's been their top scorer and a guy that's able to give you over 6 rebounds per game, but for High Point, you just still have weapons upon weapons with the team. Scary Terry Anderson has been very rock solid, being able to supply 14 points, 5 boards. High Point as a whole, they're a top 25 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Do leave a little bit of something to be desired with regards to the just overall defense, as they've been outside the top 110 with that regard. But that said, you've got Rob Martin, who's able to shoot 38.5% from 3-point, 14 points per contest. You've got 43% 3-point shooting out Chase Johnson. He's been rock solid. Ona Aquino, he's been able to give you 8 points, 5.5 rebounds per game. It is a High Point team that is going to allow a few second and third chances, and they're not necessarily the most dominant team on the glass. That said, for USC Upstate, I think that they're facing a very, very uphill battle, as you've been able to have 2 guys that would be able to give you 5+ rebounds per game. Lyric Davis, along with one Mr. Jeffrey Martinez. Martinez only about 4.5 points per contest, but does give you a little bit of a block per contest. And then you've had Madison Benninger, who's been able to supply 15.5 points for this Upstate team as a whole. Their country average, they shoot 34.2% from 3-point, and with their defense, they become a top 150 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, top 150 team in terms of opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage. They just don't really generate a lot of turnovers, and that's one thing that this High Point team does. In terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, right now they are a top 10 team in all of college basketball on defense. They're a top 6 team in terms of taking care of the ball on offense. They're really going to be able to win that turnover battle, and I do think that for USC Upstate, even having Kamani Gregory being able to give you about 13.5 points per contest, Carmelo Adkins 13 points, shoots in the mid-30s from 3, that High Point just a little bit too much for this Upstate team, even with the injury to Fletcher. So to set a total of a 154, High Point has become a top 175 team in terms of total possessions per game, likely over, and I'm willing to lay up to 17.5 with High Point 306, 609, 306, 610. Also B is on the road against the Lipscomb. Lipscomb is a 1.5 to a 2.5 point favorite, and your total on this game, 152.5 to 153.5. May also be the 1 point favorite. I like them outright on the money line. Also P, one of the best defenses in terms of generating turnovers in the country. They're a top 60 team as well in terms of taking care of the ball, as they are 60th in the country in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis on offense. In terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis on defense, they do find themselves in the top 30 with that regard as well. It's an awesome P team that's going to leave a little bit of something to be desired with regards to rebounding, but you got a Lipscomb team that they themselves have had a little bit of a difficult time in terms of being able to just generate good, clean possessions, as they've been built around a few big men that are holdovers from a season ago. Charlie Williams, Grant Asman, both of these guys right around 6'10" to 6'11". Williams, 10.5 points. Only gives you about 2.5 rebounds per game, but shoots 36% for 3. Grant Asman shoots 38% from the outside. It's a Lipscomb team outside the top 175 in terms of ball security, and they've been a top 100 team in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis, and this is a Lipscomb team that they're looking to bomb from 3. They're a top 30 team in terms of percent of their shots that do come from 3-point range. Meanwhile, you've got an awesome P team that's been very solid with regards to perimeter defense, not just in terms of generating turnovers, but this team in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, they're right now checking in the top 175 in all of college basketball. Meanwhile, this is a Lipscomb team that they've been allowing teams to shoot from 3-point range at home, only about 30%, and got a pair of teams that are looking to play fast, but not necessarily warp speed fast. With Lipscomb, they're about 78th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Austin P more in that neighborhood of about 149th, but I do think that Austin P does find a way to be able to persevere here against a Lipscomb team that just doesn't really give you a ton with regards to second and third chances outside the top 225 in terms of their defensive rebound percentage, outside the top 225 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage as well. And for Austin P, you've been able to have a pair of guys step up with over 14.5 points per contest. Irie Collins along Colin Parker. These two guys combined for just under 32 points per contest. Parker shoots 40.5% from 3s. Irie Collins, he gives you 2.5 steals to go along with 33% 3-point shooting. And Tom Brookshire, he's able to give you 8 points, 2.5 assists per contest. Corey Robinson has been a nice 37% 3-point shooter. And then Tate McCubbin, he's able to throw in there about 5.5 rebounds per game as well. Austin P has been a top 200 team with regards to rebound percentage. In a tight spot, they only shoot about 71.5% at the free throw line. Lipscomb a little bit better there, but I do think that this Austin P team could be able to generate enough turnovers, find a way to get the job done in what I think is going to be a little bit of a lower scoring game. I like the under, and I'm going to be willing to take Austin P here on the money line and wrap things up with 306, 611, 306, 612. Bellarmine is on the road against Eastern Kentucky. Eastern Kentucky, a small favorite here of 3.5 to 4.5 points. So this game 154.5 to 155.5. Made my line 3.5. So I have 4+. Won't take the points with Bellarmine. Bellarmine outside the top 340 in terms of points points allowed on a per possession basis. They're allowing teams to shoot about 38.5% from three-point in a road/shoot score venue. It's an Eastern Kentucky team that they themselves are allowing teams to shoot 36.5% from three-point at home. And Bellarmine has been a top 30 team in terms of their own two-point shooting percentage, and this is an Eastern Kentucky team that just isn't as strong inside as they have been in past seasons. They were able to find some good shot blockers the past few seasons. Eastern Kentucky down to 334th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and Jack Karzinski has been really good for this Bellarmine team. He's come over from William & Marion. He's been able to supply about 20.5 points, 5.5 boards from three-point range, shooting about 39% for three. Brian Waddell along Keon Gooding, they both shoot over 41% from three, 18 points per contest out of these two guys. And when it comes to Bellarmine, they're pretty solid in terms of taking care of the ball. They also don't generate any turnovers whatsoever, but that said, if they can get to the free throw line, this Bellarmine team, they shoot about 76.5% at the charity stripe. And on the flip side of things for Eastern Kentucky, they've just taken steps back in terms of generating turnovers, now outside the top 150 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. So you do have Juan Cranford, along Turner Buttery, who have been able to combine for about 25 points per contest, both shoot over 35% from three-point range, and you've been able to get about a steal per contest out of Montavious Myrick, who's been very versatile, 10.5 points, 7.5 boards. He's able to throw in there a steal per contest, but in the end, I do think that Eastern Kentucky, even though they do get the job done, the fact that they just don't generate the turnovers that they did in past seasons, and they're so weak on the inside, while Bellarmine is a top 25 team with their two-point shooting percentage, leads to a high-scoring game, and Bellarmine staying in there. So semi-total 159.5, like the over, and I do like the points here with Bellarmine, and that'll wrap things up for the Saturday edition of Coast to Coast Hoops, now part of the VSiN Family Podcast. If you do like hearing from this fine podcast, Coast to Coast Hoops, you're able to subscribe wherever your podcast, Apple Podcasts, Google Play, Spotify, Stitcher, and TuneIn. If you have a question, comment, segment idea, whatever you for this podcast, you have one or two ways we offer those in. First one is my Twitter/X timeline at GNet_81. Keep in mind, letters CM, they mean does not matter, so as per usual, please send these into the timeline. And the other way is find an Apple Podcast review. If you rate this podcast 5 stars, it is very much appreciated. From there, you're able to fire in whatever you'd like to hear on this podcast via that 5-star review. And I'm with you guys every single day on this podcast, giving you picks and analysis on every game, every day. So I'll be back with you once again tomorrow. Thank you.